scorching hot July afternoon, a lone snowflake fell from the summer sky. It danced toward my car, landed on the windshield, and melted a second or two later, leaving a tiny stream of water to zigzag down the glass. I was looking right at it, but its strangeness didn't register until much later, after things went bad. Yes, this is when it began, the bad things. But before I get into that, I think I should get the introductions out of the way. My name is Grady Miller. I'm almost 30, and I lived, in Northeast Ohio. Once upon a time, I worked as a firefighter. I don't anymore. Yep, that's me. If you don't know already, the world has ended, and it all started with that lone snowflake. Even if I had been paying attention when it fell, what would I have thought of it? I don't know, it's hard to say. Northeast Ohio is home to all sorts of odd weather. Besides, one snowflake. But I can tell you I wouldn't have believed my eyes. That I'd make all sorts of excuses about what it actually was. Maybe a drop of rain, or a splash from a nearby car's windshield wiper fluid. Still, I'm not sure, because as it happened, my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking about the fire, the smoke, and the dead boy. How once the chaos settled, all that was left of him was a blackened husk that they pulled from the apartment building's smoldering remains. These thoughts weren't anything new around this time. They haunted me almost constantly. As I sat at the red light before the highway on-ramp, that first snowflake now long gone, I saw the flames and heard the boy's screams. I felt the smoke stinging my eyes and strangling my throat. "Get a move on, dumbass!" someone yelled from behind. That brought me back to the present. I hung an apologetic hand out the window, glancing at him in the rearview mirror. Some heavy-set fella in an American flag tank top sitting on a Harley. Even though I hit the gas and flipped my turn signal on, I guess I wasn't moving fast enough because he zoomed right past me, shouting another loving expletive I didn't fully hear over the roar of his motorcycle. Anyway, I gave him the middle finger, but he was already tearing up the road. A wise person once said you can't win 'em all. That person was right, but still, that's a damn shame. I eased on up the ramp and merged with the flow of weekend traffic. There was a good amount of it, too. The long July 4th weekend meant most people were off of work that Friday, and a lot of them were probably doing what I was doing, which was heading for greener pastures. I was going to Prism Lake, about 3 hours south of where I lived and worked. It was a yearly occasion for a couple of my buddies and me. We'd been going since we were kids. Stone's dad used to take us every summer, until the three of us discovered girls, that is. That'd be around our freshman year of high school, age 14 or 15. After that, we went only once or twice. Then, before our senior year, Stone and his parents had been driving up to East Lansing one Christmas to visit some relatives, and a drunk driver swerved into their lane and hit them head on. Stone's mom and dad both died. His dad instantly, and hopefully painlessly, and his mom in the hospital after a couple of days. Stone was in a week-long coma, though, so he didn't know it until he woke up. Besides his parents, Stone lost most of his ability to walk, too. Months and months of rehab got him up and moving, but he can't get anywhere without his sturdy set of crutches. Before the end of the world, my only brush with death came when I was 9 and my pet hamster passed on. Broke my heart into a million little pieces. My mom was gone too, but she died when I was just a baby. The only way I got to know her was through the old pictures and notebooks my dad kept in a few boxes in our attic. They were filled with some really personal stuff I probably shouldn't have read at the impressionable age of 9. But then again, I had probably read a few Stephen King books by that time. In my mom's notebooks, she'd written these great short stories in a beautiful looping script. Stuff about a boy getting his first puppy, and them growing up together until one day the dog wasn't able to stand on her own anymore, and the boy, now a young man, had to put the poor thing down. He buried the dog, Cupcake was her name, and one day she came back, but not in a zombie-like Pet Cemetery way. She came back as a benevolent spirit. which was how my mom described it, and told him that it was all going to be okay, that life would go on, and the boy would grow into a fine man. He'd find love and raise children and have a good job. Maybe he'd eventually get another puppy when the time was right. And some days, when he looked into the new dog's eyes, he would see a hint of cupcake in them. Man, I loved that story. I can recite it word for word. I read it so much. I also kept a photocopy folded up in my wallet, but my wallet's long gone now. I can't tell you where. I digress. I was talking about Stone, one of my two best friends. When he went through that tragedy, he was 18 or so, and didn't have to go off to some orphanage or stay with distant relatives. He got to choose where he wanted to go. My dad, bless his heart, let him stay with us the rest of our senior year, and then a few more while we went to college, even though we really didn't have the room in our small house. Dad cleared out a bunch of junk from the basement, and Stone stayed down there. He even built a ramp over the basement stairs so he could get up and down easier. But Stone barely left his new room in the beginning. That first year was particularly hard for him. School started. He didn't go, and fell way behind because of it. He quit eating, lost a bunch of weight. He went crazy about basketball. I mean, he could shoot and dribble like a pro. Ask him anything about the sport, its history, current pro standings, what Michael Jordan ate before Game 6 of the '98 finals, and he'd tell you. He'd tell you all while sinking a step-back three right in your face at the local YMCA. He was never wrong either. I always said if there was an NBA-themed Jeopardy, he had to get on there and win himself a few bucks. But the accident meant he couldn't play anymore, not like he used to, and his interest in basketball waned too. Despite all this, he graduated on time and got his diploma in front of a crowd of 500 or so people. After that, he got his business degree from Kent State and now worked for a big company in downtown Akron. Made good money. Once he got through the Depression, he never acted like a guy with a disability, and I always respected the hell out of him for that. My other best friend, the third member of the Three Musketeers, as we like to call ourselves, was Jonas. Jonas joined the Marines right out of high school and married his sweetheart a few weeks after he got stationed in Hawaii. Yes, you heard that correctly. Of all places in the world, the lucky bastard went to Hawaii and worked on helicopters for 5 years. The government paid for pretty much everything, but he got out when his contract was up. His wife, Miranda, was pregnant with twins, and he wanted them to grow up in Ohio, where he had grown up. He took a pretty good job at the Akron-Canton airport. The only downside to all of it was the fact that Jonas was mostly deaf in his left ear. Being around the loud engine so often had caught up to him. He wore a hearing aid, but not one of those clunky types you see seniors wearing. This hearing aid was sleek and barely visible. Jonas's twins were born on the first day of spring 4 years ago. Stone and I were there pretty much the entire time Miranda was in labor, and when we were finally allowed back in their hospital room, and Stone and me got to hold the newborn girls, I cried, I'll admit it. Daphne and Velma were their names. Yes, like the characters from Scooby-Doo, and they quickly became family. I've never married or had kids. It seemed like something I'd always get around to. But I know it'll never happen. Not with the way the world is now. The storms and the darkness destroyed everything. The last time I saw Jonas before we all met at Prism Lake was only about a month ago. A couple of weeks before I failed to save the boy from the burning apartment building. Stone, on the other hand, I hadn't seen him for nearly 2 months. Some best friend I am, huh? It wasn't like that, though. Out of those 8 weeks, he was probably traveling for half of them, doing deals in Dallas and San Francisco, flying overseas to London and Japan, shaking hands and signing contracts. After I saw the dead boy, I put up an impenetrable wall around my emotions. Sounds lame, and I didn't mean to do it, but that's what happened. I was stuck in an endless loop. Work at the fire station, come home, watch television and not comprehend any of it, then sleep. I barely ate, but I did make the occasional trip to the grocery store, mostly for beer and cheap vodka from the liquor aisle. Later, the depression got worse, and I found that I couldn't work anymore. Seeing one of our trucks or some random building on fire just brought me back to that horrible moment. And I'd freeze, which is one thing you can't do on the job. So I cashed in on paid vacation time and a bunch of sick days I had banked, and I slipped deeper into my role as a recluse. Until the day of the first snowstorm. It was Jonas's idea to go to the lake and rent out the cabin like the old days. I didn't think Stone would go for it. The place would probably bring up too many bittersweet memories. But he did. I was reluctant, I'll admit, but Jonas convinced me. The Three Musketeers don't exist if there's only two, he had said. He was right. I pulled off the highway and followed a winding road for another 2 miles. The woods thickened on both sides. Other than the occasional car or semi, I saw nearly no vehicles, which I found slightly unsettling. I didn't know it at the time, but lots of weird things would eventually happen. The deserted feeling that the empty road gave me wasn't one I was fond of. I remembered back when traffic was bumper to bumper, when about a half a mile from the turn-in, you slowed your car down to a crawl. Prism Lake was the spot when we were kids. It always seemed like there were 1 million people there. You pull in, and you'd see these small boats hauling a wakeboarder or two, each wearing big, puffy life jackets, the drivers with a beer in hand and sunglasses resting on the bridge of their nose. You'd see families clustered on the beach, their faces and shoulders covered in a thick layer of sunblock. You'd see 100 or so people playing volleyball or catch or whipping a frisbee around. You'd hear dogs barking and kicking up sand as they sprinted toward their owners in the water. You'd take in the smell of the lake and the barbecues, and all the laughter and clashing music blasting from someone's portable stereo. But when I pulled onto the gravel road so many years after my childhood, there was none of that. It was as empty as what it would become. A graveyard. There he is! Stone leaned on the porch railing, his crutches resting behind him. He wore a vest with about 1 million pockets. It made me think of a fisherman. On his head sat a wide-brimmed bucket hat, adding to the image. No zinc oxide on his nose. Most, I think if not all, black people didn't exactly cake on the SPF 30 come summertime, or ever. I waved and gave him a big smile. It was the first real smile to grace my face since the fire. Yes, I was a master of fake smiles. But if my best friend couldn't get me grinning, I was a lost cause. Sometimes, though, the fake ones were necessary. That was what you had to do. If not, people would ask you why you were so glum, and then you'd have to lie, or, God forbid, tell the truth. I just wasn't ready for that. See, I never told anyone about the boy, about how much my failure fucked with my head. It was in the local paper, but the names of the firefighters weren't in any of the articles. I told Stone everything. I mean, everything. But not this. I thought talking about it would only make it worse. Stone was no dummy. He would know as soon as I got out of the car and turned around that something was wrong. He grabbed his crutches, put his forearms through the rings, and made his way down the porch ramp and onto the gravel drive. "Let me get your bags for you, Grady," Stone said. "You sure?" I laughed. "I don't got much. I can handle it." "Right. And I'm sleeping with Beyonce." "I know you, dude. I know you gotta pack all your exfoliating scrubs, hair gels, and baby wipes. Unloading will take all day without some help. But you're my pal, Grady. I don't mind." I pulled my bag from the back seat. A single Adidas gym bag I'd had since the 11th grade, all frayed and scuffed. It was full of a few pairs of clothes, summer clothes, that is, and your basic toiletries. No exfoliating scrub or hair gel. I did have baby wipes, I'll admit. They're one of the most versatile things you can bring on a trip, or anywhere for that matter. "I like to look good. Shoot me," I said. But the truth was, I looked like shit. I turned around. Stone was smiling wide, but once his eyes passed over my face, the smile faltered. With Stone, there was no bullshit. It was obvious I was out of my mind. And even more obvious that Stone had noticed. "What happened to you, Grady?" he asked. "You look like you haven't slept in a week." And you're all skinny now, man. Are you smoking meth or something? I hooked a finger on each corner of my mouth and stretched my lips. Ah, I said. Still got all my teeth, don't I? A little grungy looking, but yeah, guess you do, Stone agreed. I hit him in the shoulder with a weak punch. He faked like he was hurt. Damn, dude, you just gonna hit a cripple now? I always knew you were an asshole, Grady, but this is something else. Shove it, I said. Jonesy here yet? Nah, not yet. You know how he is with the wife and kids, has to say bye in each room of the house and kiss 'em all 100 times before he'll leave, the soft bastard. I chuckled. We were heading up toward the cabin. It looked pretty much the same as I remembered it. The whole thing was made of dark wood, a total fire hazard, but it gave it a sort of retro vibe I've always loved. Past the porch stood a red door below a weathered green roof, and from the room on the right side, a stone chimney pointed toward the sky. Beyond the cabin, through a few trees, was a shimmering body of water completely out of place in Ohio. Prism Lake. A few feet past the cabin were the steps leading down to the beach. A rush of nostalgia-fueled excitement hit hard. My legs were itching to drop everything and break for the sand, strip down to my underwear and jump in the water. Maybe the lake would purify me and free me from all the dark thoughts of the past. I didn't do that, but I wish I did, because in the next couple of days the entire lake would be one mammoth block of ice. Tires crunched in the gravel behind us. Stone was talking about his latest trip overseas. Part business, mostly pleasure, he said. I tuned in and out until Jonas honked his horn and saved me from picturing the bugs Stone had eaten in China. Jonas was all smiles as music thumped from his car's speakers and he pulled his two-door Nissan, a far cry from the usual minivan he buzzed Miranda and the twins around in, next to my beat-up Honda. About time, Stone shouted. Jonas's reply was not one, but 2 middle fingers high in the sky. I set my bag on one of the porch's rocking chairs, and we went back down the ramp. A round of bro hugs came next, followed by our secret handshake, which wasn't so much a secret as it was an old habit that had never died. We started this ritual after Stone saw some basketball players doing it during their pregame warm-ups. You slapped right and then left hands, and then with your palms flat, you crossed both at your neck and made a slitting your throat motion. A little gruesome, yeah, but we've always thought it was cool. Where's the beer? Jonas asked. I'm parched. He swept a hand over his feathery brown hair. One thing he hated about being in the military was the buzz cuts. Soon as he got out, he let the dew grow. The beer sounds good, I said. The sky had since clouded over during the 3 hours it took me to drive down here, but the sun still burned through. I felt my recluse pale skin toasting. That was okay. I was in need of some summer color. If you saw me then, you might have thought I rolled right off an autopsy table. They're in the fridge, dummy, Stone answered. You think I'm going to leave them out here in this heat? Eat it, Jonas said, making his way to the lake house with his own gym bag thrown over his shoulder. Jonas was a big dude, standing about 6'4" and weighing around 220 pounds. He was all muscle, too. That wasn't surprising, considering how he had loved the gym and the gridiron from a young age. His uncle got him into football in the 4th grade, and he played in high school and could have gone on to play at some small college if he wanted to. Maybe professionally, if the cards had all fallen the right way. By the time of our graduation, I think he was sick of it. Still, despite no longer having to drill, or whatever it is they do in the Marines, Jonas got to the gym 5 days a week, at the crack of dawn before the twins woke up. But Stone could probably still take him. His joke was that he always had weapons, his crutches. Me, I've never been much of a morning person. Before the shit hit the fan, I worked the night shift at the station. That kind of schedule is hard to shake. So, Stone said, what do you want to do tonight? Toss the pigskin, rent a boat, grill some burgers? Shit, Jonas said. How about all of the above? I looked at him, a ghost of a smile on my face, and nodded. Hell yeah. Yeah, Stone said. Might be hard, considering the first item on our agenda is getting fucked up. You know us so well, Jonas said. Wish I didn't. We all laughed. It was a good sound, which the summer breeze carried out toward the lake. For the first time in a long time, I felt better. Normal. Because I was with my two best friends, far away from the now empty lot on the corner of Swan Drive, where the boy died. Far away from the Harlington Cemetery, where he's now buried. It's a shame those good feelings were already coming to an end. Stone was right. What we all wanted to do was, as he so lovingly put it, get fucked up and unwind. Once we got all settled in, we went to the beach. The stairs leading to the shore weren't exactly great for Stone's crutches, or safe, for that matter, so I helped Stone, steadying him as he went down slowly. You let go, Grady, and I swear to all things holy that I'll use a Sharpie to draw dicks all over your face tonight. You know, after you pass out from those wine coolers you made me bring, Stone said. I've actually been thinking about getting a tattoo, I replied. Wouldn't hurt having a trial run. You ain't a tattoo guy, Jonas said from close behind us. One hand was looped through a couple of fold-out chairs, and the other dragged a cooler full of ice, beer, and a few bottles of whiskey. No wine coolers. You're right, I said. I know I am. I can just tell. Jonas nodded to his left shoulder. He was wearing a striped tank top, so the tattoo there was visible. It depicted a serene scene of a beach, the tide crashing against rocks, birds in the sky, all in front of a gorgeous sunset. Oahu was written in cursive below it. This was just one of the many tattoos Jonas had. On his other shoulder was an outline of the great state of Ohio. The cursive word beneath it read, home. Jonas liked the ink. Getting a flu shot, or my finger pricked at my doctor's office made me squeamish. Needles aren't exactly at the top of the list of things I love, so no tattoos for me, and both Stone and Jonesy knew this. Even if I didn't know how you cry whenever you get your blood drawn, Jonas continued, I could still tell. It's in your eyes. All right, Jonas, Stone said. Quit being weird. Jonas shrugged. It's true, like how you can tell the kind of person who's going to complain to the waiter at an Applebee's or something. Like a sixth sense, I joked. Jonas didn't exactly catch on to my ribbing because he was nodding and saying, Yeah, exactly. Man, you been drinking already? Stone asked. No, I just have an open mind. We both kind of rolled our eyes. To Stone and me, we filed psychics, telepaths, ghost hunters, and all that type of stuff into the same mental drawer we put Santa and the Tooth Fairy. At least we did at that point in our lives. What happened only a few hours later, what we ended up seeing with our own eyes, changed that. Our part of the beach was deserted, but looking down the shore, I caught glimpses of a couple of campfires and some people splashing in the water just a few houses down. There was a boat puttering around in the distance, too. No wakeboarder or water skier tagging along, though. We set up around the bones of a fire pit, the same one we'd sat at more than a decade before. Jonas set the chairs up. Stone sat opposite of me, his back to the water. Man, this place is a little... Jonas began. Dead? Stone said. Yeah. And depressing, Jonas agreed. I don't know, I said. I like it this way. It's a lot more calm. Jonas snorted. A vacation shouldn't be calm, man. It should be party central. He began mimicking the beat of a terrible dubstep song. Stone plugged his ears and shouted, We're not 19-year-olds on spring break. Spoken like a guy who's got one foot in the grave, Jonas replied. Well, I can't walk too well, so I probably stepped in it by accident, Stone said. This got us laughing again. It may seem mean-spirited to an outsider, but it wasn't. Stone no longer took his disability too seriously. He told me once that when he had enough time to grieve the loss of his parents and get his head clear, he was glad to be alive. I was glad, too. My life would have been a lot more dim without Stone around. Same went for Jonas. We were the Three Musketeers, after all. I reached into the cooler and grabbed a few beers. Jonas said, shaking his head. Liquor before beer and you're in the clear, remember? So I switched the beers for the bottle of whiskey and some cold glasses, poured us all about half a glass, much more than I probably should have, and passed them out. To the Three Musketeers, Jonas said, raising his drink. To the Three Musketeers, I echoed. Then we were both looking at Stone. Seriously, you're going to make me say it, Stone said. He rolled his eyes so hard I thought he might roll out of his chair. Come on, Jonas said. Don't be a prick. Fine. To the Three Musketeers. Stone raised his glass, and we knocked them together over the pit and drank. The whiskey burned me something fierce, but it brought on a good buzz pretty quickly, and I was grateful for that. But seriously, guys, Stone said, grimacing after he'd swallowed his whiskey. We really need to work on a new nickname. What's wrong with the Three Musketeers? Jonas said. That's an epic name. It just makes me think of that one episode of Tom and Jerry, and I hate that show. You hate Tom and Jerry? I asked. What's wrong with you? Do you hate Scooby-Doo, too? Stone took another gulp. No, I love Scooby, you know that. But that mouse was way more of a dick to the cat than necessary, and Tom was painted as the bad guy. So wrong. I sat there and blinked dumbly at him. Go on, Jonas said. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees as he stared at Stone intently. Stone continued. I mean, do I really have to? If you've seen any of those cartoons, you'd know Tom was a goddamn jack of all trades. Seriously, he could play all types of instruments, dress like a fashion model, and blow smoke rings that said howdy and shit. What the hell did Jerry do besides be a little dickhead? He stole food all the time, food that Tom's owner probably worked super hard for. And he'd always steal way more than he needed. I mean, he's a mouse. How much cheese does it take to fill his stomach? He sure ain't got a tiny refrigerator to store all he stole for later, so it's just gonna spoil, and Tom was just doing his job, being a cat. His owner wanted the mouse gone, and he put his cat on the job, and if Tom failed, he'd be thrown out on the street. He didn't have a choice. A film of sweat glistened on Stone's forehead. He wiped it away with the back of his arm. I noticed the sun was on its way down by this point, and the temperature had dropped a considerable amount. More than normal on a summer's evening, even for Ohio. So the weather wasn't to blame. Stone just felt strongly about the subject, I guess. When he was done, he took a deep breath, exhaled, then downed the rest of his whiskey. With a shrug, he said, There. That's all I got to say. A moment of silence fell between the three of us. The happy voices of the other lake-goers drifted down the beach. The boat's motor droned on. One thing I didn't hear were the birds. Around there, with the woods and the lack of nearby traffic, I should have heard them. But when I think about it now, their silence was just another warning sign of what was to come. Jonas laughed. Holy shit, Stone, that was really weird, I finished for him. But passionate, and I respect that. I think. Yeah, Jonas agreed. Weird. I couldn't imagine getting you going about politics, I said. Stone shook his head. Fuck politics. I'll drink to that, Jonas said. So we did. Night fell, and we were still on the beach. The moon was a cold sliver of white high above us, its reflection shimmering on the swaying surface of Prism Lake. In the far distance, from neighboring towns, fireworks popped off in celebration of our country's 224th year of independence. The people down the shore were still out and about, though no one was getting any night swimming in. It was 70 degrees with a chill wind blowing. The three of us barely noticed, and I blame the alcohol for that. Whiskey has a way of keeping you warm. By this time, I'd guess it was going on 10. The Three Musketeers had become the Three Drunk Musketeers, And I was thinking about the episode of Tom and Jerry Stone had mentioned where the two mice dressed up like characters from Alexander Dumas' famous novel. In the episode, one of them, I can't remember which, gets into a barrel of wine or some other type of alcoholic beverage and drinks more than his weight. For the rest of the show, the mouse stumbles around and hiccups constantly. I thought it was funny, but I wasn't smiling. It was hard to smile. Jonas was stoking the flames of our fire, which had been burning low but giving off a comforting amount of heat. He looked my way, the embers reflecting orange in his right eye. "Grady, man, I gotta ask. What's wrong?" "Nothing," I said without missing a beat. "Bull, you've been staring at the fire like you want to kill it. Or at the very least, whip out your micro-penis and piss on it. What, did your boyfriend dump you or something?" Jonas offered me a cautious smile, his way of disguising the seriousness of the situation with our trademarked immature humor. We were pushing 30, but we still acted like we were in high school 95% of the time. "No," I said, "I'm still banging your mom, and my micro-penis is good enough for her." Stone threw his head back and laughed so hard the beer bottle he was holding, mostly empty, tumbled from his grip and thumped in the sand. "Nice one." I stood up on drunk, rubbery legs and gave half a bow. Anything more than that and I would have gone tumbling like Stone's beer. "Real funny," Jonas said. He ripped off a couple of fake laughs and raised his fist in front of his face. Then with his other hand he began turning the handle of an imaginary reel while his middle finger slowly unspooled. I blew him a kiss and said, "Get your future daddy another beer, will you?" Smiling, Jonas said, "Sure thing." He swiveled his body in the chair, bent over, and rummaged through the mostly melted ice in the cooler. Aside from glass craft beer bottles, Stone had also crammed in half a 48-pack of Coors, or, as he liked to call them, silver bullets, though I doubted hitting a werewolf with one of these would do much of anything besides piss it off. Jonas held one of those silver bullets in his left hand now. Before I could move, he shook it up hard and popped the tab, spraying me with foamy beer. I swatted at it. My eyes squeezed shut and lost my balance. Before I knew it, I was falling back in my chair and hitting the sand with a little more than a thump. The wind whooshed out of me, but I still had a big old grin on my face. "Oh, shit," Jonas said. "Grady, you all right?" Stone, of course, was laughing like a maniac and clapping his hands. This got me laughing, too. Couldn't help myself. The last domino to fall was Jonas. He ended up doubled over and clutching his stomach before he helped me onto my feet. We were still laughing when a man's voice broke in and said, "Hey there, don't mean to intrude." I turned around. Standing in front of me was a fella of about 50, in a pair of cargo shorts, Jesus sandals, and a black Hard Rock Cafe Myrtle Beach t-shirt. Next to him was a boy of about 16 or 17. Put a goatee on the kid and he'd be a spitting image of the man. The boy was smiling wide. I'm guessing at me, all drenched in beer and covered in sand. The wetness only made the cool night air all the more noticeable. I suppressed a shiver, wanting only to get back into my chair and scoot a little closer to the fire. "Sorry," Jonas said. "We being too loud? We'll turn it down a bit." The man waved a hand and shook his head. He looked vaguely familiar. Like maybe I used to see him here when Stone's dad brought us all those summers ago. No, don't worry about that. Y'all are just having a good time." He looked out at the lake with nostalgia-filled eyes. "I ain't so old I don't remember what it was like being a young man, you know. Anyway, the reason I came up here was 'cause I was wondering if y'all wanted to join us for some s'mores. Besides the group a few houses down from my place, you're all that's celebrating the 4th on this side of the lake, and they ain't nothing but high school and college kids. Too cool to be bothered and all that." "Shit," Stone said in a not-so-low whisper. "I could go for some s'mores right about now." I flashed him a look that said, "Manners, dude." And Stone squinted, not catching my drift. so I gave a not-so-subtle nod toward the boy. Stone understood then. Sorry, I meant... Crap, I could go for some s'mores right about now. The man laughed. Relax, fella, ain't nothing Mikey hasn't heard 1,000,000 times before. Ain't that right, Mikey? The boy nodded. You bet your fucking A, Pop. This brought on a sharp glare and a frown from the man. Now, don't push it, Mikey. Your mama ever found out I let you talk like that, and she'd have me in the doghouse for a month. The boy slapped his father on one shoulder. Exactly, Pop. Exactly. I stepped forward, realizing we hadn't properly introduced ourselves. First impressions are the most important, right? And my drunk ass falling out of my chair all covered in beer wasn't exactly going to win first impression of the year. I'm Grady Miller. The tall guy's Jonas, and that's Stone. I stuck out a hand, realizing it was probably sticky with beer, gave it a swipe down my leg, and stuck it out again. The man shook it. Pleasure to meet you, fellas. Name's Ed Hark, and this here's my son, Mikey. We live just up yonder a few months out of the year. He was pointing over his shoulder at one of the lake houses, 2 down from the one we had rented. It put ours to shame. Wife don't like the cold, so we spend the rest of the year down south in Alabama, near Birmingham. That's where most of her family's from. Me, I'm an Ohioan, born and raised, so it hurts mighty bad to admit that, but you know what they say, happy wife, happy life. Amen, brother, Jonas said. He made the OK sign with his left hand. To happy wives and pure-blood Ohioans. Ed nodded, his eyes gleaming. So, what do you say? Want to soak up some of that booze with honey, graham crackers, Hershey bars, and marshmallows? The first 2 ain't the best for you, I'll be honest, but it says on the back of the marshmallow bag that they ain't got no calories. Evens out, if you ask me. Feeling good, and genuinely smiling, I said, If you ask me, Ed, that sounds fantastic. Yeah, you're a saint, Stone added. All I packed for food was some Funyuns. And dogs. Don't forget the dogs and Bergs, Jonas said. Hey, don't even think about it, Jonesy, Stone said. Those are for tomorrow. I agreed. A July 4th without hot dogs and burgers isn't much of a July 4th at all. I like y'all already, Ed said. Likewise, Stone said. He nodded at Jonas. Give the guy a beer. Jonas fished out a bullet and tossed it Ed's way. Ed caught it with an ease I hadn't expected. He looked longingly at the sweating can, again with nostalgia-filled eyes. Damn, I ain't have one of these since college. Dad, you didn't go to college, Mikey said. No, son, I didn't. Not to any classes, anyway, but I sure as hell found my way into a few frat parties down in Cincinnati. You know what we called it, don't you? Sin City, baby. He cracked the beer open and downed the can in 3 gulps. All of us, Mikey included, looked on in utter disbelief. Then Ed wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and belched loudly, and we got to laughing again. Yeah, we laughed a lot in those hours leading up to the end. Ed's lake house had a deck coming off the back of it, so long that it almost hung over the water. It wasn't exactly good for crutching either, but that was okay. I just helped Stone back up the bank, which wasn't as steep as the one by our lake house. At the crest, Stone crutched his way to the last few steps leading to the deck. He looked over his shoulder at me with a slight grimace on his face. All good? I asked. I got it, Stone replied. He walked over to the table in the middle of the deck, rubber stoppers trundling over the smooth wooden boards. It didn't look easy. A few seconds later, he sat next to an empty seat I'd eventually take and grabbed and popped open another beer. I followed suit. I guess I was a thirsty man that night. As I sipped on the beer, I saw that the party down the shore, the one with the young crowd, had mellowed. They were no longer playing music from wireless speakers or their iPhones or whatever, and the laughing slowed, though when they did laugh, we heard it loud and clear from Ed's deck. I saw thin silhouettes huddled around a low-burning campfire. Someone rang out all the wrong chords to a John Mayer song I could barely identify. One thing didn't change with the years, I guess. No matter the era, there was always that guy who took it upon himself to bless or curse his friends and acquaintances with an acoustic guitar, usually out of tune and played the wrong way. But hey, I guess that was part of being young. Jonas plopped down across from me. The light carrying out from the inside of Ed's lake house caught in his eyes. They were bloodshot and watery. He held a full beer in his hand, and I made a mental note to cut him off after that one. I forgot, but only because things have a way of slipping from your mind when you're having a good time. Can't blame me for that. We were certainly having a good time, and I needed it more than ever at that moment. Suicide, though I can't say for sure I would have resorted to that, was a word constantly kicking around in my head. I don't know if there's an afterlife, or a Jesus, or a God. I'd like to think there is, but logically I can't bring myself to really believe that. Logically, I think there's nothing. I think our hearts stop beating and everything goes dark. And it was that concept of darkness, of nothingness, that spoke so strongly to me. I wouldn't have to worry about any bad thoughts. I wouldn't have to struggle to get out of bed every morning. I wouldn't have to worry about money or health or relationships. I wouldn't have to worry at all. The sliding door to my left opened. A puff of air-conditioned air followed the 4 people that stepped onto the deck. I recognized 2 of them, Ed and his son Mikey. The other 2 were strangers, both women. One was closer to Ed's age, and even a tipsy going-on-drunk me could figure out she was his wife. She was tall and thin. Her hair was the thickest part about her, a dark brown as smooth as silk. The young woman behind her had the same type of hair, but it was auburn. Quite possibly the prettiest color I'd ever seen. Attached to quite possibly the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Stone leaned over and whispered, "Might want to close your mouth, brother, before a mosquito flies in there and lays eggs or something bad. Malaria ain't no joke." His voice snapped me out of whatever spell I had fallen under. With a jolt, I clamped my jaw shut and smiled, hoping I didn't look too much like a serial killer, though it certainly probably seemed that way. She barely gave me a glance. That wasn't exactly something new, but I couldn't blame her. If I came out to a bunch of drunk strangers sitting on my back deck, smiling at me like I was a piece of meat, I'd avoid any and all eye contact, too. Ed set a couple of boxes of honey-made graham crackers down. One of them wobbled and leaned against the umbrella pole sticking out of a hole in the middle of the table. "Get that fire going, son, will you?" "Yeah, Pop." Mikey grabbed a box of long matches and a few logs stacked in one corner of the deck. His face was beaming with anticipation. That look in the kid's eyes was the same one that started hundreds of fires throughout the year. This thought inevitably led to the apartment building boy. But for the first time in weeks, I pushed it away and focused on the moment. Progress. "Angie, these here are our current neighbors," Ed said, waving our way. I stood up and shook Angie's hand. Jonas and Stone did the same. "It's so nice to meet y'all," Angie said in a slight southern accent that reminded me of the movie Gone with the Wind, a VHS tape my grandma and I watched so much when I was a boy that the film deteriorated. She passed a long time ago, but we spent a lot of time together. She told me a million stories about my mom and showed me a billion baby and grade school era photos. But I digress again. "And this here's my daughter," Ed said. "Eleanor." Eleanor stepped forward and shook my hand, then did the same with the other musketeers. "She's in her last year of nursing school," Ed said. He put an arm around her and kissed the top of her head. "Making her daddy so proud." "Dad, come on." "Aw, you ain't ever too old to give your pops a hug." Eleanor kept quiet, but judging by the look on her face, she thought that ship had sailed a long time ago. On the other end of the deck, like I said, it was a big one, was a circle of high-back chairs. In the middle of this circle was the fire pit. Mikey lit one of the stove matches, and a spout of flames erupted from the pit, bathing us all in much-needed heat. With the new light, I saw how Eleanor was more beautiful than I'd first thought. It was hard not to stare at her. She noticed, too, because she set her gaze on me. Normally, when the person you're staring at catches you staring at them, you're supposed to quickly look away, or hold your wrist up and act like you're checking the time. Well, I wasn't wearing a watch, and I didn't look away. Our eyes met for half a heartbeat before she smiled and brushed a lock of hair behind one ear. I can't say if it was love at first sight for her, but I'll be damned if it wasn't for me. We gathered around a fire for the second time that night. We made s'mores, we laughed, and we enjoyed ourselves. Once the Harks and us got comfortable and the conversation got rolling, I never once thought of the dead boy, or how I had failed to save him. I didn't hear his screams. I didn't hear the crash of the ceiling falling all around us. I felt nothing. I was just living in the moment. Ed drank another beer with us, but this time he didn't crack it open and down it like a frat boy. He sipped like a gentleman. His wife and daughter opted for wine coolers, to which Stone so wittily said, "You got any more? Grady loves 'em." I whispered, "You're lucky there's women and children present, Stone." He winked. Eleanor said, "There's nothing wrong with a guy liking wine coolers when you don't care about what others think of you, when you're confident. Well, that's attractive." She was looking at Stone as she said it, but her gaze wandered my way. I felt my cheeks burning, glad the fire painted all our faces a reddish orange. "No, there ain't nothing wrong with that," Ed agreed. "But the fact of the matter is that fruity crap don't do much of anything for us." He was smiling. "Ain't that right, Grady?" I nodded half-heartedly, mainly because I wasn't really paying attention. I was replaying that smile Eleanor flashed my way. I knew I could never get sick of that smile. I knew that if I had the worst day humanly possible, I could come home and see that smile, and all would be right in the world again. "Exactly," Ed said. He leaned forward. There was a smudge of chocolate in one corner of his mouth. "You look like a whiskey man to me, Grady." "Yep. I do like my whiskey," I agreed. "How about we break out the good stuff?" He cast a hesitant eye to his wife. "I mean, in honor of the 4th and all, I think we got to." Angie shrugged. "I'm not the boss of you, Ed. You do what you want." He put an arm around her and kissed one upturned cheek. Angie's smile was just as pretty as Eleanor's. "She says that," Ed said. "But she knows she wears the pants in the family." "I'd say," Mikey mumbled. "There you go, Mike," Ed pointed. "You understand that early on, and any relationship you have will be smooth sailing." He scooted his chair back and rose. "Come on, Grady. I'll show you the good whiskey. Wash that taste of wild turkey out of your mouth." As much as I wanted to stay by the fire and its warmth, the temperature had dropped lower in just the half hour or so we'd been sitting on the deck. But I knew my manners, so I got up. "I'll come too," Stone said. "I never pass up the chance for free booze." Ed laughed. "I like you fellas." He nodded at Jonas. "How about you, Jay? You want in on this? Can I mark you down for a glass?" Jonas shook his head and waved his arms. "Better not. I think I'm whiskeyed out for the night. Any more and I'll be spending the 4th on the bathroom floor hugging the toilet. Just can't knock 'em down like I used to." "Oh, you sure?" "Yep, thanks, though. Maybe next year." "All right, more for us then, huh, boys?" Ed led the way into the lake house. The inside smelled of roses. It came from a bouquet on a kitchen counter. I was studying them as we walked past. "Yep, got those for the old ball and chain. We just had our 28th anniversary a couple days ago." "Whew, does time fly." "Very sweet," Stone said. He was talking with a bit of a slur. I didn't know if more booze was in his, or even my, best interests. But hey, it was almost the 4th of July, and though we didn't know it then, this was probably the last time we'd get to celebrate anything. "Whoa," Stone said suddenly. I looked behind me, saw he wasn't there. He had wandered off to a different room, a den with a grand fireplace. The faint smell of smoke drifted out from inside. I guessed this was Ed's man cave. "What's this?" Stone asked. His head was craned up at something above the mantel. Ed wasn't in the room. He was pouring a couple glasses of whiskey at a bar in the den. Good stuff, like he said. I could tell just from the decanter it was in. I swear it was made out of diamonds, it sparkled so bright. Now he came our way and handed the drink to me. I followed. What Stone was looking at was a rifle. I don't know much about guns, but it seemed like the kind of rifle you wouldn't hunt deer with. More like elephants or Godzilla. Ed took a drink. There was a gleam of pride in his eyes. "That, my friend, is the gun my own pops gave me years ago. Bagged my first buck with it. It's now officially been retired to my personal Hall of Fame. Ain't it a beaut?" "It is," Stone said. "You still hunt?" "Oh, yeah," Ed said, "whenever I get the chance. Been trying to get Mikey to come out with me, but—" He shook his head and took another drink. "This generation of kids have all gone soft. I hate to sound like an old geezer. But god damn, what the hell's with all these veggie burgers and selfies? I ain't ever gonna understand it." "Amen, brother," Stone said. "I like to think I'm somewhat hip, but when it comes to all the Snapchats and TikToks and Instagram stuff, I'm clueless. First of all, why the hell would someone care about what you're eating for dinner? And unless you're a chef, why would you take a picture of it in the first place?" "Yep, food's meant to be eaten last I checked," Ed said. "Cheers to that." He held up his glass. We toasted and drank. The whiskey went down smoothly, tasted good. Like money. "Took me too long to master Facebook," Stone said. "Now I gotta learn all this other crap? No thank you." "Just the other day," I said, "I was at the grocery store and some teenagers ran into my cart. You know what one of them said to me?" Stone shook his head. Ed waited. He said, "Sorry, sir." Sir. He called me sir. I couldn't believe my ears. Am I so old now that I'm a sir? Ed laughed as he sat on the fireplace. "Wait till you get to be my age. Then you'll get the more than occasional, 'Watch out, Grandpa.'" He took another drink, gritted his teeth. "Those damn kids better stay off my lawn." We all laughed. Then, after we settled, Ed stood and brushed the barrel of the mounted rifle. "She was a good gun," he said, "but far from my best. I got a whole mess of 'em in a cabinet down in the basement. Used to lock it when the kids were just tykes, but never do now. You know why? 'Cause I'm hoping Mikey'll take it upon himself to pick one up and ask me to go hunting with him. Sad, ain't it? Y'all want to see?" I was about to say yes when the glass door slid open and Angie's voice drifted in. "Eddie, can you grab me a jacket from upstairs? It's getting chilly out here." "Sure thing, hon." Ed arched an eyebrow. "Rain check, fellas. Duty calls. You know how it is. I'll meet you out there." So we went back outside. Eleanor caught my eye and said, "Showed you his guns, didn't he?" I chuckled. "Almost." "Count yourselves lucky," Angie added. "First it's the guns, then it's the trophies and ribbons from his competitions, and he's got enough to keep you busy for hours. Next thing you know, he signed you up as his partner for a shooting tournament." "That doesn't sound so bad," Stone said. "Never shot anything more than an airsoft rifle before, but I've always fancied myself a gunslinger." "Fancied being the operative word here," Jonas added. He was playing cards with Mikey. War. A fitting game for a former soldier like himself. "It doesn't sound so bad," Mikey added, "until he's making you get up at 4:45 in the morning for practice. And when Ed sets his mind on something," Angie said, "he doesn't let up, God bless him." "Okay, I guess it sounds a little bad," Stone agreed. Ed came back out holding a couple of jackets. He gave one to Angie and the other to Eleanor. It was more than chilly out. It was downright cold. I wished I had a jacket myself. Even around the flames, my skin broke out in occasional goosebumps. I didn't check the temperature. No thermometers around, and my phone was back at our lake house. Service was spotty at best out here anyway, but I'd guess it was in the low 60s at the time and falling. "Were y'all talking about me?" Ed said, looking at us with narrowed eyes. "Yes, but only about how you're the greatest husband and father in the world," Angie said in her fakest sweet voice. Yeah. Flattery'll get you everywhere," Ed said. "Keep it up and you might get lucky tonight, doll." "Blah!" Eleanor said, covering her face and leaning away from the table. "Yuck! Dad, come on, you're going to make me barf," Mikey added. It was a bit after midnight when we headed back to our lake house. The wind wasn't quite howling at that point, but it was blowing hard. "Nice people," Stone said. "Very nice," I agreed. Jonas, very toasted, said, "Hot daughter, too." Stone and I stopped halfway up the walk to the porch and gave him a sidelong look. "What?" he went on. "We were all thinking it." "Yeah, but you're married," Stone said. "Hey, I was just pointing out the obvious. I'm no cheater. Besides, even if I was, I'm pretty sure Grady's already got dibs on her." No, I began. "True," Stone said. "Don't even deny it, man. You were practically drooling." I was. If that was the case, then that was bad. I tried hiding my obvious attraction to Eleanor, but the booze must have once again gotten the best of me. Or maybe I'm just bad at that stuff. "No, man, we're fucking with you," Jonas said. "But hey, I say go for it. Why not? You never know what could happen." Jonas was right. You really never knew what could happen. But what happened was far from anything any of us could fathom. I went to my room and laid down, not even bothering to change out of my clothes. Exhaustion hit me pretty hard, but I resisted. Usually, when my head hit the pillow and the darkness took over the room, my mind wandered to the apartment building and the dead boy. That night, it did not. Instead, I was replaying all the good times we'd had already. It was going to be a great weekend. Not long after, I fell asleep. There were no nightmares, no dreams at all that I can remember. I was grateful for that. Had Stone not woken me up a couple of hours later, it may have been the best sleep I'd gotten in a long while. But as I was sleeping soundlessly, the wind howled, and the first snowstorm began to fall. 2. The storm. Like I said, it wasn't the wind that woke me up. If I'd gone to sleep sober, maybe it probably would have been. It sounded like jet engines right outside of my window. I was dead asleep when my bedroom door opened, and Stone shook me. Grady, dude, wake up!" I moaned and waved him away, now half awake. Stone sat in his chair on the right side of my bed. A ghostly white light lit up his face. It took me a moment to realize it came from his cell phone. I blinked. The clock on my nightstand read 2:19 a.m., but it felt like it was much later, like I had slept for hours. "What?" I said, my voice hoarse. "Dude, you gotta look outside." "Why?" I rolled over and propped myself up on my elbow. "It's the middle of the night. I'm too old to be up this late." My hand went to my brow and rubbed. I was only dimly aware of how cold my fingers felt. And I'm already starting to get a hangover. I reminded myself to never drink again. "Forget all that," Stone said. He sounded like he'd accidentally caught a glimpse of Bigfoot and was wanting to share his glorious discovery. "What is it, man? And why is the air conditioning so high? It's freezing in here." "You don't know the half of it," Stone said. "It's Christmas outside." I ran a hand through my hair and shook my head, mostly to get my bearings back. "Christmas? Stone, it's July 4th. How much of that good whiskey did you have at Ed's? The previous evening's escapades hung fresh in my mind, but I almost couldn't believe it. It was as if an entirely different Grady had been there, not the one of the last 2 months. Just look out the window. Are you sleepwalking? I asked. He stopped and turned around. Yeah, I got up, put on my crutches, grabbed my cell phone, and wobbled in here, all while unconscious. Fair point. Sarcasm, if you didn't catch that. I'm gonna go wake up Jonas. He's got to see this, too. Meanwhile, go, look out the window. Be careful, I said. Jonas never saw action, but he'll come at you like he's having a Nam flashback. Stone frowned, and like it was planned, he said, Nam isn't a joke, Grady. It was a tough time for all of us. Even though it was the middle of the night and Stone was apparently hopped up about something, Christmas in July or whatever, it didn't stop him from remembering one of our many inside jokes. This one I did find funny, no matter how dumb it may be. We were obviously too young to know much of anything about the Vietnam War, besides what we learned in school and saw on the History Channel, which wasn't much. But, and I don't know why, we always had a good laugh whenever one of us said something like, I haven't been there, or seen, or heard this since Nam, to which someone else would reply, Vietnam isn't a joke. It was a tough time for all of us. Like I said, it's stupid, I know. But then again, what inside jokes aren't to an outsider? Stone walked out of the room, shaking his head. I rose and planted my feet on the floor. Without socks, it felt like I was stepping barefoot onto an ice rink. Talk about a wake-up call. The temperature of the room really hit me then. My flesh broke out in goosebumps. The hair at the back of my neck and along my arms stood at attention, almost to the point of being painful. I grabbed the comforter and wrapped it around my shoulders. Something was off. Not in an intriguing way or anything like that, but off in the way I always imagined stepping foot into a real haunted house would feel. Of course, like I said earlier, I didn't believe in any of that stuff then. It was all fiction, reserved for low-budget movies and cheap paperback books. The wind howled. A gust hit the house like a truck, rattling the glass in the window panes and making me think the roof might blow off. I thought of the Wizard of Oz, and that great tornado that swept Dorothy off to the land of make-believe. The problem was, this wasn't make-believe. Another gust followed, and icy air drifted through cracks in the lake house's walls. So bitterly cold. I don't know how, but I had this feeling it was already really bad and only getting worse. Holy shit, Jonas shouted from his room down the hall. No way this is real. It's Christmas, I told you, Stone said. Grady! Jonas's footsteps thundered toward my bedroom. I was still sitting on the edge of the bed, my feet frozen to the floor, almost literally. When Jonas came in, he had the bewildered look of a man who'd just seen something completely impossible. And that bad feeling in the pit of my stomach sunk its claws in a little deeper. Are you seeing this, dude? I began, but Jonas, the meathead that he is, grabbed my shoulders and yanked me from the mattress up to my numbing feet. As much as I didn't want to see what this was, I had no say in the matter. Jonas dragged me to the window on the far wall, and with each advancing step, the temperature dropped another 5 degrees. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but it was cold. Jonas swatted the curtains away. I stepped back, my eyes wide. I couldn't see much, mostly because frost covered the glass. But even without seeing beyond, I knew what it was. This is insane, Jonas said. He scraped some of the frost away with the palm of his hand. His skin squeaked against the window. I saw clear as day. The moon was a cold crescent, still shining its light on the world below. And in that light, there were ever-growing drifts of snow. It must have been 6 inches already. If the fat flakes whirling down were any indication, the storm wasn't stopping soon. I couldn't speak. My throat felt as frozen as the outside, so I nodded instead. "Have you checked the weather app or Facebook or anything like that?" Jonas asked Stone, who wasn't looking out of the window but was swiping on his phone. "Yeah, there's a few posts about it, but mostly I think everyone's sleeping right through this." "They're lost," Jonas said. "I gotta snap some pictures. This is probably some Ohio record. I bet it's never snowed in July." "Not this much," Stone said absently. His eyes were glued to his screen. Then his eyebrows rose. "Holy shit, look at this." He turned the phone around. Here was a good-looking woman dressed in short shorts and a tank top. She was standing in about an inch or two of snow. Neither Jonas or me said anything. "She's from South Carolina, not too far from Myrtle Beach," Stone said. "It's hot as hell down there in the summer." That bad feeling in my stomach turned into a physical pain. I grabbed my side and squeezed. Part of me thought I was still dreaming, that any second now the images in my sleeping brain would change to flames, and I'd hear the dead boy's screams again, because those were the usual dreams. The worst thing, though, is part of me wished for that. "No way. South Carolina snow in the summer, on the beach," Jonas said. "What the hell's going on? Did some country drop a nuke on us and now the mushroom cloud is messing with the weather or something?" He started pacing, the excitement deflating from his body language like air from a balloon. "I don't think that's how it works," Stone said. He shook his head. "Whatever, I don't know. Beside the point. See if there's snow in Hawaii or Florida," Jonas said. I turned back toward the window. The frostless part was already fogging over, but I could see clear enough. That was when something moved out there. I can't say what because I'm not completely sure. It could have been a deer or a coyote, and most likely that was the case. But knowing what I know now, I don't think it was. It moved too fast, whatever it was, and jerky, like a glitching video. I leaned in closer, cupped my hands around the glass, and peered out. Whatever I saw was gone. Or hiding. Behind me, Stone and Jonas were arguing about how a nuke might trip up the weather systems in the United States. I wasn't listening, but I had a feeling they were both wrong. "Well, shit," Stone said, and that caught my attention. I turned and said, "What?" My chest grew heavier, like I was wearing a weighted vest, and I found it hard to say even a one-syllable word. "The Wi-Fi crapped out on me," he answered, "and I'm not getting any service out here." The house had become noticeably quieter. I strained my ears for, I don't know, something, but whatever was missing wasn't hitting me. "That's normal. The Wi-Fi's shit anyway," Jonas added. "Couldn't even stream Netflix earlier. I can't fall asleep without my Netflix, guys." I suddenly realized what I wasn't hearing. My room was about 5 steps from the kitchen, and it shared a wall with the same wall the refrigerator was pressed up against. Like most of the lake house, it was a relic of a long time ago, one of those fridges without a water dispenser or an ice maker. Loud as hell, too. Its constant thrumming vibrated the shared wall. I didn't mind it. I liked the white noise come bedtime. But now, I heard nothing. The refrigerator was off. I pointed toward the switch behind Stone, near the door. "Flip on the light, Stone." "Huh?" "The light, man." His brow wrinkled, but he crutched back and reached for the switch, flicked it. Just as I thought, nothing happened. "Bulb burnout?" Jonas asked. I shook my head. "Power outage." Now both Stone and Jonas looked a little more than concerned for the first time that night. "We better get a fire going," I said, "or we're going to freeze." So that was what we did. Since sleep wasn't going to happen in our bedrooms without heat, we set up shop in the den, as close to the fireplace as possible, like we were boys having a slumber party. I don't think we could have slept anyway. Jonas opened the front door to help clear some of the initial smoke hanging around the room, and as soon as he did, a blast of icy wind sliced inside. "Shit, man, close it!" Stone shouted. He was currently wrapped up in both his own comforter and a faux bear rug he found in one of the closets. The latter smelled strongly of dust. Jonas closed the door, but only after he stepped onto the porch. "That man is crazy," Stone said, shaking his head. But I saw the curiosity in his eyes. Then his hands snaked out from beneath the blankets and gripped his crutches. "I wouldn't, man," I said. The sound of my voice pretty much gave me away. I was curious and convinced this was all some sort of vivid hallucination and needed proof otherwise. "What, man, it's just snow," Stone said. "We've seen our fair share of it, and we know it can't hurt us." He limped toward the door, stopped at the threshold. "But we've never seen snow in July. It just seems wrong, I know," Stone finished. "But that wasn't the word I was thinking of. That word was actually sinister." Stone didn't listen to me. He went outside with Jonas, leaving me alone next to the roaring fireplace. The dead boy was the furthest thing from my mind then. And I guess I was somewhat subconsciously aware of that. The snow had become a blessed distraction. I wanted to keep this distraction going, too. I wanted to keep burying the nightmarish images in my head for as long as possible. So I did what anyone in my unique situation would have done. I guess it was the same thing millions all over were probably doing. I went outside with my friends, into the summer snow. Pushing the storm door proved difficult, because the snow was already piled pretty high on the porch, even with the awning covering most of it. The wind blew it in all directions. Nowhere was safe. As soon as the first flake landed on my skin, melting nearly as fast as the one on my windshield all those hours ago had, I knew it was real. Still, I stepped out from under the porch, Stone's crutches crunching as he followed me. I was wearing a pair of tennis shoes without socks. Hardly the type of footwear for a blizzard. "Yep," Stone said. "It's real." "No shit," Jonas shouted. Unlike us, he'd gone right into the dunes like an overzealous puppy. He threw a couple of snowballs our way. One hit me in the shoulder, the other banged off the den's window. "Hey," I said. "Not cool, Jonas. I'm already freezing here." "Oh, lighten up, Grady. Have some fun for once." Jonas threw another, but this time I dodged it. Suddenly, the snow didn't seem so sinister anymore. I mean, not on a surface level. The wrongness of it hovered in the back of my mind, but very far in the back, where the apartment fire and the dead boy were, waiting for the distraction to end. I felt them there, and I felt the little diversion fleeting. So I scooped up some snow and hit Jonas. "Real mature, guys," Stone said as he watched this battle ensue. Jonas spun around the back of my car and lobbed one that landed inches from my feet. As soon as he stuck his head out, I beamed him. "The world is ending," Stone continued, "and you two are having a—" Just then a snowball glanced off the side of Stone's head, dusting him in white. Underneath the porch awning, we were shielded from the worst of it coming down from the skies, but now his entire left shoulder inside of his face was covered. Jonas had come out from behind the car. I was standing on the edge of the porch, shivering, grinning stupidly, and watching Stone's reaction. "Oh, okay," Stone said, looking down at his shoulder at the melting flakes. "I see how it is. If that's how you want to play it, then let's go." He ditched his crutches, dropped to his knees, and began rapidly gathering snow. "Game on!" Jonas shouted, and I whooped with joy. And that was how 3 men in their late 20s began a snowball fight in the middle of an Ohio summer. After the fight, which left us out of breath and covered in melting snow, we tried going back to sleep. The novelty of the odd winter storm had begun wearing off, becoming only just another few inches of snow on the ground in Ohio. Crazy to say that? Maybe. I couldn't go back to sleep anyway because the wind continued its howling. The lake house was old, not like Ed's down the way, and had only been renovated on the outside years ago. The owners, knowing they'd probably never rent the place out in the winter months, must not have cared about insulation because the cold air was sneaking inside through many unseen cracks. The power hadn't come back on either, so all we had was the fire. I laid down and closed my eyes, teeth chattering, my skin craving the heat of the flames like a drowning man craves air. I must have laid there for a half an hour, just listening to the wind pummel the lake house, before Jonas's snoring started. I can't say for sure how he slept so heavily, but I do believe the whiskey played a large part. "You up?" I whispered to Stone. He was stretched out on the couch, piled high in blankets. "How could I sleep with Jonas sounding like a lawnmower in labor?" Stone answered in a not-so-soft whisper that made Jonas stir on his section of the floor. I sat up. "Good point. Even without that, I'd still be awake. Can't stop messing with my phone. Sometimes the signal in the corner will show 3G, but as soon as I try opening Safari, it gives me a big old X. It's bullshit, man. What did I pay all this money for if my smartphone acts as dumb as me?" I laughed. Had we gotten service or power for the Wi-Fi, we would have known these storms weren't just happening in Ohio and South Carolina. They were happening all over the world. Places that hadn't seen snow since the last ice age were now covered white, and the places that were exceptionally snowy year-round were now buried, which was quickly happening to us on Lake Prism. The fire's strength dwindled. I stood, grabbed a couple of logs, and threw them in. They caught soon after, bathing me in warmth. The den wasn't much. Not when you compared it to Ed's, but I liked it. It reminded me of those warm summer nights staying up with Stone and Jonas, talking about girls and sports and video games. I sat on the bricks and lowered the blanket into my lap, letting the heat roast my back. Stone was looking up above the mantel, where a big moose head had been mounted since long before we ever set foot in this place. His dad said the moose head was here first. The owners just built the lake house around it. I think it was then, sitting there, listening to the storm outside, that I accepted the fact I'd not sleep for the rest of the night. Not with the wind and the cold and the oddness of our situation. Stone looked down at his phone, swiped and tapped a few times with no luck, judging by the annoyed look on his face. "This sucks. I need my phone, dude." "Don't worry," I said. "Power will be back on soon." I was wrong. To this day, the grid remains down. Some are lucky enough to have backup generators, but those will eventually die out too. "Your phone having any luck?" Stone asked me. I shook my head. Been dead a little after we got back from Ed's. Never got around to plugging it in. It's like an iPhone 5 or something. The battery holds a charge for about an hour, and that's only if I'm not doing anything on it. 30 minutes, 45 if I'm lucky when I am using it. Stone pinched the bridge of his nose. "And Jonas has a fucking flip phone. Yikes, you guys really need to get with the program. It's like you're already on your way to a nursing home." He laughed. "And you thought those kids calling you sir was bad. I think I've accepted that. I like simple things. Books, TV with only a few stations, nice walks in the park." "You're lame, Grady, but I love you," Stone said with a grin. "I think you've been a lost cause since you came to school in a pair of cut-off jean shorts that one field day in 8th grade. Remember that?" "It was one time. Why do you keep reminding me?" Stone shrugged. 'Cause it's funny." A few seconds later, a gust of wind crashed into the house hard enough for me to think the windows might shatter. They held together, somehow. Stone shot up to a sitting position on the couch, cringing. Another, smaller gust followed. It sounded like 100 animals were dying out there. "This really is insane, man," Stone said. "Batshit insane." "Yeah, we did have a snowball fight on the 4th of July, I replied. I don't think any of us really knew how crazy it was. Some things the mind just can't comprehend. The summer snow was only the beginning of a long list of things we'd never truly understand. Stone dabbed at his brow with his blankets. I think I'm actually getting a little toasty now. Joke or not, it was the last time anyone I knew ever said that. Then things went quiet again as we sat there soaking up as much heat as we could, both of us deep in thought. I was staring into the flames, but not seeing them. The distraction was over, I guess, because although I wasn't seeing our fire, I saw a different one. It was the fire that burned the apartment complex and an innocent boy's life to ash. I tilted my head downward and squeezed my eyes shut, hoping I seemed like a guy suffering from an oncoming hangover and not like a guy fighting the ghosts in his head. "Dude," Stone whispered. "Yeah? It's not just the snow, man. You are not okay, I can tell." "I'm good." I held my head up and gave him my best fake smile. If it looked as false on my face as it felt, there was no convincing him. It seemed like he sometimes knew me more than I knew myself. Bullshit. You look about as sunny as it does outside. He paused and looked into my eyes, but somehow he was seeing deeper than them. "I know. Plain and simple, Grady, I've seen you when you're happy. This ain't it. I know you. And right now, you aren't right. Just because we're older doesn't mean we have to bury our emotions, brother. Talking about stuff that's bothering you is freeing in a way. Take it from me, man. After I lost my parents, I didn't want to talk to anyone. I wished I was dead with them. I wished I would have gone through the windshield, gotten flattened by an 18-wheeler. Hell, at the very least, I wish I would have never woken up from my coma." "Don't say that," I said. "No, I can say that because I don't feel that way anymore. I'm glad to be alive. I'm glad I had a chance. I've got 2 wonky legs, but I know how to party. If I was 6 feet underground getting munched on by the worms and maggots, I would have missed out on so much." He sighed, crossed his arms over his chest. I noticed, even in the orange light of the flames, how his lips looked slightly blue. The temperature was still dropping, and the fire was proving useless. Then again, without it, we might have been a couple of ice cubes already. "Listen," Stone went on. "All I'm saying is that life goes on, and wounds scab over. Whatever it is, it'll get better. And it'll fade away, I promise." I opened my mouth, unsure of the words I planned on saying, but Stone held up a hand. "We don't have to talk about it if you don't want, but..." "No," I said. "You're right. I should talk about it. I've just been bottling it, and it's been poisoning my insides. I can feel it taking years off my life." Stone remained quiet, studying me. I cleared my throat. "Okay. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to need a drink." "Well, I can guarantee you one thing," Stone said. "The beer's definitely cold." "Someone say beer?" Jonas said from his spot on the floor. He raised his head and was looking at us, the fire twinkling in eyes still heavy with sleep. "I'm always down for a midnight sip." He looked around, focused on the window, which showed a wall of white coming down outside. "Fuck, is it still snowing? I was hoping I'd dreamt that." Through the glass, despite the frost, you could see the white flakes falling like daggers. It didn't seem like it was stopping any time soon. Jonas blinked and shook his head. "Yep, I'm gonna really need a drink too, Grady." I got up and grabbed a couple of beers from the fridge, which was no longer running, but Stone was right. They were still ice cold. We cracked them open, and then I told the story of the dead boy. Outside, the wind screamed and rocked the house. The low flames crackled in the fireplace, and the snow buried the world. Here's how it happened. I've never told this story to anyone before because it's not an easy story to tell. There's just no way of telling it where I come out as the good guy, and that sucks. Naturally, when it's your story, you want to be the good guy. It was going on 1 a.m, on a Tuesday in late April. We don't get many big fires in a town as small as mine, just the occasional bonfire gone awry, or fireworks that torch rose bushes and some trees. Usually the fires we got called to could be put out with an extinguisher, but protocol is protocol. And even if someone calls 911 because they smell gas coming from their neighbor's house, we roll out the whole brigade. On that Tuesday in late April, the weather was in the 70s. People were generally in good moods. I don't mind the lack of action, so to speak. I'd been in the break room at our station watching one of the West Coast NBA playoff games, which usually went on well after midnight. Trailblazers versus the Clippers. It was a close one, probably going down to the wire for an amazing finish. But I never found out, because the alarm wailed. Devereaux, the lead during that shift, came in and told me and the others we had a live one, which meant it was no joke. We instantly shot up from our seats and got our gear on. The adrenaline undoubtedly pumped fast through all of our veins. This was what we became firefighters for, not to save cats from trees and douse small rosebush fires, though I never turned down the opportunity to save a cat or some rose bushes when the time came, but to be heroes who scaled burning buildings and saved human lives. I'll admit, however, I wasn't ready for this. I'd seen my fair share of big blazes while working at the fire department, but nothing like what I'd seen on Swan Drive. The apartment building was a beacon. You could see it burning from a mile away. We got there, and we got to work trying to keep the evacuated occupants back. Most fought us, and I didn't blame them. All their belongings were turning to ash, things they loved and cherished, things they'd spent hard-earned money on. With every occupant supposedly accounted for, there wasn't much we could do now, besides watch the building burn. The big hoses were on. They were loud as hell. There was so much happening, I was surprised I had heard the boy at all, what with the confused screams of the occupants, and the rumbling truck engines and the water tanks pumping into the hoses. But I did. He screamed, and I heard it clear as I hear the wind blowing outside now. He was yelling for his mom. I didn't hesitate. I broke free from my post on crowd control duty and rushed to the building. "Miller!" Devereaux shouted. He tried grabbing me, but I slipped right through his grip. In all my gear, I don't know how I moved so fast. Each advancing step made the kids' screams louder. The agony, the desperation. I wasn't prepared for that. "Mommy! Please, Mommy!" he shouted. "Hold on, kid, I'm coming!" I shouted back as I busted through the front doors. The smoke was so thick I could barely see inside, and the roar of the flames pounded my eardrums. The boy was on the second floor. I trucked up the steps, breaking quite a few in the process, almost getting stuck more than once. "Keep yelling, kid," I said. "I'm close." He kept yelling. I was scared as hell. The ceiling above me had fallen in a little ways down the hall. There was also a big hole in the floor, one I'd have to jump over if he was in one of the apartments at the end. I told myself that this was what I trained for, over and over, that this was why I wanted to become a firefighter in the first place, helping people, saving lives, that was all that mattered. Then, with a huge crash, a part of the building behind me caved inward. I heard the rest of the foundation groaning. I swayed on my feet, and I reckoned I had about 3 minutes before it all fell down and buried both the kid and me for good. That 3 minutes would go fast. And it did. I spent all that time trying to get my bearings right, and before I knew it, I was nearly out of time. "Help! Help! Help me!" the boy shouted. I located the source of the screams. They came from 22B. The door was locked, but I kicked it open. A spout of flames flashed and reached out for me. I held my arms up and warded them off, and then plunged inside. I didn't see much. There was a burning couch, a knocked-over TV, glass all over the floor. The wallpaper was curling and singed. Smoke hung around the ceiling like a rain cloud. "Kid! Kid, shout again! Let me know where you're at!" I yelled. "Help!" The sound of his voice was coming from behind me now, somehow. Then I realized the problem. Behind me was the connecting wall to 22A. I fucked up, had gone into the wrong apartment. I told myself there was still time, that I could still save him. Unfortunately, as I turned, ready to head out the door, the ceiling caved in, and it damaged a good portion of the connecting wall, offering me a glimpse into 22A. I saw it all like I was having an out-of-body experience. There, in 22A, a blond boy stood in the middle of the living room. He couldn't have been more than 5. He was clutching a teddy bear to his chest, and his face was dark with soot. Tracks cut through the gray on his cheeks from a constant stream of tears. "Hey!" I shouted. "Hey, I'm right here! Hold on, There was a hole in the connecting wall I was pretty sure I could kick through, but I never got the chance. My time was up. The ceiling in 22A fell and buried the boy in the blink of an eye. I remember screaming and reaching out. Then I remember feeling weightless, falling. The next thing that happened was me waking up in the back of an ambulance with an oxygen mask over my face. Devereaux told me I went through the floor, and a couple of guys pulled me out before the building could bury me. I was lucky to be alive. I sat up, ripped the mask off, and stood on wobbly legs. Besides feeling lightheaded and having a few first-degree burns, I was okay. I stepped toward the building's remains, and that was when I caught them pulling the boy's blackened body from the wreckage, all twisted and broken and scorched. It didn't look human. And here I was, still breathing, barely a scratch on me. I didn't even have a broken bone. You get that? I was okay, but a little boy who had had the rest of his life ahead of him was gone. That's the story. We were all silent after that. I had nothing else to say anyway, but the way Stone and Jonas were both staring at me was making me uncomfortable. Like I was under a microscope, and I can't imagine it was a pretty sight. Tears were stinging the backs of my eyes. I was pretty sure I was going to break down and start sobbing. Finally, Stone spoke. That's terrible, man." "Yeah. I'm so sorry," Jonas added. "Fuck, you needed this vacation more than all of us put together." "Yeah, you needed this vacation, and it's been ruined by a blizzard in July." Stone shook his head. "I'm sorry, Grady, but, dude, it wasn't your fault," Stone continued. "You're a dumbass, but you're not so dumb that you don't realize it wasn't your fault, right?" "I didn't save him. I fucked up," I said, and looked away from my friends. The tears came now, slow, but I made like I was pinching the bridge of my nose and wiped them away before they became too noticeable. It was my job, and I let the kid die. Jonas got up and sat by me at the fireplace. To my surprise, he put an arm around my shoulder. That was odd. Jonas wasn't too practiced in the way of sentimentality, especially to anyone other than his wife and kids. He held his mostly full beer bottle in his free hand. I thought that was also odd because I was sure this sudden burst of sentimentality came from the booze. I was wrong, though. As it turned out, one of my best friends just cared for me. "You did what a bunch of other people wouldn't have done, Grady," Jonas said. "You literally braved a burning building to save a boy." "I was doing my job," I said. "But how many others did you see running into the burning building?" Stone said from the couch. "No one," I answered. But they didn't hear him? Yeah, bullshit. Odds are there was at least one other firefighter there who heard the boy. But saying something would mean having to go in and save him. The kid was probably screaming loud enough for the people in Akron to hear him. The boy was loud. Jonas was right about that. He was so loud I sometimes still hear him. Jonas put out his hands as if to say his point was made. But you were the only one who went in after him. I believe you when you said you went rushing into the flames without a moment's hesitation. If that's not something a hero does, I don't know what is. Yeah, Stone agreed. And no one else followed you. A hero's successful, I said. Otherwise, you're not really a hero. And no one else followed because going in was stupid, as I proved. Whatever, Stone said. Think what you want. Think you're not a hero. Think you're a monster for plunging into a burning building and trying to save some kid. But know you're wrong. Know the outcome wasn't your fault. You did all you could. I went into the wrong apartment. If I'd just gone into 22A, that kid would have been alive. Jonas clapped me on the back hard. The cards just didn't fall that way, Grady. I'm not a religious fella, but I think if there is a God or gods, he or she or they do everything for a reason. And I think it was just that kid's time to go. What kind of God does that? I wondered. Takes innocent lives because it's their time? I guess it's the kind who ended the world with a blizzard. I knew there was no arguing with them. I felt how I felt at the time, and there was no way around it. The boy was dead, and there was no getting around that either. I was no hero. I had failed. What's worse is that after they pulled his body from the wreckage and everything settled down, we learned the fire originated from the boy's apartment. The fault belonged to the boy's mother. She and a guy had been smoking crack in her bedroom while her boy watched cartoons not 5 feet outside her door. She got so high, she passed out with the burning pipe. She most likely went peacefully, while 3 stories of flaming wreckage crushed her son. The world isn't fair sometimes. 3. The Madness. The time was 3:46 a.m., and I was tired as all hell, but after telling my story, there was definitely no chance of sleep. On top of that, the snow outside hadn't stopped. I stood as Jonas was yawning and talking about hitting the hay. I needed another drink. Didn't matter if it was beer, whiskey, or Kool-Aid. My throat was scratchy and my tongue felt like a desert. Yeah, I'm hitting the hay too, Stone said. Matter of fact, just wake me up when the snow's melted. I packed my Speedo, not my North Face. I crossed the kitchen floor and gripped the refrigerator's handle. It felt like touching dry ice. I pulled it open. No light came on. I reached past a silver bullet for a bottled water. But before my hands closed around the can, someone banged on the door so hard I jumped and knocked over nearly everything on the middle shelf. What the hell? I said. There was that bad feeling in the pit of my stomach again. Momentarily forgotten, but never completely gone. Stone, Jonas, and I all looked at each other. Then Stone shrugged. We were 3 grown men. 3 grown men that shouldn't have been scared shitless, but here we were. Seriously, what the fuck? Jonas whispered. The pounding came again, this time more rapidly. My blood pressure spiked to deathly levels. It sounded like whatever was outside wanted in badly, and no flimsy piece of wood would stop them. Then a voice shouted, "Please, let us in! Help!" I barely heard whoever it was over the wind, but I stepped toward the door regardless. "What are you doing?" Stone hissed. "Are you crazy?" Maybe. But as I got closer, and the voice outside grew louder and more desperate, I recognized who it belonged to. It was Eleanor. "Please let us in! He's coming!" I threw open the door, and Eleanor and Mikey spilled inside. I caught Mikey by the collar of his jacket, but Eleanor went onto the couch, knocking over a lamp on the end table. It didn't break, but it could have for all the use we were currently getting out of it. I rushed over. What's wrong? Who's coming? Jonas asked. Stone added, Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Eleanor looked up at me. Her eyes were damp with tears. There was dried blood at one corner of her mouth. She wiped at it, but it stayed. My dad, I don't know, something's wrong with him. He shot Mom, Eleanor gasped. I heard her, but I wasn't sure I heard right. What? Your dad did what? He killed our fucking mom, Mikey shouted. Whoa, 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 Stone said. He was up on his crutches now, and he walked over to us. Jonas kept his distance, shakily raising a beer to his lips. I took it upon myself to latch the deadbolt and put the chain on the door. That bad feeling in my stomach had jumped from my gut and into my chest, where it spread out in painful branches. Mikey was babbling and railing off a stream of frightened expletives. Jonas was talking about calling the police. Eleanor was crying. Stone was leaning one shoulder on the wall and frantically tapping his cell phone screen. And I was just trying to understand what the hell was happening. Okay, I said, let's all take a deep breath and calm down. Then we can go over this slowly. The shouting stopped. All eyes focused on me. For a while, I said nothing and just observed, not believing any of this. Eleanor's hair stuck up in every direction. The dried blood on her face didn't seem to belong to any wound she had, and there were other spots on her clothes. It was Mikey who had it the worst. His shirt, which I originally thought was red, wasn't. It was actually white, but blood had soaked it and turned it a dark pink color. My dad, Eleanor said again. She bit her bottom lip and closed her eyes. I thought she was going to sob, but Mikey put his arm around her shoulder and the sob never came. My dad, he went out into the snow. I don't know what happened, but when he came back, he was different. I could see it in his eyes. He looked rabid, Mikey said. He started yelling and breaking stuff. I've never seen my dad do anything like that. He never gets angry, not even if he's had too much whiskey like he did tonight. I came downstairs, Eleanor continued. And this time the sob exploded from her like a gunshot. She covered her face with both of her hands. No one said anything. We let her get it out of her system. Sometimes that's what a person needs, and it's all you as emotional support can do. After I heard the rest of the story, no amount of sobbing could fix what they'd gone through. Eleanor spoke softly. I came downstairs, and he was holding one of his rifles. The one from over the fireplace, Mikey added. It was a minor detail, but I had to suppress a shiver. Only a few hours earlier, Stone and I had admired that very rifle with Ed. A level-headed Ed. And though I hadn't heard the rest of Eleanor's story at this point, I could have guessed what happened next. I'm sure you could too. There had been an angry man holding a gun. Eleanor and Mikey were covered in blood, and neither their mother or father were with us. Eleanor hadn't said it yet. She had only said her mom had been shot, but I knew. We all knew. Angie was dead. He hit her with the gun first, Eleanor said, and she started screaming. I was right there, and I couldn't do anything. But I should have stopped him. I should have hit him, or I don't know, something. It all happened so fast, and I was frozen. I couldn't. I put my hand on her forearm and met her eyes. I didn't know the pain she was going through, not truly. But I knew what it was like to feel like you should have done more. It's okay, I said, but it wasn't. Not really. What else can you say? I didn't completely understand what was going on. It was too early in all the madness. My mom is dead, Mikey yelled. It's not okay. It's not okay. He doubled over and let out the sobs he had been holding in. I couldn't understand his pain either. I mean, the boy was covered in his mother's blood, for God's sake. 17 may have been close to adult age, but Mikey was far from it. I knew how your age didn't matter when you went through something like that. Eleanor wrapped her arms around him, and he buried his face into her neck, his body shuddering. The sight alone was enough to break your heart. What happened then? Jonas said. But Stone quickly hit him, and that made Jonas jump. Shut up, dummy, Stone hissed. I gave them a warning glance that said now wasn't the time, then turned back to Eleanor. We have to get a hold of the cops. Did you already do that? We're not getting any service over here, were you? Eleanor shook her head. Nothing. I don't even have my cell. I left it back at home. But we have a landline at home. We never use it, but it works. That was surprising. It seemed most people ditched home phones years ago. Okay, we'll keep that in mind, I said. But I really didn't want to go out in this weather with the clothes I had on. What about you, Mikey? Do you have your cell? Mikey's sobbing had lessened. Now he was weeping softly, but he nodded and pulled a Samsung from the pocket of his snow-crusted sweatpants. He kept his face against his sister as he handed it up. Eleanor took it, her hand shaking madly, and held it out for me. I tapped up the screen. The white light illuminated smears of blood. It was hard to look past, but I did, and I saw the service bar in the top right-hand corner. It showed no bars. I hadn't expected any. No signal, I said. Fuck, Stone muttered, and it was Jonas's turn to hit him. What was that for? Jonas shrugged. Don't curse in front of women and children. I think this situation merits cursing, Stone replied. Don't be an asshole. Jonas went to hit him again, but Stone blocked it. Where's your father now? I asked, ignoring the two across the room. I don't know, Eleanor answered. Mikey let go of her then and crumpled to the floor. I went to him and offered my hand. He took it without looking. The poor kid was in shock. Come on, let's get you warm. I guided him toward the fireplace and sat him down on the bricks. Eleanor followed, sitting next to him. Jonas, I said, can you go in my room and get Mikey a clean shirt? Might be a little big, but I think it'll be okay. Jonas nodded and disappeared down the dark hall. I didn't know what to do. None of us did, really. All we knew was that we were stuck in the lake house for the time being. The cars weren't going to be able to plow through all that snow. The last time I looked out the window, it had nearly piled up to the side view mirrors. And chances were, with the temperature plummeting so drastically, the engines wouldn't work anyway. Or they would have had a hell of a time turning over. Besides, cars were useless when you couldn't see the damn road. What we needed was an army tank, and that wasn't exactly in the cards. All we could do was pray for the morning sun to rise and melt the snow away. Enough for us to get on the roads, at least. Even then, I had a feeling it wasn't going to happen. This all seemed so final. I was right, of course. But we had bigger problems at that moment in time, and I was about to find out about another of them. Jonas came back with an old Cleveland Cavs t-shirt. He tossed it to me, and I gave it to Eleanor. I figured she'd have an easier time getting Mikey to change, but to both of our surprises, Mikey took it and walked on his own down the hall. As he left, the flames flickered in his eyes, showing the tears still streaming down his cheeks. Eleanor watched him go. Then she put her head in her hands. I looked at Stone. He widened his eyes, nodding at her, and mouthed, "Go on." I mouthed back, "What can I do?" Because I honestly wasn't sure. Like always, though, Stone was right. She needed comfort, not space. So I reached my hand out, about to set it on her shoulder and give her a reassuring squeeze. But then she looked at me, tears swimming in her eyes, and I made a move like I was stretching. It wasn't very smooth, I'll admit. "Grady," she said. And the fact she remembered my name actually surprised me. "Yeah?" She lowered her voice, speaking conspiratorially. There's something else." I leaned closer because she was barely audible at all. "I'm probably crazy," she continued. "I don't know. It could have been stress and shock." "It's okay," I said. "Go on." I thought I was prepared for whatever Eleanor was going to say. I wasn't. "When we ran over here, I saw something." She wiped her eyes with the heel of her hands. "I saw people. Like these shadowy figures. They were just standing there watching us." "What?" I said, raising an eyebrow. "People?" "Yeah, but the thing is, Eleanor said. They looked like people, but I don't think they were people. People, or things, just standing out there? No one's crazy enough to do that, Jonas said unbelievingly. Stone crutched toward the fireplace. I'm a pretty open-minded dude. More so now that I've accepted the fact it's snowing in July. But that sounds a tad unlikely. I know, Eleanor said. But I saw them. They'd freeze to death in a matter of minutes, Jonas said. And you know they sure as hell didn't have their winter jackets ready to go. Not when it was almost 90 degrees all week. If they were people, yes. But I don't know what they were, Eleanor replied. This made me think about the figure I'd seen out in the snow. Or thought I'd seen. It looked like an animal of some sort. But after hearing what Eleanor said, I wasn't sure. Just then, Mikey came out wearing my Cavs shirt. It was a little baggy and old and stained in various spots, but it was better than having a shirt soaked with your mother's cold blood. Did you see anything out there? Jonas asked him. Jonas, leave it, I said. Let's just focus on what we do next. Mikey stopped and looked at us in the den with surprise. People? He said. He had a rag in his hand, and he wiped his arms with it. No, I didn't see any people. There, Jonas said. That settles it. Just because he didn't see something she did, Stone said, doesn't mean they weren't there. I did see something, Mikey interrupted. But not people. They looked like spiders. He shuddered. But it was probably just shadows, really. Jonas laughed. Now that is crazy. I shook my head, a queasiness heavy in my stomach. Let's just move on. Everyone's eyes settled on me. We needed a plan. If Ed was really out there and out of his mind, we weren't safe here. Jonas, you and I need to head over to the Harks house. What? Go out in that? You're crazy. You're throwing around a lot of crazy tonight, ma'am, Stone said. Eleanor was shaking her head. I saw a fresh gleam of tears in her eyes. No, you can't go over there. We need to call the cops, I said. And you have both a backup generator and a landline, right? Eleanor nodded. Ed had thought a nasty thunderstorm was coming on earlier that night. He was worried the power might get knocked off. If it does, y'all can come on over here. We got a generator. We can even tell scary ghost stories like we're at summer camp, Ed had said, laughing. But my mom, Mikey said now. And my dad, Eleanor added. I don't know where he's at, but he has guns. Lots of guns. She swallowed, which seemed difficult. He could do to you guys what he did to Mom. I hated saying it, but it was the truth. If we don't get some sort of protection, cops or our own weapons, he could do it to all of us. I looked at Stone. You'll be all right here, yeah? Stone nodded and gave me a thumbs up. Jonas, are you in? I can go by myself, but I don't want to. With a steady hand, he grabbed his mostly full beer and tipped it back. It was gone in about 2 huge gulps. He crushed the can and tossed it into the kitchen, where it clattered loudly in the sink. Then he wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth with the back of his arm. Fuck me. Let's go. We didn't have much in the way of winter attire. The warmest thing I packed was a pair of sweats and a long-sleeved t-shirt that was riddled with holes and covered in dried paint from when I helped my dad put a fresh coat on the garage. I'm not big on shopping. I'll wear my clothes until they're nothing but thread. I have a whole closet full of winter stuff back home, but that wasn't going to do me much good here. We raided the closets in the lake house, hoping for left-behind jackets or snow pants or boots. The closest thing we found to that was a tweed suit coat with elbow pads. It fit me pretty well, but like the bear rug, it smelled like dust and old basements. There's some stuff in our house, Eleanor said. Upstairs. My dad has heavy coats and jeans up there. Thanks, I said. We were standing at the door, Jonas and me. I was wearing my long-sleeved tee under the tweed jacket with a pair of sweatpants. Ohio State, written down the right leg. Jonas had a pair of jeans in his luggage, but nothing but tank tops for shirts. Stone suggested the bear rug, to which Jonas laughed. Then the wind had screamed worse than it had all night, and Jonas changed his mind pretty fast. He wrapped himself up in it, and I cinched a belt around his waist to keep it from flapping open. I felt like we were preparing to brave the Arctic, and not just going a football field's length down the beach. It was insane. Eleanor grabbed my hand. I was wearing socks over each one, a sad replacement for gloves, but better than nothing. I could feel the iciness of her skin through the cotton. The way she was trembling, too. "Be careful," she whispered. Then she let go and stepped back. In a louder voice, "Both of you." I nodded. "All right, let's go freeze our nuts off," Jonas said. "Some vacation this is." I turned the handle. The others retreated to the fire, but its heat was nothing compared to the awesome power of the cold that rushed in. Jonas and I slipped outside and closed the door. The wind blew and did most of the hard work. It slammed shut hard enough for me to think the glass would shatter. It didn't. Not that it mattered much, because nothing was stopping the cold in the end. The snow was coming down harder than ever. From the porch, I couldn't even see the hunk of car-shaped white that was my buried Honda only a few feet away. "Okay," I shouted. "Stay close, baby steps." Jonas nodded. We each had wrapped T-shirts over our faces and around our heads. Snow had already crusted over Jonas's. Mine was sure to follow soon, if it hadn't already. I took the first step down where I thought the porch ended. Jonas latched onto the back of my jacket. We went together. The snow was still fluffy for the most part, which meant we sank and had to plow through it. It almost came up to my waist. Moving was a hell of a workout, that was for sure. The wind bit at the exposed flesh of my face and dried my eyes out, but we moved steadily onward. About 3 minutes into our expedition, I saw the lights of Eleanor's house through the white wall of snow. Just barely. The generator was still working. That was good. The problem, besides the freezing temperature and the constant barrage of snow, was actually my own mind. I kept picturing shadows surrounding us, in the shape of people, in the shape of spiders and coyotes and wolves. On the surface, I knew it was insane. But deep down, I had my doubts. The unexplainable had already happened, but where did it end and where did plausibility begin? Believe me when I say I had not the slightest idea. Jonas bumped into me. I lost my balance and started slipping. Tennis shoes were my only option of footwear, unfortunately. But Jonas grabbed me by the waistband before I got lost in the snow, possibly forever. "Why'd you stop?" he yelled. "What?" I hadn't realized I stopped. Jonas shook his head, the crusted snow falling around him, and pointed toward the house. "Keep going." I did, but it was only a few hard steps later that I stopped again. "What?" Jonas shouted. It was my turn to point, and I pointed to the right, down the embankment toward the freezing lake, which you could barely see because the snow filled in the gap. But there was a light there, not made by electricity. It came from flames. "Do you see that?" I asked. "See what?" "The fire. I saw it clear as day. By that, I mean it seemed real." "There's no fire, Grady. Come on, I'm pretty sure I lost one ball already. I need both. If I go home missing a nut, Miranda's gonna kick my ass." Shit. Jonas had a wife and twins at home. He was probably an emotional wreck, not knowing what had become of them. If God was good, they would be sound asleep, unaware of this monster blizzard. But whether this snow had touched down 3 hours away or not was something we weren't sure about. We knew it fell in South Carolina at this point, but that was it. Logic said it fell all over. And Jonas, irrational as he could be sometimes, knew this too, I'm sure. He had to. And that had to damn near kill him. Who wouldn't be torn up about their wife and kids' fate in a freak incident like the one we were living through? If Jonas was, he did a hell of a good job hiding it. Maybe if he had lasted longer, that emotion would have reared its ugly head. I don't know. Doesn't matter because Jonas was the first to go. The fire I was seeing burned brighter and came closer. Or so I thought it did. "Grady?" Jonas said. I barely heard him with the whipping wind, and my mind focused on the encroaching blaze. I was hypnotized, frozen. A few seconds later, I saw the source of the flames. It was the dead boy, the one I couldn't save. He was still burning, and he was coming for us. I don't remember screaming. I heard the sounds, but I didn't think they came from me. The fire had eaten away most of the boy's flesh, leaving only a skull. But his eyes were whole, and I recognized those as easily as I'd recognize my own face in a mirror. Fear throbbed through my veins, colder than anything outside. "Why did you leave me?" the boy asked. "I didn't deserve to die. I had so much life to live. You said it yourself, didn't you?" I was stunned, unable to move my legs, though I wanted nothing more than to run as fast and as far away as possible. A nightmare. That was what I thought it was. Jonas was saying nothing, but I felt his presence next to me. I managed to turn my head, neck creaking, and saw he was transfixed at something else in front of him. I can't say exactly what it was. With the snow and the smoke from the burning boy all around us, it was hard to see much of anything. The best description I can give is the same one Eleanor gave me back at the lake house. A shadow in the shape of a person. And this shadow reached toward him. Jonas screamed. The boy behind me kept talking. "I felt my eyes pop out of my head, Mr. Fireman. Did you know that? When the ceiling came down and crushed me, they popped right out. Then all that fire melted them into goo, and I could feel it rolling down my cheeks." This is not real, I told myself. It can't be. This is beyond impossible. He is dead. I saw them pull his body from the wreckage. I saw 3 floors come down atop him. I was both right and wrong. I closed my eyes tight and said it aloud. "It's not real. It's not real. It's not real." But when I opened them, the boy was still there, still talking. So was the shadow hovering around Jonas. "And all this blood squirted out of my ears and mouth. It tasted super yucky," the boy continued. Jonas remained transfixed as the shadow began moving toward him, shrouding him like the Reaper's robe. "Jonas!" I shouted. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I tore myself away from the dead boy right in front of me, but I did, and I grabbed Jonas around the wrist. His body was stiff, corpse-like. He wasn't budging. I pulled with all the strength I had left, determined not to lose Jonas the way I lost the boy. The boy who was somehow right here. No, I didn't understand what was going on then, and I'm not sure I entirely understand now, but all I knew then was we had to go. We had to go before this snow became our graves. "Don't leave me, Mr. Fireman. Don't leave." Finally, Jonas budged. He turned his wide eyes my way, and we took off. I knew not to look over my shoulder, but I couldn't help myself. The shadow thing was gone, but the burning boy was still standing in the same spot I had left him. The flames, crackling all over his body, melted a large circle in the snow. With the accompanying brightness, I saw that one of his eyes hung from its socket, dangling there. The other eye was goo, like this thing had told me, and it was running down his cheek. My stomach clenched with fear and nausea. I nearly stopped running. Maybe I would have had Jonas not been with me, but when I began losing my balance, he grabbed my arm and pulled me up before I face-planted, and whatever those things were caught me again. We climbed up the short hill and onto the Hark's deck. My breath exploded out of me, leaving a white cloud of vapor hanging in the air. Jonas was babbling. I only caught hints of what he said. "What was that? I saw my—" I pushed past him toward the sliding door. It was cracked open about 6 inches. A thick layer of ice had caked over the glass on both sides. On the inside, smeared but recognizable, was a bloody handprint. I wondered who it belonged to. Was it Eleanor's? Or was it Mikey's? Did one of them plant their palm against the door as they ripped it open in their mad scramble to get away from their insane, rifle-wielding father? Or maybe it belonged to Angie, their mother. Had she stood there when Ed shot her, clutched the wound in surprise, and tried to stay up by finding balance using the glass before she fell over and died? Was she still dead? I didn't know, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. All I wanted was to get inside the house. Like I saw earlier, the lights were still on. A jet of heat streamed outward toward us, an invitation if I'd ever known one. Jonas and I both felt it. He threw the door open, the track screeching as loud as the wind, and we both went in. I closed it half a second later. It was much warmer inside, yeah, and I didn't want any more of that heat to escape, especially when we didn't know how much juice remained in the generator. But it was more than that. Those shadow things were fresh in my mind. And though I doubted something as flimsy as glass could stop them, I felt better with the door closed. When you think about it, it was the adult equivalent to a kid hiding from the imaginary closet monster by pulling the covers over their face. Now, the monsters weren't imaginary. "What the fuck was that?" Jonas said. "Did you see that? My stepdad was standing there in a wife beater with a beer in his hand. He was yelling at me for not bringing up the trash cans. He started taking off his belt and wrapping it around his knuckles. Grady, I shook my head. I don't know what that was. Grady, he's been dead for 12 years. I know, I said. I didn't see him, not like you did. But I believe you, because I saw something too. The boy I couldn't save. He was on fire, but alive and talking to me. I closed my eyes. I thought I was going to cry. What the actual fuck, man? Jonas leaned over the counter and dry heaved. The booze wasn't the cause, I can guarantee that. When I looked at you, there was like a big cloud of black smoke in the shape of a person just hanging around you. He heaved again. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I feel like I'm in an episode of The Twilight Zone. Did we get drugged or something? No, I don't think so. But I thought that would be much better than the truth. This is real, I continued. Whatever we saw out there in the snow, it was real. Jonas began unwrapping the shirts from his head. I collapsed on a nearby stool. I had no energy. I was scared as hell, on the verge of either sobbing or screaming my lungs out. We didn't know what was going on, but we did know one thing. We were shit out of luck. 4. The violence. Angie's body was nowhere to be found, but a rust-colored splotch stained the carpet of the dining room. Here were more bloody handprints, shoe prints, and smudges. It was a crime scene investigator's wet dream. One cotton swab swipe of the mess and the perp would be spending 25 to life in a state penitentiary. I steered clear of it all. Paranoid thoughts of my DNA turning up in their tests and me getting somehow blamed filled my mind. The first thing Jonas and I did after we had settled down and gotten our breath back, which wasn't an easy task considering what we had just gone through, was find the landline. We didn't have to go far, either. An old rotary-style phone hung on the kitchen wall near the door. Despite its old style, the thing looked brand new. Probably one of those retro-type items stores sold for ridiculous amounts of money, expecting the customers not to know you could go pick one of these exact phones up for a whopping $2 at your neighborhood antique shop. I've always heard you can't put a price on nostalgia, but the big corporations thought otherwise. Anyway, I picked up the phone and put it against my ear. Jonas leaned over, his eyes wide, waiting. I heard a dial tone. It was the sweetest sound in the world. I told Jonas, and he literally jumped with joy, drops of melted snow spraying from his clothes. I wasted no time in dialing the 3 digits I'd never dialed before. 911. The tone clicked off, and by this time Jonas had his own ear against the phone with me. After the tone disappeared, a long moment of silence followed. We waited without breathing, or at least I did. Then, the line rang. Unfortunately, the line only rang once before it went dead. Nothing. No dial tone, no robotic operator telling me the call couldn't go through. Just dead. "Try again," Jonas urged. I hung up, lifted the phone, and began dialing. I didn't get far, however, because the line was still out. It just wasn't our night. Jonas took it from me and kept trying. He must have done so for a solid 5 minutes, me standing there and hoping we'd get something, and him slamming the phone in the cradle, picking it back up, dialing, rinse and repeat, all to no avail. "We're fucked," he finally said. I shook my head, but I kind of agreed with him. There was an unrelenting blizzard outside, a dead woman, a possibly crazy man running around with a rifle, and unexplainable things lurking in the snow. Saying we were fucked might have been putting it mildly, I thought. Then again, I wasn't going to just give up. We came here for a reason, and I wouldn't let this trip be meaningless. We braved all that snow and those things to get here. So I wrapped my arm around Jonas's shoulders and said, "We're gonna be okay as long as we stay smart and look out for each other. Just like in the military, right?" He managed a smile. "Yeah. 3 Musketeers. Exactly, so let's stock up and ride this out. Forget about everything else. I'll never forget about what I saw. My stepdad's dead, but he was there, Grady. He was real. I could have reached out and touched him if I wanted to. And believe me, I wanted to slug him in the face, fucking bastard." Jonas shook his head. An angry red color rose to his cheeks. I knew the story, and you probably do too. Mom and Dad split up, or Dad maybe dies. Then Mom gets with the first asshole she meets and winds up marrying the guy. He tries to replace your real father, but that'll never happen. Stepdaddy's got a drinking problem, and when he drinks, he likes to push his little stepson and his wife around. Well, Jonas got pushed around a lot. In middle school, it was less normal if Jonas didn't come to class with a black eye at least once a month. He always had an excuse, too. "Oh, Danny elbowed me when we were playing backyard football. It was supposed to be touch, but you know how the 7th graders are." Or, "I tripped down the stairs and had to go to the ER. My mom about had a fit." All the usual things frightened victims of abuse say. The black eyes were bad, yeah. But it was much worse than that. Mostly, his stepdad hit him in the place his long-sleeve shirts and pants hid. Once, when we were changing in the locker room after gym class, Jonas took off his shirt, which was something he never did in front of other people. The gym teacher made him because Tevin Ineos had a nose gusher and the blood got all over Jonas. Or something like that. I don't know, can't remember for sure, but I do remember seeing all those bruises. His back was more purple and blue than it was skin-colored. I pointed it out because I was young and curious, and Jonas got all embarrassed. It took me a few years to understand why. He told us he fell off his skateboard, but I was pretty sure he didn't have a skateboard. Young me could never understand the truth. My dad wasn't the most loving guy, but he never laid a finger on me. Never would. The fact that someone 3 times your age and size could was beyond my comprehension. When our gym teacher, Mr. Nolan, saw the bruises, he didn't fall for Jonas's endless list of excuses. Next thing I knew, Jonas had to go stay with his aunt in Canton for the summer. And he didn't come back until his stepdaddy and mom were separated. Stone and I didn't find out the reason for Jonas's sabbatical for years, and only when Jonas got drunk and told us everything. We put most of it together, but hearing it straight from the horse's mouth was much worse. So much worse. I had already hated his stepdad for a variety of reasons. Mostly because he was a dickhead who yelled and smashed things when he got angry. But after hearing Jonas's stories about just how bad he was, I wanted to find the guy and kill him myself. I never did. It was a thunderclap heart attack that happened about 6 years ago. Jonas didn't celebrate when he heard the news like you'd have expected. He just nodded and went on with his life. He had put that part of his past behind him, and I couldn't blame the guy for that. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to leave this house, not with whatever the hell that was lurking around outside, Jonas said now, sounding close to tears. I can't face him again, Grady. I just can't. It's not him, I said. Whatever made the projection is real, but your stepdad and the dead boy aren't, I promise. Jonas bowed his head and said nothing. We split up and searched the house soon after. We looked for warm clothes, easily transportable food, and weapons. I stumbled upon Ed's gun case. The door hung open, and I thought of taking one, but hesitated. Growing up near the city, with a dad who spent most of his evenings after work parked in front of the television, and with no other distant relatives besides a grandma who was old going on ancient, I never got into outdoorsy stuff like hunting. I'd never shot a gun. The many hours spent killing aliens in Halo certainly didn't count. Hell, I'd never even held a real gun. Once, Stone's cousin had an airsoft party, and I faked sick and didn't go. The truth is, guns scared the living hell out of me, as I think anything that can end a human life with the mere squeeze of a finger should scare the living hell out of someone. Jonas, on the other hand, knew his way around a weapon. I studied the rifles for a few seconds before deciding it was best to let Jonas do the handling. I left, wound my way up the staircase to the second level, found the master bedroom, and began sorting through closets. It felt wrong, like I was a burglar looking for hidden jewelry or stashed cash. But it only took the wind screeching to remind me this was necessary. If I wanted to survive, I needed warmer clothes. And pretty much anything beat an old suit coat and a pair of sweats for protection against these freezing temperatures. There was one big closet in the back right corner of the room. I stepped lightly, worried about creaking floors. I don't know why exactly. Besides the fact that this all felt wrong. Maybe because I thought Ed was still around, waiting in the shadows with his rifle, covered in his wife's blood, crazy-eyed, rage-filled, and ready to put a bullet in my gut. Logically, that was probably bullshit. Ed might have talked funny, and maybe he'd succumbed to a moment of anger, but he was no dummy. Moving Angie's body told me his thoughts were now of cleaning up the mess he'd made. Ditch the evidence, get your head clear, and then get the hell out of Dodge. The blizzard would slow him down, sure, but it would also give him a head start before the cops started looking. This was all assuming whatever the shadow things were hadn't gotten to him yet. The shadows. Man, I still didn't believe I saw what I had seen on our way over here. I thought it was impossible, insane, and most of all, terrifying. I was nearly 100% sure it had been a figment of my imagination. And I would have gone the rest of my life being okay with that assumption had Jonas not been there with me and not seen the same thing. "Jonas," I whisper-yelled. "Coming," Jonas answered. He came up the steps, boards creaking beneath his shoes, and ducked inside the bedroom. A canvas bag swung from each of his fisted hands. Food. Canned goods and bottled waters. "Any luck?" he asked. "In here." I waved him over to the closet. "I don't think I'll be able to fit into a lot of this stuff, but it looks like your size." "Doesn't matter, layers are layers. It's already gotten colder outside since we got here." "You went outside?" Jonas shook his head. "Hell no. I can feel it through the walls, man." He was right. When I focused my mind on it, I felt it too. The heat in the house made little difference. "We better get a move on," I said. "Grab as much as you can. Jackets, pants, gloves, boots. Some from the other side for Eleanor, too." "The girl stuff?" "Yeah, Eleanor'll need it." "Shit. But it's her mom's stuff. Do you really think she wants to wear her mom's stuff? We could look in her room and grab some of her actual clothes. She told me she had nothing for winter. It was all at her apartment in Cincinnati. The stuff she didn't take to college, she donated to Goodwill. Plus, I don't want to stay here longer than we have to. I don't like it. This place gives me a bad feeling." "Well, outside gives me a worse feeling," Jonas said. "There's fucking..." I don't know what out there. Ghosts? Monsters? Aliens? Those things aren't our friends, I agree. They showed us terrible stuff, but I don't know if projections of the past can actually hurt us. I don't want to find out, Jonas said matter-of-factly. Then he went back to grabbing handfuls of clothes and stuffing them into garbage bags. I followed suit. The conversation seemed over with. I found a nice pair of rubber boots in the back of the closet, old and a little snug, but they nearly came up to my knees. With the snow higher than that outside, the boots wouldn't be perfect, but they'd help. I thought I saw another pair for Jonas, so I got on my knees and crawled further in. And that was when I bumped something. Well, someone. It was dark in the closet, but the sticky stuff on my fingers was red. I saw that clearly enough. Oh, fuck, I mumbled. As I tilted my head upward, Angie's dead body toppled over. She couldn't have weighed more than 115 pounds. But dead weight is something else entirely. When she thumped against my shoulders, she took both of us down, pinning me to the floor like a professional wrestler. With a grunt, I shoved her halfway off. More sticky blood clung to my jacket. Some of it had gotten on my face. An overwhelming urge to vomit took hold of my stomach, but I forced it down. This was no easy task. Besides the dead boy, Angie's was the only other corpse I'd seen. And the boy was barely recognizable once the fire had claimed his life. I'll tell you this. Seeing a dead body is nothing like seeing one in a horror movie. Maybe it's because you know the person is real and not some character. You know they were breathing and talking and smiling only mere hours ago. You know they were loved, and they had loved others. Or maybe it's because you can see the realness with your naked eye. The supple but paling flesh. The dark red blood. Angie's mouth hung open in a soundless scream. And a rotten smell leaked out from the wounds in her stomach. She hadn't been dead very long, but already decomposition was doing its job. I rolled away, practically hyperventilating, and reached for the nearest piece of clothing to wipe my face with. What I needed was a bucket of hot, soapy water and a gallon of hand sanitizer. "Damn," Jonas said, grimacing. He nudged the body with the toe of his shoe. One of Angie's lifeless arms flopped over and slapped the carpeted floor with a muffled thump. "She's dead, all right." Jesus, that about gave me a heart attack. "Should we move her?" Jonas asked. I shook my head. It was bad enough I'd gotten her blood on me, but now we were talking about tampering with a crime scene. If things hadn't gone to hell already, they were there now. Of course, they'd gone to hell long before that. This was just more icing on top of this fucked-up cake. "Let's just go," I said. "I'll feel safer with the others." I led the way out of the closet and bedroom, and we started down the stairs. Pictures of the family hung on the wall. Here was a younger Eleanor and Mikey, wearing life jackets and standing on a boat in the very lake that was in the process of freezing behind us. Here was another of Ed with a pair of dark shades, a fishing hat, and a bad sunburn, holding up a large bass from a cut line. Here was Angie, now dead and rotting in her walk-in closet above us, next to a group of grade schoolers. The plaque some kid in a red polo was holding in the front row read, "Mrs. Hark's 3rd grade class, 2009. She was a teacher, or had been. But now she'd never teach again. Jonas nudged me onward. Good thing, otherwise I might have started bawling. It was all so damn horrible. The stairs ended by the front entrance. Near the top of the door was a single window, and the window was completely white. I didn't know if it was because the snow had piled that high, or if it had stuck to the glass and gave off that illusion. I hoped for the latter, of course, but there was no telling at this point. Jonas said, "Maybe we should stay. We can't leave here when those things could be out there waiting for us." "What about the others back at our lake house?" I said. "They're stuck in an icebox without heat. All they have to eat and drink are hot dogs and beer. You say that like it's a bad thing. I ignored Jonas's attempt at humor. Wasn't the time and place for that. There's nothing for them to wear, either. If we wait much longer, I think they'll be dead by morning. Morning. Jonas repeated as if transfixed by the word. Morning. Yeah, the morning, I said. He sprung at me and grabbed my shoulders. That's all we have to do. Wait 'em out. When the sun rises, there's no way those things will still be around. How do you know? Nothing scary hangs around to see the sun rise. Haven't you ever watched a horror movie? Oh, you mean fictitious stuff, I said with more than a hint of sarcasm. Stuff that's not real? I know what fictitious means, Grady. I wasn't saying you didn't. I was only emphasizing the point, of horror movies being fake. I don't follow, Jonas said. Just because Dracula is afraid of the sun in a book and the movies doesn't mean a vampire would be afraid of the sun in real life. But vampires aren't real. I rolled my eyes. Never mind. All I'm asking is that we wait. It's a smart decision. I think it's in our best interests. We won't have to wait long, either. He glanced at the clock on the wall above the kitchen table, which was scattered with yesterday's newspaper, the most visible page being the July 4th forecast. Sunny and clear, with a high around 86. Hilarious. The sun rises early in the summer. We only have a few more hours until it does, 3 at the most. Hours are a long time, especially when you're slowly freezing to death, which is what's happening to the others as we speak. But they have the fire and blankets. Blankets are worthless against this weather. And who knows how much wood is left to burn, I said. Jonas gave no answer. He just stared at me with desperation in his eyes. I went on and pulled the ace up my sleeve free. This was the last thing I was trying before going out there myself. I didn't want to, but I couldn't leave the others the way they were. If Jonas wanted to stay here, I'd drop off the goods at our lake house and come back. A plan that made my skin crawl. But hey, Stone and Jonas were more than my best friends. They were family. I said, Jonas, quit being a pussy, all right? We can beat whatever's out there. As long as we stay together, I know we can. That's how we got here, wasn't it? We had each other's backs like we always do. And this time we know what to expect. Biting his bottom lip and furrowing his brow, all signs of him deep in thought. Jonas said nothing. I thought maybe I'd hurt him, bruised his ego, and kicked his masculinity below the belt at the same time, which was never my intention. So I began mentally preparing an apology. As my lips moved to give it, he said, Fine, I'll go with you. But know that when we both die, I'm kicking the shit out of you in the afterlife. I don't care if God throws me out of heaven either. Fair enough, I said with a smile. And funny how you think we're going to heaven. He flipped me the bird, an old staple in Three Musketeers sign language, as we moved toward the door. But, as it turned out, Jonas never went outside again. He got close. By close, I mean only a few feet from stepping beyond the threshold of the sliding glass door leading to the deck. Before we went, we made a detour to Ed's gun cabinet. Jonas grabbed a rifle and a box of ammunition. Holding the gun gave him a bit more confidence. You ready? He asked. As I'll ever be. He led the way. I trailed behind him, my arms full of bags of food and balled-up winter clothes. Jonas had the same. But he also carried something more important than what I carried. The rifle. Jonas stopped abruptly. I bumped right into him and dropped one of my bags. Cans clattered on the floor, went rolling into the shadows. I was about to get down and look for them when Jonas said, Is that Ed? I never gave him an answer, but as I craned my head toward the glass door, and my eyes settled on the figure standing on the deck, obscured by the frost and the falling snow, I knew it was Ed. Then a sound, like compressed thunder ruptured through the air, and the door shattered. Things slowed way down. I blinked, and by the time I opened my eyes, Jonas was on the ground, gasping for breath. He didn't breathe much longer, either. If you heard the sounds coming from his throat, all wet and thick with the blood flooding his lungs, you would have been surprised he lasted as long as he did. My eyes flicked from Jonas and the pool of red spreading around him to Ed, who stepped inside holding the rifle, a little puff of smoke trailing out from the barrel. Glass crunched beneath his bare feet, which had turned a dark color. Ed looked like he was walking death. His cheeks were wind-burned. His eyes were blank, his lips black with frostbite. But the worst part was the dark, jagged line running down his forehead to the bridge of his nose. I didn't know what it was. And like with most of the world now, I still don't. But I pictured those shadow things reaching toward Jonas when we came over here. And I knew if it had touched Jonas then, he would have never made it as far as he did. He would have become like Ed, a rabid monster, wearing the face of a loving father and husband. Ed leveled the rifle at me now. I put my hands up, but no words came from my mouth. I didn't beg, mostly because I couldn't. The situation froze every muscle in my body. I wasn't sure I was even breathing myself. Jonas made a croaking noise to my left. And that reminded me I should probably move or I'd die. I turned, briefly met Jonas's eyes. His lips moved, and a wheezing breath escaped his lungs. If he said anything, I didn't hear it. But he pointed. I followed the line of his finger and saw the rifle that had been slung over his shoulder seconds ago lying a few feet away. Ed took another step toward me and pulled the bolt. The sound seemed louder than the actual gunshot somehow. We perform our best, I think, when we're not thinking. Take sports as an example. If I went into a game of basketball worried about how many points I was going to score, or how I'd match up against the other team's biggest players, I'd probably be lucky to put the ball in the basket once or twice, and the team most likely would have lost. But if I forgot all of that, just went out there and played the game I knew and loved, and didn't think or worry about my next shot or the fourth quarter, I'd usually play lights out. If I had thoughts about grabbing the rifle on the floor, lifting and pointing it at Ed, and about the consequences and the mess and all that crap, I wouldn't be telling you this story. I'd be dead. I'd have eaten lead and died next to Jonas on the kitchen floor in a stranger's house. That didn't happen because I didn't think. I just acted. I snatched the rifle up and pulled the trigger. The gun kicked back and threw me into the kitchen cabinets behind me. Ed was thrown back too, but an explosion of red sprayed from his midsection. He clutched his stomach, and more red cascaded through his clenched fingers. As he fell to his knees, a momentary flash of normalcy came to his eyes. Another blink-and-you-miss-it moment. Sadly, I didn't miss it, and the realization and guilt of what I'd done hit me hard. Ed fell onto his side, and his eyes went blank again. Just like that, he was dead. I scrambled across the tile and grabbed his rifle from him, then retreated to Jonas's side. I guess movies had distorted my worldview because I expected Jonas to make it. The heroes always do. At the very least, I expected him to give me his last words, some kind of meaningful advice, and for him to say it was all going to be okay. None of that happened. When I looked down at Jonas, his eyes were as blank as Ed's. A rivulet of blood fell from the corner of his mouth, rode the edge of his ear, and pooled in his hair. I grabbed his hand. It was cold because of the storm, but I thought I felt his flesh growing colder. The wind blew through the shattered sliding door, bringing bits of glass and heavy snowflakes toward me. I looked outside. Standing against the white backdrop of the still piling snow were a dozen of those human-shaped shadows. Some were close and getting closer, while others hovered near the lake, I saw no faces or eyes, but they were watching me. I felt that. I had to go. I hated that I couldn't mourn Jonas, but if I stayed any longer, I'd become the same thing Ed had become. A blank-faced monster. I leaned over and kissed Jonas on one bloody cheek. Then I swiped a hand down his face, closing his eyes. It was all I could do. My whole body was shaking, and stars danced at the edge of my vision. I might have fainted if I didn't move on soon. So I gathered up as much of the goods as I could hold and hurtled over Ed's body, out into the snow, by myself. In the frozen wasteland, all I cared about was getting through the snow and inside to safety. I ran as fast as I could, always looking over my shoulders for the dead boy. For most of the trek, I was in the clear. But when the house came into view, I saw flames. It was him. "Where'd you go, Mr. Fireman? You left me out here in the cold, and I was all shivery." That was all he got to say because I shot him. With Ed's rifle. Doing so proved difficult, especially since this apparition looked so closely to the real boy. But then the bullet hit him, and the illusion shattered. There was a puff of gray smoke and a terrible high-pitched screeching noise. And then nothing besides the snow. I screamed, partially aware of the tears falling down my cheeks. They didn't roll far before the cold froze them. I kept on running, moving as fast as the snow would let me, which wasn't fast. Each step felt like trying to get out of mud. The temperature zapped all the energy from my muscles and chilled my bones. I thought I'd never reach the place. But I did, thank God, and no other apparitions followed. "Stone!" I shouted, only a few steps from the door. I didn't think I'd make it. "Stone! Mikey! Eleanor!" The door opened. It was Mikey. He saw me, and I don't know how, because the snow had nearly swallowed my body entirely. Then he and Eleanor rushed out and pulled me in. I remember that, and I remember babbling about the shadows and about Ed and Jonas. I remember falling to the floor inside. I remember the sweet warmth of the dwindling fire. I remember Stone shouting my name over and over again until my eyes opened and focused on him. I remember the blackness coming over me as I became unconscious. I woke up a few hours later. It was still dark out. I thought it was all a terrible nightmare, that I had drank too much and passed out and then suffered from some very vivid dreams. I was wrong, of course. What first gave it away was the cold. Even inside, it was beyond bitter. When I exhaled, a cloud of vapor left my mouth and dissolved as it floated toward the ceiling. My body felt like ice. I hardly had any feeling left in my fingertips, and I was pretty sure I had frostbite on the tip of my nose. I looked at the clock on the wall in the kitchen to my right. It was 8, but the sun either hadn't risen, or I'd slept over 12 hours. I was exhausted, I remember that. But there was no way I could sleep that long. I sat up, looked around. Eleanor lay on the couch, asleep. Stone sat in a chair, his head tilted back, a spot of drool falling down the corner of his mouth. Mikey I didn't see, and that made my stomach flip. Automatically, I assumed something had happened to him, that one of those things got him, or he'd gone insane like his father. I stood and walked on numb legs down the hallway. He was on my bed, wrapped in about 100 blankets. His face was the only visible part of him, and his eyes were wide open. Again, I thought he might have been dead, but only until his eyes flicked over in my direction. "You're awake," he said in a flat tone. "I am. Thanks for dragging me out of the snow." "Yeah, no problem." Mikey turned away, and I left him alone. In the den, the fire barely flickered. I added a few more logs, and that livened it up a bit. Eleanor stirred when one of them popped loudly. Then her eyes opened when the wind shrieked. Or at least I thought it was the wind that had done the shrieking. "Sorry," I mumbled. Her eyes were heavy with sleep. Blue bags had puffed up beneath them. She looked like she had cried a lot, and I suppose she had. In one night she had lost both her parents. "Are you okay?" she asked me. I nodded. It felt cheap saying I was okay while Jonas and Ed were dead, along with probably a million other people who were caught in this seemingly supernatural storm. She said, "I know you did what you had to do." "I'm sorry. He killed Jonas, and he was going to kill me." "I believe you. I saw him shoot my mom. I saw his eyes, that blank look on his face. But I know that wasn't my dad who pulled the trigger. My dad died before he did any of that." "I know," I said, but I still felt terrible. I don't think the shock of killing someone had really hit home yet. It would in the oncoming days, I was sure. Eleanor sighed. I don't even know what this is. It's beyond insane. Is there a word for that?" She uttered a small, humorless laugh. "Hey, maybe we're all in an asylum, a loony bin, as my dad would say, and we're having the same crazy fantasy." "I wish," I said, putting my hands out toward the fire. The heat felt good. But short of dousing myself in lighter fluid and striking a match, my body couldn't get enough. I was like a desert after a rainstorm. If you never saw the rain yourself, there'd be no evidence it had fallen at all. How much did I tell you guys when I came back? My memory of the situation was spotty. I remembered mumbling, but the words had no meaning to me. Apparently, I already told Eleanor and Mikey about their father. And it didn't take a genius to put two and two together about Jonas, since he wasn't with me. Eleanor told me what I'd said. She cried while she talked. When she finished, I approached her with caution, sat next to her on the couch, and put an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. She sobbed silently against me for a few minutes. In her recap of what I'd said after they pulled my near-lifeless and frozen body from the snow, she made no mention of her mother's corpse in the closet. I had struck that from the record. I'd guess I mostly did it because so much more had been on my mind, but I certainly didn't plan on telling her now. We said nothing else, allowing the silence to settle over us like the snow had. The wind screamed, the house creaked, and we went on breathing together, wrapped in each other's arms. Her body heat felt better than the warmth of any fire. I could say it was because Eleanor was an actual living being and the flames weren't, but that'd be a lie. The truth is simple. Eleanor was Eleanor, and no one else would have felt so good against me. We both eventually dozed, and I swayed in and out of consciousness a few times before falling into a deep sleep. Blessed sleep. When I awoke 4 hours later, the clock showed noon, and the sun hadn't yet made an appearance, and the snow was still falling. 2 sunless days later, a rush of freezing air blasted inside the lake house and woke me up. The wind whistled loudly through the eaves, and any chance I had of remaining asleep disappeared. "What are you doing?" I said, my voice groggy. Stone was at the front door, which hung open, but he ignored me. He wasn't wearing anything more than a t-shirt and a blanket. Going out like that would probably kill him. "Stone," I said, "what are you doing?" This time a little louder so I could be heard over the wind. He turned and met my stare. He looked terrible, like he had a flu virus ravaging through his body. That wasn't it, though. He was torn up about Jonas. I was too, but there wasn't anything we could do about it without a time machine. "I'm going to my car," Stone said. He flashed his keys. The fire reflected off of the metal. Without the sun or electricity, it was the only source of light in the lake house. You're crazy if you think you're going to be able to drive out of here with that van of yours, man. Stone squinted. Really? Do you think I'm an idiot? No hint of humor in his voice. Well, trying to drive in this weather would be an idiotic thing to do. I'm not driving anywhere, Stone shouted. Eleanor stirred beside me. I pulled away, shedding my blankets and covering her. Then I turned and met Stone's eyes. They had gone hard and flinty. He looked nothing like the Stone I knew and loved so well. Then what are you doing? Because going out there is suicide, friend. There's something outside, maybe more than that, I don't know. I don't want to find out. Whatever it or they are drove Ed crazy. A collage of images whirled through my brain. The dead boy talking to me in the snow, his body aflame. Angie's corpse soaked with blood and falling over in the closet. Ed all blank-faced and cold-eyed. Jonas bleeding out on the kitchen tile. I may not have known exactly what it was I saw in the snow, but I knew they were there, and they were deadly. I believe you, Grady, but I'm not going far. I'll be careful. Besides, I'm only going out to my car and turning on the radio. Relax, and don't get your panties in a bunch. The radio. I was speechless. How had we not thought of that already? The electricity around here might have been down, but radios received their transmissions via wavelengths. And just because our electricity was out didn't mean all electricity was out. Radios were ancient technology, really. But it seemed that the old tech was the most reliable. Stone saw the reaction on my face. Yeah, exactly, he said. Going outside doesn't seem so idiotic now, does it? I think we're past that point anyway. He shook his head. Because I'm going insane in here waiting for someone to tell us what's going on. And I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. 3 people we knew were dead. We're going to either freeze to death or run out of food, and there's apparently supernatural monsters outside that want us dead. I think we've waited long enough. Stone lunged forward, his crutches shaking. I crossed the room, about to close the door, mostly because of the things out there. They weren't far away, I felt that. I felt them lurking, waiting for one of us to step out so they could turn us into mindless beasts, the way Ed was when I shot him. I felt them watching us. But at the door, hand on the knob, I stopped. Hope swelled in my chest, wonderful and warm. Outside, there was sunshine. A very small sliver of gold cut through the hazy clouds above. Slanting rays reached the porch. It no longer looked like dusk, but coming dawn instead. What? Stone asked. I pointed. The sun. The sun? He said it like it was some alien language. Then his eyes ballooned to twice their size. The sun. Holy shit. I about screamed with joy as I leaned over and hugged Stone tight. He hugged me back, one crutch tapping my leg. Do you think it's going to melt the snow? He asked. I peered out through the glass door. It's a lot of snow. It's July. Good point. I'm going out there now. If there's monsters or whatever, the sun will keep them back. A chill went up my spine. Jonas had said the same thing in the Harks house. But I kept my mouth shut. Stone went out, and I grabbed the rifle and followed after him in a sweatshirt and some sweatpants I'd taken from Ed's closet. The wind was still fast and harsh, and the cold sliced through my layers all too easily, but that didn't stop us. The sun had given us renewed strength as well as hope. Stone unsurprisingly trucked through the snow with minimal problems. He was just that kind of guy. When he set his mind to doing something, he did it, no matter how hard the task was or how long it took to complete. His disability might have slowed him down sometimes, but he never let it completely stop him. I admired the hell out of him for that. But I wished Jonas was here with us. But he was gone. We were just the 2 musketeers now. Head on a swivel, eyes narrowed, I scanned the surrounding area, and something on my right stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a towering, dark figure. My heart plummeted, my blood pressure spiked, and my muscles tensed, ready for action. When I turned, swinging the rifle and locating it, I almost laughed. That towering figure was just one of many trees surrounding Prism Lake. Stone was already at the van, wiping snow from the handle and windows. Next thing I knew, I was heading toward him as he was disappearing inside the driver's side door. With Stone having cleared the way, I climbed in the back of the van only half a minute later and shut the door behind me, just as a nasty gust of wind rocked us. The van's shocks groaned. White flakes continued blasting the windows. Some of the cold air slipped through the cracks and bit at my exposed skin. I barely registered any of it. The prospect of finally learning what was happening proved too exciting. Stone sat in the driver's seat, wearing an I told you so look on his face. I shook my head as if to say this was crazy. Then I remembered where we were and set the rifle against the door. With my left hand, I leaned forward and pointed at the ignition. Start her up. Stone took a deep breath. Now that I'm here, I don't know if I want to know. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I'll do it. I opened my hand for the keys. Stone didn't give them to me. Time was wasting away. We hadn't gone far from the lake house, but that meant nothing. There was no magical bubble of protection around the area. If the shadows wanted us, they'd get us. Nothing would stop them. Sure, some things might slow them down, but I figured it wouldn't slow them down for long. No, my idea, Grady, Stone said. Quit trying to steal my thunder. He winked at me, and for a moment he was the old Stone, not shaken or sad. He stuck the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine coughed and rattled, but it didn't start. He tried again. More coughing, and again nothing. It's dead, I said. No, I feel it. It's gonna work. Stone's face was a mask of determination. He cranked the key once more, and as I was reaching for his hand, afraid he might accidentally break something important, the engine turned over and roared to life. Well, as much as a van's engine could roar to life. With a laugh, Stone stuck both arms up in a show of victory. I clapped him on the back. Neither of us had noticed the music coming through the speakers. It was a CD of the Notorious B.I.G.'s greatest hits. The song Juicy thumped the seats and rattled the mirrors. Stone paused it, looked me in the eyes, and said, "Moment of truth." His finger pushed the source button. The radio console switched from CD to aux. The next one, we both knew, was FM radio. Stone stopped and took a deep, shaky breath. The next press of that button felt more than monumental to the both of us. Everything seemed to be on the line. Our sanity, our happiness, our chance of survival. We both knew this. I took my own deep, shaky breath and nodded. All right, do it. He nodded back. Together? I placed a numb index finger on the button beside Stone's. Together. And together, we pressed it. 5. Moves. All we heard was dead static, but hope wasn't lost yet. We were still on the presets. 96.5 KISS FM played a constant beep, like when your ears ring. 92.5 was all static, the auditory equivalent of a scrambled TV channel. 97.5, the classic rock station, had a looping message. We are experiencing technical difficulties. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Please stand by. But I figured this had probably been playing since the blizzard began. The only channel we found with a person still on the air was 95.5, a religious station we stumbled on by turning the tuner until a voice stopped us. On this station, a man spoke in a calm voice, which I found much more unsettling than if he had been freaking out. He was reading from the Bible, passages about the end times. Sunday school was many years ago, so most of it went over my head, but the man said, "Behold, the day of the Lord comes, cruel, with wrath and fierce anger, to make the land a desolation, and to destroy its sinners from it." And before Stone and I gave up, the man added another verse. This, he said, from Revelation chapter 1, verse 3. "Blessed is the one who reads aloud the words of this prophecy, and blessed are those who hear, and who keep what is written in it, for the time is near." Too late, I thought. The time isn't near, the time is now. We scanned more channels, both AM and FM, and heard nothing. Stone turned the radio off. We sat in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the blasting heat from the registers. The blasting, blessed heat. "We should go in," I said. "Mikey and Eleanor will be up soon. Probably think we're dead or something." "Mikey'd like that," Stone mumbled. I ignored his comment as best I could. Mostly because he was right, and I hated that he was right. Mikey didn't seem to like us, or anyone. He was young, and he had gone through a terrible tragedy, I know, but we were in this together. That was the only way we were going to get out of this. There was still time for him to come around, but not much. Stone met my eyes. He seemed like a different person. The snow lay heavy on the windshield. The heat had melted a pea-sized hole through it. Stone pointed to it now. Light was filtering inside the cab. "Sun is out, and it's only getting brighter." I leaned over and peered through this tiny opening. Truth be told, I noticed no difference from when I first saw the golden light coming through the clouds. I certainly noticed no increase in temperature outside. I always thought when it got this cold, snow wouldn't fall. But the snow was still falling. Not as much as before, but if it never stopped, it wouldn't be long before it piled as high as the house. Stone continued. "I think we need to leave. Get somewhere else. And if the sun stays out, I think that's our opportunity. The light stops the shadow things. How do you know for sure?" "Because." He moved his hand toward the driver's side window. "We're still here, and we're still sane. Where do we go?" "I don't know. Somewhere else. Somewhere with other people who can tell us what the hell is going on and not read us Bible passages. Stone, I think we should stay here for now. There's so much we don't know yet. And everyone's shaken up. Give it a few days, a week. See if the snow melts and the temperature rises." "Maybe you're right." I turned the car off and removed the keys from the ignition. "Come on, let's go back inside." He sighed. "We should vote, at least. Ask Eleanor and Mikey what they want to do." I almost said that the last time we ventured from the lake house, one of us wound up dead. But I didn't because I didn't want to think about Jonas lying on the floor, lifeless and bloody. I never wanted to think about it again. "Okay," I said. "That's fair. We'll vote." I climbed out, the warmth from inside the van reaching and trying to pull me back. It was hard to resist, but I did. Stone put an arm around my shoulder. I took one of his crutches and he kept the other. We moved quicker that way. We made it. But in just that minute or two that we were exposed to the elements, my face went numb. And I swear I felt the eyes of 100 things watching us. Probably paranoia. I hoped. Once inside, I closed and locked the door faster than I had ever done in my life, knowing deep down that it wouldn't be enough. Eleanor and Mikey slept for most of the day. They were knocked out, and I thought that was good. When you were unconscious, all your problems were put on pause. I had lost Jonas, and it hurt like hell, but I didn't lose both of my parents in just a matter of hours. Mikey woke up sometime around 5 in the afternoon. I asked him how he was doing, and he nodded at me, grumbling something. He grabbed a can of creamed corn. We didn't have a can opener on hand. Didn't think to grab one when we were at the Harks, so Mikey hacked at the can with a long, serrated blade. The noise woke Eleanor up for a few minutes. She went to the bathroom, then flopped down on the couch without saying a word to anyone. I sat on the floor by the fire, hugging my knees to my chest and watching the flames dance. The whole time, I realized this later, the dead boy and the burning apartment never entered my mind. Was it a breakthrough? Had I finally moved on? No. There was just so much other bad shit that had replaced it, that's all. Instead of a blackened corpse, I thought of Jonas's rattling wet breaths. I thought of how I closed his eyes after he died, eyes that no longer saw anything. I thought of how I left him there in some stranger's house, my best friend, a musketeer. And I thought of the snow and the cold. Always the snow. The vote took place later that night. There was no sun now. It had set earlier than it should have. Eleanor and Mikey didn't say much, but they ate. I was glad about that. Too often people going through stuff forget to eat, myself being an example. Anything I ate after I failed the apartment boy tasted burnt, even if it wasn't. When things really got bad and my stomach grumbled loud enough to wake me in the middle of the night, I settled for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. My grandmother said that was all she grew up on, and she lived to be over 90 years old. Make of that what you will. I proposed the vote. Eleanor stood from the couch, one hand holding a can of green beans, the other a fork, and said, "Are you crazy?" I shrugged. It's not my favorite idea, but it's only fair that we vote. If we want to survive this, we'll have to work together. Mikey laughed from his spot in the kitchen. He leaned against a counter, still dressed in my ratty Cleveland Cavaliers shirt. "Work together. That's rich," Mikey said. I met his eyes, and a great anger broiled within them. Not some normal teen angst, but anger toward me. I understood why. I had killed his father. I deserved much worse. "Shut up, Mikey," Eleanor said. Stone said, "Let's do this thing already." "Working together?" Mikey interrupted. "Got us nowhere. Your friend's dead, along with my mom and dad. I think maybe we should just go our separate ways." I wasn't about to coddle him, so I said, "Okay, Mikey, if that's what you want, be my guest. Nothing's stopping you from walking out that door right now. You can take your dad's rifle with you. It's yours." "Maybe I will." "Oh, Mikey," Eleanor said. "He's right. We have to stick together." "Listen, kid," I said. "I'm sorry about everything. We were all dealt a shitty hand, you and Eleanor especially, but we're still here. I'd like us all to remain that way. But like I said, you want to brave that cold and whatever else might be out there? Go on ahead." Mikey moved his lower jaw in a way that told me he was grinding his teeth. I waited a moment, calling his bluff, but he only crossed his arms over his chest and slouched more. Eleanor went over and put an arm around his shoulders, which he shrugged off. "So," I continued, "those who want to go on, raise your hands." Stone raised his, as did Mikey. I watched Eleanor. Her arm came up as she eyed Mikey, then it came down. "Great," Stone said. "A tie. Now what?" I reached in my pocket and brought out a quarter. I had come prepared. "Tiebreaker. Stone, Mikey, you guys call it." Mikey said, "Heads," and Stone shrugged. "All right. Heads, and we leave. Only when the sun is up, if it comes up again. Tails, and we stay. I don't know for how long, but we'll discuss it when the time comes. Agreed?" Stone gave a thumbs up. Mikey just stared at me, and Eleanor nodded. "All right." I flipped the coin in the air. It seemed to hang for a long, long time, firelight glinting off of the metal, before it hit the carpet. Each of us leaned in. It was tails. Mikey mumbled, "Bullshit." Stone said, "I don't like it, but a deal's a deal." Eleanor and I said nothing. It's not that I didn't want to leave, or that I was too afraid. The reason was that I thought we'd be rushing into it, jumping the gun. We didn't know the situation. We weren't acclimated to it or the weather. We knew at the time there was a fuck ton of snow and something out in it. Something unnatural. We knew the electricity was out and our phones weren't getting service and it was cold as hell. We knew the only person on the radio was reading Bible passages and the government had been silent. That was all. I wanted to get a better understanding before we left, and I hoped someone would come along and save us. It never happened. I guess when it comes to such drastic times as these, you have to save yourself. We stayed in that lake house for 2 weeks. In those 2 weeks, I saw the sun come out 3 times, and on the 3rd time, it didn't hang around longer than an hour. When I was a kid and I stayed there with Jonas, Stone, and Stone's father, the place seemed huge, a mansion, but those 2 weeks were like living in an icy sardine can. Sometime in that first week, I was in my bedroom. There was no fire in there, obviously, or heat, but I needed space from the others. Cabin fever was hooking its claws in us all. At one point, after 2 in the morning, Eleanor slipped under my covers and laid beside me. Her weight shifting the mattress brought me out of a light doze. I rolled over and said, "Eleanor?" She didn't answer immediately. I thought I was dreaming, but she seemed so real. The beautiful hair, the slender shape of her body, her warmth. Then she spoke. "I heard someone outside, calling my name." "What?" "There's someone outside, calling my name," she repeated. "It sounds like my mom." "Ignore it." Goosebumps broke out all over my body, and not because of the cold. Try to sleep. I had seen her mother's corpse. I knew with 100% certainty her mother was gone. Eleanor laughed. "Try to sleep? Funny." She went stiff and clawed my arm. "Did you hear that?" I shook my head. All I heard was the wind, the unnatural, shrieking wind. "Listen," she said. I did. "There it is again." This time, I heard it. A female voice, in pain, saying, "Eleanor." "What are they?" she asked me, scooting closer. I shook my head. "I don't know." "Stone and Mikey don't really believe us, I think. If they do, they don't think they're as dangerous as you and me do." "Maybe not, but Mikey saw something in the snow that first night. He might deny it out loud, but deep down, I think he knows." It took a while for Eleanor to speak again. She seemed to be intensely listening to the wind. When she spoke, she caught me off guard. "Do you think they're ghosts?" I shrugged, somehow more frightened than I had been before. Whatever they are, they're as unnatural as the summer snow. "Grady! Grady! Grady!" A distant voice shouted then, barely audible over the wind. My body went rigid, and Eleanor felt it. "They're calling your name now," she said. "They'll call Mikey's and Stone's next." She wrapped her legs around mine and buried her face in my neck. "It's okay, Grady. It's going to be okay." Seemed like she was trying to convince herself this more than me. But it also sounded like a question, not a statement. Is it going to be all right? The things went on shouting my name the rest of that night, and the nights after that. We all heard them. One night a couple of days later, Stone started screaming. It scared the hell out of me. I shot up from my place beside the fire and rushed over to him. He was leaning on his crutches by the window. The curtains parted. His chest rose and fell rapidly. "What?" I asked. "Are you—" But then I saw what he saw. Jonas was standing out in the snow, not far from the mounds our cars were buried beneath. He was waving at us. "I thought he was dead," Stone said. I closed the curtains. "Come on," I said. "Come sit by the fire." Jonas is out there, Grady. We can't leave him out there. Are you crazy? It's not Jonas. It is. Look at him. He's wearing the same fucking clothes he was wearing when you guys left. Eleanor came over, parted the curtains, and looked over my shoulder. Stone, that's not Jonas, I promise. It's one of them. Stone began crying as he backed away from the window. He said nothing, but he understood. On the 17th day after the first storm, we ran out of food. There was no vote, no coin flips, and no arguments. We knew what we had to do. We had to leave. So, when the sun shone through the gray clouds sometime after 3 in the afternoon, we left. It wasn't easy. The snow in those days had slowed down, but there was still about 4 feet of it covering the ground. And the cold hurt your lungs, stung your eyes, turned your muscles and bones to ice. In those 17 days, we burned everything flammable inside the lake house. Beds, couches, carpets. We even took off all the wooden doors and hacked them up with a hatchet Mikey found in the basement. The blisters I got haven't gone away yet. I don't know if they ever will. In those days spent inside the lake house, we probably inhaled a bunch of crap we shouldn't have from the flames, but it kept us warm enough to keep going, and that was all we could ask for. Unfortunately, everything has an expiration date, especially now. And the lake house had expired then. We needed more shelter, more food, more things to burn. The problem with leaving was that we didn't know where to go. Around the 14th day, before we set out, it was evident we'd only last in the lake house for a few more days, so discussions began. We just need to go, Stone had said. It doesn't matter where, we need to go. Eleanor nodded. She was sitting with her back against the brick fireplace, the flames blazing to her left. Anywhere's got to be better than here. A very hopeful outlook, no doubt, but I kept my mouth shut. I knew that wasn't the case. In fact, I was pretty sure we were a lot better off than most people, aside from maybe the President of the United States and his cabinet in a bunker somewhere miles below ground. We could go south, Mikey said. It's got to be warmer that way. Stone shook his head. No, I don't think so. Remember what I saw on Facebook, Grady? Yeah. Snow in South Carolina. In July, Stone added. We really think this is a national thing, Eleanor said. In the light of the fire, she looked better, healthier. If it wasn't, someone would have come along to help us, Stone said. I nodded. It's definitely more than national, I said. I hate to say it, but I think it's global. Me too, Mikey said. I don't know, I just feel it. Eleanor bowed her head, a gleam of tears in her eyes. She knew, too. Eleanor, I said, prepared to right my mistake, to offer her some false but comforting words. She looked up at me, swiped her tears away with the back of her hands, and nodded. I know, she said. You're right. Silence filled the living room for a while after that. Stone was the one who eventually broke it. I'm not sure how long after. We just need to go, man. It doesn't matter where. We pack up our stuff and get the hell out of here. I don't like it. I hear those things all the time, calling my name. I hear my mom and dad. I hear Jonas. He closed his eyes and grimaced. I just want to go and get away from them. I was sitting next to him. I reached over and patted him on the shoulder. Me too. But the question was, where did we go? Going out there without a destination in mind is suicide, I said. Maybe that's not a bad thing, Mikey mumbled. Eleanor shot him a look almost as sharp as the wind outside. What? The world ended, Mikey was only 17 at the time, but he sounded like a man in his 50s. One who'd seen and experienced horrible things. Tragedy has a way of making you grow up, I guess. God got sick of us, so he decided to freeze us all out. Eleanor gave no reply. So that's it, I said. We just leave? The others shrugged. Got any better ideas? Stone asked. I said, No. I'd say we have another 2 days of eating scraps before we have to go on, Stone continued. Then we leave. It was decided. We'd leave, with no destination and no backup plan. I hated it, but I knew I had a couple of days to work up the courage to do it. When everyone went to sleep that night, I forced myself to stare out the window into the darkness. I saw nothing but a sea of white. I did this for maybe 3 hours before exhaustion got the best of me and I passed out on the floor, huddled in blankets. The next night, I did the same thing. It was relatively clear. Hardly any wind to kick up the snow and create a haze, but it was also dark. I don't know if you've ever been to the country out in the sticks, where there isn't a McDonald's every half mile or so, but there's hardly any light pollution out there. When the snow fell and the grid went down, you could see every star in the sky on a cloudless night. And if someone turned on a lamp a few miles away, it may as well have been another sun. Going on the 4th hour of looking aimlessly out the window, something happened. A light turned on. I shed my blankets and pressed my face against the cold glass, squinting. My heartbeat went off the charts, and for the first time since I woke up to a world covered in snow and ice, I felt warmth. It was the heat of hope radiating throughout my body. And just like that, our destination was found. 6. Welcome. I opened the door and led the way outside on that 17th day. Stone was on my back, obviously unable to crutch through the snow for too long. We had fashioned a sling that went over my shoulders and around my waist, and Stone was able to sit in it and lean against me. Uncomfortable for both of us. Luckily, Stone didn't weigh much. Behind me was Eleanor, and behind her was Mikey. We had no belongings besides the clothes and coats and blankets we had wrapped around our bodies. And the rifle. Stone was holding that. He swept the area in front of us, the barrel visible in my peripherals. I took a deep breath. The iciness stabbed at my lungs and burned my throat. My eyes watered and almost instantly dried out. The day was clear. The sun hung in the sky, shining through the overcast. I wondered if it was a July sun up there, and if it was the clouds that belonged to a different time. I shook the thought away, focusing on one thing and one thing only. The house across the lake with the light on, our destination. Couldn't have been more than a half a mile's walk over the water and land beach. But in the snow and cold, half a mile away might as well have been as far as it is from Ohio to California. We had to try, didn't we? What other option did we have besides die? The old saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't, played on a continuous loop in my head leading up to our departure. I would try to think positive. And then a record would scratch somewhere in my mind, reminding me of how screwed we were. It was a classic conundrum. Still, I think we would have rather tried than given up. Humans are built to survive. It's in our genetic code. That's all this was. Surviving. The wind blew harshly. I almost lost my balance. We hadn't stepped off the porch yet, and already the difficulty of the expedition had me thinking about turning around. We may not have been able to get a fire going inside, but the walls would shelter us from the worst of the wind, right? No, the clock was ticking. Time was running out. We had to leave. For some odd reason, I had become sort of a leader. I don't know why, and I certainly don't know why I accepted the position. But here I was, and it was my job to lead. I went down the steps, or where I thought the steps were. My boots sunk about 2 feet through the snow before they found solid ice. I pressed all of my weight down, expecting it to break with Stone on my back. It didn't. That was good, and made me feel slightly better. If the rest of the ground was like that, we'd get across without too much of a problem, as long as the bitter cold didn't kill us first. And that was certainly a possibility. I took the next step and the next, reaching for the covered handrail for support, and then I was off the stairs, and touching the ground. Instantly, I sunk another 2 feet, maybe more. It came up past my waist, and despite the layers I wore, the freeze got through my clothes. "Fuck," Stone said. "Too late to sit on your shoulders? Screw you, Stone." I found it hard to move my lips. They felt frozen, like the rest of the world. I turned and saw Mikey and Eleanor sink at nearly the same time. Eleanor's head and shoulders were all that stuck out from the snow, and although Mikey was still a kid, he had been blessed with his father's height, so it came up to about his upper abdomen. "You okay?" I asked them. Eleanor nodded. She wore a scarf over her face, exposing only her eyes and the bridge of her nose. But judging by the movement of her jaw beneath the scarf, her teeth were chattering. "Mike," I called. "Better than ever," he answered with a sarcasm as sharp as the cold. "Then let's go on." From the small backyard, we navigated toward the nearest tree, as was the plan. Stopped and took a break to catch our breath. Moving through the hardpack was like trudging through mud. When the wind blew, I lost all will to go on. I'm sure the others did too. I just kept telling myself, next tree, get to the next tree. Eventually, I did. Stone still had the gun leveled over my shoulder. It crossed my mind that I might trip and the gun would accidentally go off and kill one of us. Bad thoughts. I pushed them away and moved on to the next landmark. At this point, the feeling in my right foot left me. It felt like I was dragging a couple of bricks. My brain forced my right leg to move again and again, until we got to the last tree. It was a big oak with a trunk as thick as my car. Here, I leaned on my right shoulder and reached my left hand out to Eleanor. She grabbed it when it was in reach, and I pulled her closer. Mikey was right behind her, face snow-caked, eyes looking defeated. I grabbed his hand and pulled him in, too. The 4 of us huddled there against the tree trunk while the wind picked up. This was always the plan. We needed the break, and we needed the heat, as little as it may have been, of each other's bodies. This rest lasted about 2 minutes. It felt both like a lifetime and only a few seconds. Funny how that worked out. It was all we could spare, considering the sun hadn't been staying out very long. And when it went down, I didn't want to think about that either. But as the leader, I had to. Those things, the monsters, the ghosts, the wraiths, whatever they were, would come out from their hiding spots and change us. And I couldn't let that happen. "See anything?" I shouted over the whistle of the wind. "Nothing but white. It's like a Taylor Swift concert out here," Stone answered. Mikey laughed, but it barely sounded like one. I think it was the first time I'd heard him do so since his parents passed. Me, I was too cold to even try. The iciness had gotten past layers of clothing, my flesh, and even my bones. Now it was drilling into my bones. I didn't know where it would go after that, but I figured I was going to find out whether I wanted to or not. It was so cold that my body heat wasn't melting the snow the way I or anyone would expect. You know what I mean. If not, let me give you this scenario. You walk through less than an inch of powdery white in your house slippers and socks when you grab the newspaper or mail down at the end of the driveway one morning. And on your way back, the snow somehow makes its way into your slippers, and oh shit, it's melting. Now you've got wet socks, wet slippers, and it's just so damn uncomfortable. Your morning's ruined. But let me tell you, that's not as uncomfortable or unnatural as when the snow doesn't melt because it can't melt, and all you feel is the constant cold. Like I was feeling. Numbness no longer existed or mattered. The freezing pain sliced through that with ease. "Ready?" I asked everyone. "No," Eleanor said. "But let's go." We did. Our next goal was the beach about 100 feet away, down the slope and onto the sand, which was long gone, buried underneath the snow. As I stood on the edge of the land, the white still up to my waist, and looked out over the flat expanse of the lake, I thought to myself, the easy part was over. And that was just great. "We'll have to slide," I said over the wind, my voice barely audible. With Stone on my back, I had to turn and lie on my stomach. The others didn't. The snow got under my clothes and packed beneath my coat and shirts, icy against my belly. I eased us downward as best as I could, which wasn't very good. I lost control about halfway, my boots slipping, and instead of shimmying, we rolled. Me crushing Stone, and then Stone crushing me for about 5 seconds. 5 seconds that felt like an eternity, I should add. The snow lessened the blow for the most part, but the hardness of the ice hurt. Pretty bad. "Good going, Grady," Stone said. I swiped snow from my face and flung it away. "Sorry, and ow." Eleanor and Mikey's descent was much smoother. They both helped me stand again. When I looked down at my feet, I noticed the snow only came up to about my thighs down here. Still pretty high, but nowhere near as piled as it was by the house. But as we got closer to the lake, it grew taller again. I stopped at its edge, where the tide should have been coming in, and looked out. The wind kicked up a bunch of white, creating a haze we could barely see the distant house through. I located the upper window, the one I'd seen the light coming from. It was still dark, and this gave me another bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. "No lamp," Stone said, as if reading my mind. A telepathy reserved for best friends. The two musketeers. "I know. You think it's a bad omen?" "Nah," he said. "We all saw it last night when you woke us up." I looked at the window again. "Well, what do you think it means?" I was nervous we might have all been tricked, that our brains gave us what we wanted to see. Or maybe it was the shadow things that had done it. Maybe they had projected that image of a bright lamp burning across the lake to get us out, to give us the courage to move on. God, I hope so. I really did, but the possibility of it seemed all too real. On my left, Mikey snorted and said, "What do I think it means? I think it means whoever's there is trying to save on their electricity bill." He pointed up. "Sun's out. Why would you need a light on now?" "Kid has a point," Stone said. That eased my mind a little bit. "Can we stop chatting and go on?" Eleanor said. "Not yet," I said. "I need a rock, preferably a big one." This wasn't part of the plan, but it was now. I wasn't about to walk out on the frozen lake, get a few steps, and then sink to my icy death. I needed to test it. Finding a rock shouldn't have proven to be a problem. The shore was littered with them. I remembered grabbing more than enough when we made our little fire in the sand on that doomed July 4th weekend, which felt like so long ago now. "Here, is this good?" Mikey held out a chunk of stone about as big as my fist. I shook my head. Bigger. I couldn't bend down and search myself with Stone on my back, but I felt around with my boots, hoping to hit something other than ice. Eleanor grunted and heaved up a rock much bigger than any fist. The exposed flesh of her face, already red from the wind, went a darker shade as she passed it my way. I took it, and it nearly pulled my arms out of their sockets. "Yeah," I said, grunting as well. "This'll do. Mikey, can you help me out here?" He crunched my way, and we each took an end of the rock. "On 3. I counted down, and we heaved it out on the lake's surface. It didn't go very far. I didn't expect it to, considering neither Mikey nor I were much in the muscles department. Plus, let's not forget the fact that the cold had zapped most of our energy away as soon as we stepped outside. On top of that, our trek down to the beach felt like hundreds of miles instead of the couple 100 feet it actually was. We watched as the rock disappeared in the piled snow. It thunked against the frozen surface of the lake a second or two later. A solid thunk. "Satisfied?" Stone asked. "Not really. Not like we have much of a choice, though, is it?" I answered. Not having a choice seemed to be the recurring theme of the day. "Let's just get a move on. I've lost feeling in my face." Already can't feel my legs. I don't want to add the rest of my body to the list. I craned my head up at the sky. If the cold wasn't motivation enough, the waning light certainly was. With the darkness came those things, those wraiths. I had started mentally calling them that around this time. Okay, I said, turning to Eleanor and Mikey. Walk slow and easy. There's already a ton of weight on top of the lake from the snow. If you were an optimist, Grady, Eleanor said, you'd say, so what's a little more weight, right? But apparently you're not. He's an optimist, Stone said to no one's amusement. I smiled at Eleanor. She didn't see it on account of my covered face, but I'm sure it wasn't hard to read in my eyes. I'm a realist. Be careful. Easy steps. Or, Stone said, we just sprint across, like they do on old rickety bridges in movies. If they go all slow and cautious, I can guarantee that the ancient son of a bitch is snapping and you're losing some characters. Besides, falling in some icy water ain't the end of the world. No, but hypothermia is going to be hell, I said. And it'll probably kill us if we never make it somewhere warm. I know, I'm joking. It's easy for me to shout out orders when I'm strapped to your back like Yoda in Star Wars, Stone said. Then again, he trailed off for a second. Mikey? Eleanor called. And I realized the reason why Stone's train of thought had derailed. Mikey was currently plowing through the snow on the lake. In the span of the few seconds Stone and I had been talking, he'd covered about 50 feet without a problem. Kid's got guts, Stone said. Or he's just stupid. Eleanor shot us a worried look. Him being stupid is what I'm afraid of. She cupped her hands around her covered mouth and called for him again. He looked back and waved us on. Smart, actually, I said. We should go at intervals. If we're too close together, the ice might not take all the strain. I motioned Eleanor onward. She hesitated. It's okay, just go nice and easy like Mikey's doing. Don't look ahead either, just look down at your legs. Focus on each step one at a time. Or close your eyes, Stone added. That's what I'm going to do. You better not, I warned. You're the one with the gun. Fair point. Okay, I'll squint. I grabbed Eleanor's hand and squeezed reassuringly. Go on. We'll be right behind you. She nodded and mumbled, fuck me, before going on. Her first few steps were almost too easy. Shuffle, stop, look back and contemplate aborting the mission, then she'd move forward again. The wind was really kicking up the dusty top layer of snow, taking it in white swirls, spraying it every which way like ocean mist. Only this wasn't so pleasant. Through the white haze, Mikey was a barely visible dark blot, but he was getting smaller and smaller, which meant he hadn't quit moving. I didn't think he would unless he fell through. That was the downside of going in intervals. If one of us cracked the ice and sank into the freezing water below, there'd be no one there to immediately pull them out. Reaching them would take a bit, too, since we couldn't exactly run, especially if the ice had already cracked, like it did in this scenario. I tried pushing the thought from my mind. It did no good. That sort of thing never works. It's like you're climbing up a ladder and telling yourself not to look down, that it's not that high up, and then you look down and cars and people seem like Hot Wheels and ants. Bad thoughts or not, I had to go. So, I took a deep breath. Well, not that deep, since the cold air made it feel like bits of glass were stabbing my lungs, and steadied myself. Well, you ready? I asked Stone. No, man, just leave me here and I'll swim over once it all melts. Maybe see if I can borrow a boat or something from old man Jenkins down the shore. Being a sarcastic asshole isn't helping our situation, Stone. Hey, now, don't badmouth the dude with the gun. You're not that dumb, are you? Touché. I took my first step. Once my weight pushed through the few feet of snow and made contact with the surface, my worries vanished. It felt as solid as the ground at my back. I took a few more easy steps, and the feeling of solidness thinned. The ice creaked and groaned, making me stop and hold my breath. Shit, I said. This isn't "Don't talk," Stone hissed. "The ice'll break." I craned my neck to the left so I could look at him over my shoulder. "Seriously? That's not going to happen. Why chance it?" He had a point, I guess, even though I highly doubted talking made a difference, but I shut my mouth and kept on going. It wasn't easy. Each step made the ice groan louder as the wind slapped me in the face with crystal needles. I looked up. Mikey had vanished completely, and Eleanor was about 200 feet in front of me. At least I thought it was her. It was hard to see much of anything. A few minutes later, my confidence returned. I was moving and grooving right along. There weren't any markers to tell where I was at, but I had to have passed the halfway point, maybe even approaching the 3/4 mark. Then, it all went to hell. It usually does. My father always said nothing was easy. I've heard variations of that saying over the years. Nothing worth doing is ever easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it, and so on. But I've always dug the simplicity of my dad's take. Things went south more often than they went north. Maybe you don't agree, but I'll tell you my personal observation. Things aren't easy. We just get stronger. And when we get stronger, things only seem easier. So, there I was, in the middle of a wintry tundra. One step, another step, my boots hit the ice, and then the sound that filled the air immediately after was like a terrible car crash. That's the best way I can explain it. I stopped, lost in my wonder of what that crackling noise was, and turned because it seemed to be coming from behind me. I realized we were pretty much fucked. "Go!" Stone yelled. "What the hell are you waiting for?" I don't know, but I was frozen. Only for a moment, because Stone thumped me in the back of the head with the rifle's butt. Hurt like hell, but it got me going. A little pain now was nothing compared to being turned into a human icicle. I sprang forward. The ice was already cracking, and I thought it didn't matter how hard or fast I ran as long as I got onto the other side of the lake. Stone had the best vantage point. He was the rearview mirror I couldn't see out of. That was all right, though, because he gave me constant updates. "We're gonna die in 3 seconds, he yelled. "The Reaper's coming." Weirdly motivating and depressing. I refused to give up, and I kept going. Before I knew it, I made out Eleanor and Mikey's dark figures standing ashore. More hope filled my chest. I was going to make it. I was only a few dozen feet away. 15 feet away now. 12. 6. 5 feet, which somehow seemed like another world away. Then, another vicious crackle. I shrank, got shorter. It took a second to realize that my foot had plunked through the ice. But by the time I realized it, I was already falling forward. I landed face first in the snow. The lake water beneath the ice was slush, and its violent coldness somehow cut through the rubber of my boots. Instantly, I felt the nerves in my toes cry out and die as I yelled in pain as I heard more cracking. It was like shattering glass. "Get up! Get up!" Stone was shouting. He sounded far away, despite being on my back. I scrambled and pulled my lame foot from the hole. But moving in 3 feet of snow while on the wobbly surface of breaking ice wasn't exactly easy. The snow pulled me back. It was like it wanted me, like it was some ravenous beast. I tried, I really did. But my body gave out, and I fell back down, the white turning everything black. The cold, the wind, the ice. It had won. "Grady! Grady!" My eyes fluttered open. Eleanor stood before me, still wrapped in all her heavy winter clothes. The snow had consumed the colors, though, turning the navy of her jacket and the gray of her pants white. The only way I recognized her, because I wasn't exactly in my right mind at this point, my brain had pretty much been frostbitten, was by her eyes, the deep green that shined bright in the winter haze, and by a strand of her hair that had spilled out from beneath her hood and danced along on the bitter breeze. For a long moment, I wasn't sure where I was, but a quick scan told me I made it to the opposite shore. Mostly. My lower half was sopping wet with lake slush, already stiffening as the cold turned it to ice as I watched. I barely felt much of anything down there. When I passed out, I had passed out and dreamed of summer. Me sitting near the tide on a beach in the Caribbean. The warm water unfrozen and lapping at my bare feet, a campfire at my back. Someone was strumming a ukulele, an upbeat melody, and another person sang along in a high, sweet voice. Eleanor grabbed my hand, pulled me up. I was hardly able to stand on my own with my frozen foot. Dazed, I looked around and didn't see much except for the endless white, but I noticed the sun above us was mostly gone, blotted out by the enormous, pale gray clouds that had arrived on July 4th and hadn't moved on since. I noticed something else, too. I was considerably lighter. "Stone," I mumbled, alarm raking down my insides like claws. "Where's Stone?" "Mikey's got him. Come on." I turned and looked toward the lake. There, I barely saw Mikey. But he seemed bigger than normal, and that was because he was carrying Stone in his arms. Stone, who was much bigger than a skinny kid like Mikey. I stumbled again. Eleanor caught me again. Each step I took was like walking on legs controlled by someone else. I had to move, though, because the fact of the matter was simple. If I didn't shed the wet clothes, get out of the cold and wind, and in front of a fire, I was probably going to die. Sadly, a part of me wished it would have just happened. It was easier that way. With Eleanor's arms around my shoulders, she guided me toward the sloping embankment. I took one look at it and wondered how the hell I was going to make it up there. I'm sure there were steps somewhere, but the snow had buried them. We didn't exactly have the time or tools to go shoveling, nor did we have the energy. Each second I spent out in the cold was another second closer to hypothermia and death. "The sun," I said. "It's going down." "I know," she answered. "Come on, we're almost to the house." She was right. It loomed above us on a hill overlooking the beach. Through the haze, I saw it was the color of a summer sky, deep blue. Snow had engulfed most of the roof, but a red brick chimney jutted out like a submarine's periscope. And there, on the second floor of the place, was the window I had seen the light burning so brightly in. It was dark now, contained by icy glass. Mikey and Stone came back to us. Stone was covered in snow, but his eyes were alive. Adrenaline is a hell of a thing, I'll tell you. It probably kept both our hearts beating. "I lost the gun," Stone said. "I dropped it when we fell." "It's okay," I said through chattering teeth and wind-chapped lips. "It's okay. I'm just glad you're with us. I'm sorry I fell." "Shut up, Grady," Stone said. "Forget about it. I don't really want to have a sentimental conversation with you while Mike is holding me like a baby." Fair point, I thought, and shut my mouth. We went onward. The slope proved difficult, and I might not have been able to get up it without Eleanor, but we did. We reached the top. The house seemed so lonely. There were other houses nearby, sure, but the white blocked most everything in the distance out. Since we were close enough to the place, it was all we could see. A warmth radiated through my chest. It felt pleasant, that hope, and it renewed me again. Screw my frozen foot and ice-covered clothes. Who cared that the gun was gone? Who cared that the clouds were claiming the sun? All that mattered was this new house, our salvation. Beyond its doors, a wealth of possibilities waited for us. "Grady." The voice doused the warmth I had momentarily felt. I didn't turn around, but that wasn't necessary to know who the voice belonged to. The dead boy. I had watched him die in the fire a few months ago. I had shot him on July 4th when the snow first fell. But he was still here, and I didn't think he was ever going away. Although I didn't turn around, I had stopped. "I hear it," Eleanor said. and she put a hand on my back, nudging me forward. "They're not close yet. Keep going." She spoke with such calm. I admired it, but not nearly as much as I admired her for dragging me from the snow on the lake shore and saving my life. "Guys," Stone said. "Holy shit," Mikey said, his voice squeaking like he was in the throes of puberty. I turned this time. I had to. The first thing that caught my eye was the bright light in the middle of the lake. Flames, fire, the burning boy. He was advancing too, still shouting my name. The sound of that unnatural speech drifting on the wind. My eyes didn't linger on him for very long, because there was something else. It took me a moment to realize what it was, my brain unable to comprehend the enormity of it. Then I registered the images and put them into one cohesive thing. It was a spider. A huge spider. And it was crawling up the embankment. I let out a quiet gasp. It was all I could do. My breath had gone as soon as I realized what it was. "This can't be real," Mikey was saying. "Go," Eleanor said. "Get to the house." She grabbed my hand, squeezed with a deathly tight grip. I barely felt it. I was barely aware of anything besides the spider. It seemed like it was made of shadows, yet somehow still solid. It was easily as big as the car I had driven down here to Prism Lake over 2 weeks ago, the car that was now buried and useless. But despite the spider looking as if it were made out of shadow or smoke, its 8 legs sunk into the snow, disappeared, then reappeared, flinging clouds of white every which way. I watched it advance, unable to move myself, my brain going numb. 8 dark red eyes sought us out. They glowed like the eyes of a jack-o'-lantern. It had pincers, too, 3 on each side of its gaping maw, which dripped with thick silver saliva. To top this madness off, the thing was somehow breathing, little puffs of vapor escaping its mouth. It growled. It came closer, close enough that I smelled it. A scent of death and rotting flesh. Mikey bolted. He dropped Stone, who hit the snow like a sack of rocks. That made me move. Reflex, maybe, I don't know, but I bent and scooped my best friend up. I had lost a musketeer earlier. Now we were only a duo. If Stone died too, I'd be alone. 2 musketeers were bad enough, but 1? No, unacceptable. Eleanor took off after Mikey. His screams cut through the cold air, louder than the wind. "That's a spider," Stone said. "A big fucking spider." That was one way of putting it. With Stone on my arm, pressed against my hip the way a mom holds her baby, his nearly useless legs dragging through the snow, I took off toward the lake house, and, hopefully, salvation. You already know it was hard to move through the snow, but it was even harder holding Stone without the sling, all while having a foot that barely felt anything. On top of that, most of my lower half was losing feeling too. I still moved. I had to. It's amazing how seeing a giant spider can light a fire under your ass. I'm not even that afraid of spiders. They're creepy looking, possibly from an alien world, yeah. But if I ever saw one in my house, I never squashed it with my shoes. If they were small, I'd let them wander as long as they wanted. If they were bigger, with noticeable hair and all that, I'd catch them and let them outside. Nothing against those bigger ones, I just didn't particularly want one crawling over my face or into my mouth while I slept. But this apparition was bigger than my car. When something like a spider gets that big, its ugliness is hard to ignore, even with the low visibility the current wintry weather conditions offered. Seeing all that, the red eyes, the dripping mouth, the pincers, the hairs jutting from legs longer than my entire body. Well, that was something else. It made me forget all about the dead boy, the cold, the frostbite, the deaths, the lost gun. Survival mode had kicked in, and I hobbled as fast as I could toward the house we had set as our destination. "Please!" Eleanor was shouting. I followed her voice. Stone was slipping from my grasp. I held a fistful of his coat, hanging on for dear life. He was shouting something about the spider, about how close it was. Around the side of the house, in the front, I found the others. Eleanor pounded on the door with fists and elbows. Snow came damn near up to her chin. Mike wasn't moving. He had pressed himself against the brick facade, every part of him frozen except for his eyes, which darted in all directions. "Please let us in, please," Eleanor shouted. The spider shadow screeched, the sound high and serrated. It had lost us, but it was on its way. We weren't exactly hidden, especially against the backdrop of white snow. "Maybe there's no one here," Stone said. And just as he said this, curtains parted in the front window. In the sliver of space, I saw the unmistakable shape of a face and someone's eyes. When they realized I was looking, they backed away. "Fuck it," I said. "No time for this. The person was letting us in whether they wanted to or not. I didn't travel across a frozen lake, through endless feet of snow, and almost die to get turned down." Now, I didn't have much energy. I was beyond tired, and my body was probably going through some sort of catastrophic shock from the cold. But I wasn't going to give up. Not now, not ever. So, I raised an elbow and struck the glass. It hurt like hell, even through my layers of clothing. But the window pane shattered in an array of frozen shards on the first attempt. That surprised me, considering I'm not the strongest guy. Working as a firefighter helped, I guess. I've broken more than a few windows during training exercises, but I did so with a special tool. What gave me this burst of sudden strength was simple. It was the raw, primal fear surging through my body, all thanks to the spider's pursuit of us. It was wanting to make sure the others and myself survived, and being prepared to do anything to make sure that we did just that. From inside the house, a wave of heat reached out to me. I've never felt anything so good. I reached inside, turned the lock, and pushed the window up, shouting, "In! Everyone in!" Eleanor moved toward me first, grabbing Mikey by his collar. He was still in a state of shock and bent to her will as easily as a scared dog on a leash. She pushed him through the window. Once the heat hit him, that seemed to perk him up, and his lethargy became almost overexcitement. I leaned Stone against the sill, and he did the rest of the work. His upper body was strong. He hit the floor on the inside and rolled. "Go, Elle," I said. "What about you?" "I'll be right behind you." She nodded and went inside. I followed just as the spider rounded the corner, kicking up drifts of snow like frozen tsunami waves. I said earlier that I had never moved as fast in my life when I ran from the spider, but that was wrong. I had never moved faster than I did when I was face to face with the monster, when I knew for a fact its 8 eyes had landed on me. In those eyes, all of them, I saw its true nature. If I didn't know it before, I knew it now. It wasn't going to just kill me. It was going to devour me, rip me apart, crush me into red jelly and bone dust. As I pushed off my numb foot, trying to spring, I slipped. I didn't fall or anything. It wasn't a major slip, but it was enough to slow me down. That was all the spider needed. Its front legs stabbed in my direction. Life went slow motion. I saw the wispy but solid blackness coming, knowing if it made contact, I would become a dead man. I would turn into whatever Ed had turned into. I would kill people, and then I'd kill myself. The monster screeched. This close to me, it gave off not any kind of heat, but a cold, greater than the cold of the frozen world. It was impossible. It was true. Then, I closed my eyes, and I accepted my fate. 7. The end. And so my eyes remained closed for what seemed like a long time. I remember thinking it had already happened, that I had died or that the thing had touched me. Then, despite being sightless, a brightness pierced through my eyelids. I thought the sun had come out again. The creature screeched in pain, and the cold coming from it disappeared. I opened my eyes. No sun, but there was light, a blinding one. I turned, brought my hand in front of my face. The light vanished with a heavy click. Once I adjusted back to the relative darkness, I stared at a stranger, the occupant of the house. She was a woman, older, maybe in her 60s, with a face of heavy wrinkles, but her eyes were young and full of life. How that was possible, with the world so cold and dead, I didn't know. "I was moving as fast as my legs would take me, but you had to be assholes and break my window. I guess you might as well come in now," she said. We barricaded the broken window with a couch. Eleanor and me put it on its end and leaned it against the wall. Mikey was still in shock. He kept mumbling about what he'd seen, so he didn't help us. Stone was sitting on the floor. I offered him a hand, and he took it. I wasn't as good as crutches, those we had lost somewhere in the snow, but I was the next best thing. "Follow me," the old woman said. We did, into a large living room. The warmth greeted us. And God, it was heavenly. My mind was already in the process of burying our journey, and that was good. The windows weren't barricaded, but they were covered with heavy curtains and blankets, so they might as well have been. Without the sun or the moon in the sky, the darkness was heavy. The woman disappeared into an adjoining room for a few seconds and came back with an armful of clothes. "Here, these might be a tight fit, but they're better than the clothes you have on. For you, young lady, I have some upstairs." I took them from her and said, "Thank you. I'll give you fellas some privacy. You can follow me. What did you say your name was again?" "Eleanor," Eleanor answered. "Beautiful name. Follow me, Eleanor." Together, the two of them went upstairs, the steps creaking loudly in the quiet of the dead world. Stone hobbled to the couch and began changing. I did the same. Mikey, though, wasn't moving. His gaze was directed at the black blanket covering the window. He seemed as pale as the snow outside. "Mikey," I said, changing into a North Face fleece that smelled of mothballs. "It's gone. The light killed it." "It was a spider," Mikey whispered. "A giant spider." "It was something," Stone agreed. He was buttoning up a flannel. The sleeves hung over his wrists and the shirt hung baggily around his torso. "It can't hurt us now," I said. "That was my worst fear. Spiders, man, fucking spiders." Mikey collapsed onto the floor and leaned his back against one of the couches. "We're safe here," I assured him. "For how long?" Mikey asked. "We're going to run out of food or firewood eventually, and then what? We have to do this again. We have to go out in the cold and snow and run from giant-ass spiders." He was right, of course. It would happen, and we'd have to do something about it or die. But I was firmly in the camp of crossing that bridge when we got to it. "Don't worry," I told him. The women came back a few minutes later. Eleanor wore a pair of black and white yoga pants and a pink sweatshirt with a faded picture of Mickey Mouse front and center. Not exactly winter-ready, but warm enough to keep her comfortable in the coziness of the house. By that time, Stone, Mikey, and I were all done up in clothes that were old and either too big, or in my case, too small. If I raised my arms, my fleece turned into a belly shirt. I had changed into a pair of jeans, also too short, and a pair of high socks that were more like ankle socks. My left foot had turned a bluish red from the ice water that had gotten into my boots. But the longer I stayed in the warmth of the living room, the more feeling came back to it. "Well, I guess we'd better discuss some things," the woman said. She sat on the floor in the middle of the room, in the middle of a circular rug, and crossed her legs like a pretzel. "I know Eleanor's name, but I'm a little shaky on the gentleman." She pointed to Stone. "Rock or Brock, am I right?" "Stone," he said. And I thought this usually would have made him laugh, but his face remained as emotionless as a Well, a stone. Stone, I was close. And you are Michael, Eleanor's little brother, the woman said, nodding. Mikey said nothing. His eyes were narrowed, but I could still see them bouncing around in every direction. The experience had shaken him. I wasn't sure if he'd ever recover. And you, friend. I'm not sure of your name. I'm Grady, I said, but my teeth were chattering, so it came out as Grady. Grady, the one who broke my window. I nodded. And you are? Helga, she said. Helga Thompson. You're all alone? I asked. I sat on the couch next to Eleanor. She wasn't paying any attention. Her mind was on Mikey, worried. I am. Been that way for about 5 years. Ever since my husband passed. I'm sorry to hear that, Stone said. You all are wearing his clothes. Helga brushed a strand of gray hair behind her ears. Her face was wrinkled, and her body rail-thin, but she seemed in good health despite all that had happened. Lucky for you, I never got around to donating them to the Goodwill like I've been saying I would for years. Thank you, I said. We really appreciate it. No problem. I'm sorry I wasn't quicker in answering the door. It's been an odd couple of weeks, Helga said. She averted her eyes to the fabric of the rug and began picking at the coils of thread there. They called you two? Stone asked. Yeah, but I never see giant spiders. Not until today, at least. I see myself. You? I cocked my head. You see you? I do, but I look like a zombie. I see the version of myself I could have been. That's what I think, anyhow. 15 years ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. The doctors didn't think I was going to make it, but I showed them. Still didn't cure my fear. Every few hours, I find myself feeling around for lumps. Those things out there, whatever they are, they play on our fears, our biggest ones. And catching the big C is mine. Just as I'm assuming one of you is afraid of spiders. She shuddered. I can't blame whoever that is. Spiders are right up there with cancer. Despite this, she smiled. It made her look younger. I had guessed she was somewhere in her 60s, but after hearing of her battle with cancer, I changed my mind. She was probably in her early 50s, but the disease had taken its toll on her. That, her husband's death, and now the end of the world. It would take its toll on anyone. Do you know anything else? Eleanor said. About what happened? Helga shrugged. I'm as clueless as you are. Went to bed one night and woke up to a winter wonderland in the middle of summer. Didn't make a lick of sense. You have power, I said. Generator? Yes, sir. My Calvin was always prepared. I used to laugh at him when he talked about the end of the world, but if it wasn't for him, I'd have starved or froze to death by now. She frowned and added in a soft voice, Not that it matters much. My world ended when he passed on. Eleanor leaned forward and put her hand on Helga's. I'm sorry. Helga looked up and smiled, and then put her own hand atop Eleanor's. Thank you, but I'm a tough gal, I think. I've survived this long. I can survive a little longer. Eleanor nodded. With the power, I said. You haven't been able to get any news? Cable's out, internet's down, phones are disconnected, and the only radio station coming through is one of those Christian ones. Some guys on there reciting Bible verses over and over, not telling us what the hell's going on. Last time I turned it on a few days back, he was snoring. I doubt he's going to last much longer, poor fellow. I nodded. Stone and I knew about that particular radio station. So, no, I don't know much of anything aside from the fact that we're, and excuse my French here, pretty well fucked, Helga said. What about you guys? We told her our story from the beginning, how Ed had killed Angie and then Jonas, and then how I had killed Ed. She told us she had heard the gunshots. They had woken her up. She lifted her shirt a bit and showed us the handle of a holstered revolver she wore on her hip. "Made me grab this from the nightstand," she said. "Never shot a gun in my life. Got close, though. One of them crazies came trying to barge in my house on the third night of the snowfall. I had the gun aimed at the door as he was beating and clawing on it, but he must have gotten distracted because I never pulled the trigger. Would've, though, believe you me. Cal was always trying to get me to go to the range with him. But ever since my great-grandpa made me go hunting and kill a squirrel when I was around 6 or 7, I never wanted to pick up a gun again." She shrugged. "But drastic times call for drastic measures and all that, am I right? What happened to your gun?" "I dropped it," Stone said. "The lake started cracking, Grady fell, and I dropped him. Now it's probably a block of ice." "Well, don't you worry. Helga'll protect you." She stood and went to the fireplace. There she turned a knob on the side of its base. The flames rose. "Y'all just huddle up by the fire," Helga said. "I bet you're hungry. I was going to cook up some soup, but I got a big old frozen ham in the freezer downstairs I've been craving. Only I know I'd never finish the whole thing without some help. But now I got you guys." My mouth watered at the mere mention of it. "Please tell me this isn't some cruel prank," Stone said. Helga raised her right hand. "Not a prank. I'll get the oven fired up now." The smell of the cooking meat made my stomach go wild. After so many nights spent eating canned green beans and corn, I never thought I'd see steak again. We ate in a big, mostly empty dining room. The carpet was pale green and the walls were bright yellow. The table stretched from wall to wall, and in one corner stood a china cabinet once full of expensive-looking plates. Those plates now sat on the tabletop, 6 of them, one for each of us, and another for the sliced ham. The ham wasn't around long. We devoured it in about 15 minutes. Helga didn't seem too upset about that either. She was glad to be able to share a meal with someone other than herself, I think. There was also stuffing and mashed potatoes. "I don't have gravy," Helga had said, "but I got butter, and that'll make 'em taste pretty good, too." Stone, his eyes as big as the wolf who impersonated Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother, said, "Mashed potatoes? Are you serious? I'd eat them even if they were covered in sawdust." "Or snow," Mikey added, which got a few laughs from me and Eleanor. Mostly of relief, I think, because he'd been quiet since we'd arrived at Helga's. "Snow, sawdust, I don't care," Stone replied. For dessert, we had 2 options: ice cream or Little Debbie zebra cake rolls. We opted for the rolls. The mere mention of anything containing ice turned my stomach sour. So we ate, and we talked. Eventually, our conversation went toward the future. "I think the weather's gonna break," Helga said. "Call me crazy, but after I battled cancer and won, I'm forever an optimist." "I hope so," Eleanor said. "Hope is a good thing. Don't let anyone tell y'all different," Helga said. I pushed around the crumbs of icing from my cake roll, hating what I was going to say next, but I said it anyway. What if it doesn't break? What do we do when the food and the gas runs out? "We die," Mikey said, and we all looked at him like he was crazy. "He ain't wrong," Stone said. "No, he's wrong," Helga replied. "Y'all aren't from around here, right?" Eleanor shrugged. "They're not, but me and Mikey have been coming to the lake every summer for years." "Summer's a different time around good old Prism," Helga said. "I'm here year-round, and when the warm days leave and the snow falls, when it's supposed to, I mean, we still get a lot of people vacationing in these parts." "Really?" Stone said. "Because this place looks like a frozen graveyard with snow." "Avery's Mills," Helga answered. "What's that?" I asked. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Ski resort. One of the biggest in the Midwest. Okay, Stone said. How does that help us? How does that keep us alive? It ain't far, Helga said. She smiled. About 3 miles north. It's my backup plan if the snow doesn't melt. I know. I said I'm forever an optimist, but I got a little realist mixed in there, too. Anyway, speaking of being a realist, I didn't think I'd have the gumption to go on to Avery's Mills by myself. But now I don't have to go alone. Stone threw up his hands. I'm lost. I was too, but I had patience. If the winter had taught me anything, it was patience. Eleanor, on the other hand, wasn't lost. Her face and eyes lit up like a July sun. You're talking about a snowcat, aren't you? Why, yes, young lady, I am, Helga said, crossing her arms and looking like the cat that ate the canary. But I know it as a trail groomer. One winter, Calv and I got to ride in one. One of Calv's drinking buddies works at the resort, and he drives them all the time, so I know for a fact they're there and they work. Those bad boys are like tanks. Not even this much snow and ice could slow 'em down much. Whoa, Mikey said. He was grinning, a sight for sore eyes. That could work. But it's 3 miles, Stone said. In this weather, that sounds like suicide. We barely made it a half-mile to get here. I shook my head. The nearly forgotten feeling of hope was filling my chest again. We could do it. I know we can. Grady's right, Eleanor said. We can. Even if we could, where do we go once we're driving it? Stone asked. He frowned, but I could tell the idea was starting to sound like a good one to him. Who cares? Helga said. They got headlights, and those things outside don't like light. Exactly, I agreed. We just get the hell out of here, away from them. There was a deep silence as we met each other's eyes. Then Stone said, Fuck it, I'm in. Eleanor and I whooped. Mikey pounded the table with a fist. Even Helga clapped. We did this because we all knew. We were a family now, and a family sticks together no matter what. I reached over and smacked Stone on the back of his shoulder. A kind of peacefulness fell over the table, and we ate some more. After stuffing our faces, I leaned back in my chair, satisfied, happy that the pants I was wearing were a little big in the waist. I glanced around the table and looked at everyone's faces. Eleanor's was windburned. Mikey's eyes were ringed with blue, and Stone's dark skin looked considerably devoid of color. But a happiness, missing since the first snowfall, had reappeared in each. That was good. Hell, that was great. But outside, in the darkness, the wraiths continued calling our names. And for the first time since the world ended, we ignored them. This concludes The Snow by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Copyright 2020 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Dark Winter by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Until they stood in a great stone room, where lay a black and ancient lake, and on the far shore a creature that raised its dripping mouth from the rimstone pool and stared into the light, with eyes dead white and sightless as the eggs of spiders. Cormac McCarthy, The Road. 1. Blood. There was blood in the snow. I stood about 20 feet from the parking lot of a small grocery store, squinting against the weak sunlight shining through the clouds. My heart was thumping hard. and despite the cold, I thought I felt a trickle of sweat roll down my back. The reason for this surge of adrenaline was what lay before me. About half a dozen bodies were piled near the store's entrance, the red of the blood a stark contrast to the white of the snow. There might have been more buried deeper, I wasn't sure. I thought of turning back, moving as fast as I could, but I had come too far to do that. Still, in the back of my mind, I was wondering what had killed them. Was it the monsters that came out in the darkness? Or was it some person who'd lost their mind like Ed Hark? This much I knew for sure. It was murder. Because you didn't typically bleed when you froze to death. Helga had told me about the grocery store. It was called Pennywiser's. We had been staying with her for at least a few weeks, and these were the best days the four of us had lived since the snow started falling. I took a step toward the pile of bodies. I was wearing a pair of old snowshoes Helga dug out of her deceased husband's closet. They were frequent visitors of Avery's Mills, a local ski resort, when Calvin Thompson was still living. There were a few pairs, two of which were in decent condition. They looked like large tennis rackets made out of wicker. I was amazed the first time I put them on and walked outside. It made moving so much easier. Instead of me sinking and the snow coming up past my waist, I only sank down a few inches, but you couldn't move fast and you had to be conscious about picking up your feet. If you didn't, you'd fall on your face like I had on more than a few occasions. Tweaked my ankle in the process. It sucked. Stuffed in the pocket of my too short jeans was a small pistol. Hell if I knew what kind it was. All I knew for sure was that if I pulled the trigger, it would shoot, and that was all I needed to know. A ski pole was gripped in each of my hands, helping me move through the Arctic wasteland. These also once belonged to Calvin Thompson. The sun was out, but it brought no warmth. That was okay. We had learned the shadows, the wraiths, weren't fans of light of any kind. What the monsters exactly were, we still had no idea. The term wraiths had popped into my head a few days ago, and I had mentioned it in passing conversation, and the term stuck after that. The dictionary definition of wraith is a ghost or a ghost-like image of someone, especially seen before or shortly after their death. And if that doesn't describe these evil entities lurking outside in the darkness to a T, then nothing does. I was by myself. No one knew I had left the safety of Helga's house. Crazy? Yes. Necessary? Also, yes. See, after a dinner of boxed macaroni and Pillsbury crescent rolls a week and some change before, Helga had approached me while I washed the dishes. The others were distracted. Stone was in the dining room telling a funny story about him and Jonas golfing last summer. Mikey and Eleanor's laughter echoed through the short hallway leading to the kitchen. The pipes were understandably frozen, but we never wanted for water. We had a good amount of the bottled variety, some jugs, and a pitcher with a built-in filter. If we ever ran out, we'd just grab a few buckets and fill them with some snow from outside, boil it, and store it in the fridge for drinking, bathing, or washing dishes. Yeah, it wasn't ideal, that's for sure, but it would work. I'd rather have had unfrozen pipes, of course, because given the limited supply and apocalyptic circumstances, we currently bathed about once every 3 days, an act that made sponge baths look luxurious. I was rinsing off a fork when I heard footsteps coming my way. I turned, and there was Helga. I smiled at her. She didn't return the favor. She looked grim, and much older than she had a day or two ago. The lines in her face were deeper, her eyes drooped heavily, and her hair seemed thinner. I thought it was crazy, that I was just imagining it, but the visible spots of her scalp proved otherwise. "Helga?" I said. "What's wrong?" She shook her head as she approached the counter and planted her elbows on the surface. She seemed exhausted. I figured that was the most logical explanation. Every night, the wraiths outside called our names. We ignored them as best as we could, but hearing the voices of your dead relatives and friends can wear on even the sanest of minds. "I'm gonna give it to you straight, Grady." She paused for a moment, meeting my eyes with a hard gaze. We're running out of food. I dropped the fork I was holding in the tub of soapy water. It hit a plate and clinked loudly. Already? I thought we had at least 2 weeks left, maybe 3. Helga shook her head. I was wrong. She straightened and rubbed her face with her hands. Then she shook her head again. No, that's bullshit. Damn it, Grady. I lied, okay? You lied? I repeated, unsure of what was going on. She shushed me. Just listen, and for Christ's sakes, be quiet. The others, they don't need to know right now, all right? I nodded, but there was an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach, like a skeletal hand was squeezing my internal organs. I lied, because I've been so lonely since the snow. No, since Cal died. Then you 4 showed up, and you weren't crazies or some weird ghosts of my imagination. And I was worried that if I told you how much I didn't have here, you'd all leave. She paused, cleared her throat. Now, I ain't fishing for sympathy, or trying to rope you into doing something you don't want to do, understand? I nodded again. Only reason I'm telling you this is because you seem to be the most level-headed of the bunch, and I thought you could help me break the news to them. They follow you, they respect you. Me, well, I'm just a lonely old lady who happened to be home when you came a-knocking. I understood loneliness. Loneliness and I had become pretty good friends in the months after the apartment fire the boy died in. But I was angry. I didn't like being lied to or led astray, which was exactly what Helga had done. Thankfully, the anger passed a few seconds later. I like to think I'm not a complete idiot. I knew if it wasn't for Helga, we would have been dead a long time ago. And though we had only known her for a few days, I thought of Helga as family. And family looked out for one another. Helga suddenly threw herself forward and into my arms, hugging me tightly. Her usual confident and tough image shattered. Shocked, I hesitantly patted her on the back, where I could feel the knobs of her spine sticking out of her flesh. I'm so sorry, she whispered. It's okay, I replied. We can fix this. She had begun crying, her voice shaky. We're gonna starve. And it's all my fault. No, we're not. We're gonna be fine. I parted from Helga and took a step away. How much food do we actually have? She cleared her throat and wiped the tears that rode the wrinkles on her cheeks. Not much. How much? 2 days, maybe 3 if we stretch it out. That's what we're going to have to do, I said, which was what I thought we were doing already. You really can't tell the others yet, Helga said. They deserve to know. They'll never look at me the same. They're going to find out when we run out of food, I said. Seems sooner than later. Maybe we won't run out, Helga straightened. A smirk curled the corner of her top lip and lit up her face. She was starting to seem like her old self again. I arched an eyebrow, thinking I knew where she was going. How? The other houses. We can raid them when the sun comes out. If the sun comes out, I corrected. I can go as soon as there's light. If the houses don't give me nothing, then I'll walk the mile into town and raid the market. Come back, fill up the freezer and pantries, and the others will never know. No, I said. No one's going out there the way it is now, not even if there's sunlight. I know from experience just how fast those things come when the sun disappears. Helga went on. And I know my way around the neighborhood. But most importantly, I know how to handle one of these. She patted the butt of the handgun sticking out of her pocket. I smiled. I know you do, Helga. For now, let's just forget about it. We'll have this conversation in a day or 2. The laughter from the dining room continued. If you didn't look outside, you would have never thought the world had ended. I could hear that Stone was at the punchline of his story, the part where a drunken Jonas tried to hop in their moving golf cart. Jonas, of course, mistimed his jump, and ended up belly-flopping in a nearby sand trap. The part Stone always left out was how Jonas busted his face on a forgotten golf ball. His bottom right canine tore through his lower lip. He said he barely felt it thanks to the booze. Yeah, I knew the story well, and any other time I would have loved hearing it again. But Jonas had only been gone for less than a month. The wound his death left on my heart was still too fresh. I missed the hell out of him. "Okay," Helga said as she turned for the door. "But this is my mess, and I'm gonna clean it up." She left me in the kitchen, disappearing upstairs. Later that night, while the others slept, I slipped outside and raided the two closest houses. I was armed with a flashlight and a gun, and I felt like a burglar. I got into both houses easily enough. The first house only had some dog food. I picked it up and asked myself if this was what it would come to, eating Purina. Then I went on to the other. Like the first, it was empty of people, but it seemed like someone had been there in the last few months. The trash can was half full, there was a newspaper on the kitchen table, and car keys hanging by the garage door. I raided the cupboards and the refrigerator, scrounging up every last bit of food I could find: 2 packs of frozen bacon, stale bread, a quarter of a jar of peanut butter, a jar of strawberry jelly, blah, cans of Campbell's tomato and chicken noodle soup, a dozen bottled waters, and a 2-liter of Sprite. It wasn't much, not nearly enough to get us through to the end. If this ever ended. We'd be lucky to make it last 1 week, let alone a few. But it certainly helped. When I went back to Helga's, my heart thundering in my chest, my eyes bolting in every direction, ears pricked up and waiting to hear the dead boy's voice, I noticed the sun was poking through the gray clouds. I stared at it for a long moment, wondering if I should make my way to town and to the market, try my luck. But as I stood there watching the light, the clouds swallowed it, and it was like dusk again. I decided another time would be best. I was happy with what the house raids had resulted in, for the most part, so I went back inside, careful not to wake anyone. I stripped off my many layers and sat down by the fire with my hands out. Stone was snoring on the couch behind me. Mikey, Eleanor, and Helga stayed upstairs. Sometimes when it was really quiet, I could hear Eleanor calling out for her mother and father. Both of them were dead. Dad killed Mom, and then I killed Dad, after he killed Jonas, in an insane rage brought on by the wraiths. I leaned back, wrapping my arms around my knees, and closed my eyes. The wind whistled over Lake Prism, rocking the house, and not long after, I heard the dead boy calling my name. He sounded sad that he'd just missed me. "Fuck off," I mumbled as I lay down. "Fuck off." That all happened about a week before I went out again, this time to the market, where I'd find the pile of dead bodies in front of it. It was 6 in the morning. I was dressing myself in what seemed like a million sweaters before shrugging into Calvin Thompson's old winter coat. The coat was too narrow for my shoulders, and it smelled like mothballs, but it was pretty damn warm. I could have done a lot worse. As I was zipping myself up, I heard the familiar clatter of Stone's crutches. "Where are you going?" Stone asked me. He looked alert, as if he'd been awake for a while. I racked my brain for a believable lie, but found nothing. Like I've said before, lying to Stone was useless. "For the last few mornings I've heard you get up, Grady. At first I didn't think it was anything to be concerned about. Maybe you had a bad dream, or you needed a glass of water, or had to piss, whatever. But then I saw you looking out the window and jotting stuff down on your notepad, and it hit me. You're going out there, aren't you?" Stone's jaw flexed as he gritted his teeth, waiting for my answer. "Can't get anything past you now, can I, Detective Stonelock Holmes?" He didn't laugh at my lame joke attempt. That was a bad sign, so I steeled myself and said, "Yeah, okay, I'm going out. I'm gonna get us some more supplies. Helga told me there's a market in town, less than a couple of miles away. Grady, going out in this is suicide. Going out alone is just plain dumbassery. Either that or we starve. Stone crossed the living room to the little foyer I was standing at. Why do you always want to be the hero, Grady? I just want us to survive until this all blows over, I said. Stone sat on the bench by the door, where all our shoes were piled. He grabbed a pair of boots and began putting them on. What are you doing? I asked. He paused, looked up at me with surprise. What does it look like, dude? I'm not letting you go by yourself. Why should you get all the fame and glory? He chuckled. The notes you've been taking. They're about the sun, right? You're documenting when it comes out and how long it stays, yeah? He was right, of course. Stone was a smart fellow. I had, in fact, been doing that for the better part of a week, even before Helga came to me and told me we were running out of food. Of the days the sun had come out, it stayed around for an average of 22 minutes. Not bright sun, mind you, but enough to keep the monsters away. 22 minutes was not exactly a long time. I doubted I'd be able to get into town in that window with all the snow, cold, and wind slowing me down. But that was a bridge I'd cross when I got there. A bridge I'd cross alone. I said, Stone, I'm going by myself, that's that. No, you're not. That's that, he replied. One boot was already on. He began working on the other one. I knew there was no convincing him otherwise. Stone was going to follow me out into the frozen world, where ghostly monsters awaited to either turn us into rage-filled killing machines or murder us with our own fears. I also knew I couldn't have that. I'd rather die alone than take my best friend down with me. So I figured I had two options. Knock Stone unconscious and get as far away as I could before he woke up, or something much worse. I chose the latter because it seemed the surest way to keep him in the house, to keep him safe. I'm not proud of myself for doing it either. He was lacing up the second boot when I cleared my throat, looked him square in the eye, and said, Buddy, if you come, you're just going to slow me down. Stone's face went blank. I saw his usual confidence slough off him like a layer of dead skin. Oh. Okay, he said in a defeated voice that broke my heart. I see how it is. He tore the boots from his feet and threw them in the pile of shoes. Then he pulled himself up and stormed out of the living room, leaving me standing there feeling like the biggest jackass in the world. It had worked. But man, I hated myself for it. So there I was, standing before the pile of bodies outside the market. The sign was barely readable, obscured by the snow and thick sheets of ice. Pennywisers. Why anyone would ever name their store that was beyond me. It immediately brought up terrible images from my childhood. Like I've said before, I stayed at my grandma's a lot back then, and she was pretty lenient about what I watched on television, mostly because she only knew how to turn the thing on and flip through the channels. When I told her there was a really cool kids' movie about a funny clown coming on at 8 p.m., very close to my grandma's bedtime, she left me to it. That movie happened to be a miniseries adaptation of Stephen King's It, a whopper of a novel I had picked up at the library a few times, but never had the courage to dig into, both because of its 1,000 pages plus length and the terrifying things awaiting me inside those pages. I don't know why I thought watching it would be any better. I was probably 11 at the time, meaning the miniseries had been out for over a decade, which, to my immature brain, meant it was ancient and corny. I can assure you, it wasn't. To this day, I can't open a fortune cookie without thinking there's a big eyeball or a dying baby bird inside. Nor can I pass a storm drain without envisioning a red balloon floating up out of it. The clown's name, you probably know, is Pennywise, played by the amazingly talented Tim Curry in the 1990 adaptation, whom I only knew at the time as the dickhead hotel clerk from Home Alone 2 Lost in New York, as well as the butler from the movie Clue. If the dead bodies piled in front of the dollar store weren't a bad enough omen, the name Pennywisers should have been. But I wasn't a frightened 11-year-old anymore. I was a man, heading into his third decade, a man who was running out of time and energy, a man who had people he needed to take care of. Using the ski poles for balance, I advanced. The snowshoes took a while to get the hang of, but once I did, I moved so much faster than I would have without them. Not exactly 22 minutes fast, but fast nonetheless. My trek here probably took, in total, 2 hours. I only had to seek shelter once, and it was in a farmhouse about halfway down the main stretch of road that would take me into town. I stayed in that farmhouse for about 45 minutes before a snatch of sun escaped through the clouds. While I waited, I heard no voices calling my name. The wraiths were not all-knowing, it seemed. They couldn't see through walls or sense me, thank God. Still, that didn't do much to ease my fear, or shield me from the cold. The jacket and the layers helped some, as did the 4 walls blocking the killer wind, but in the end I buried myself in stiff hay and tried dozing, one hand resting on the butt of the gun I'd taken from Helga. No sleep came, of course. It rarely did these days. And I was up and moving again before my feet had time to warm. I checked my watch. At this point, I didn't have the sun's appearances down to a science, but I had a pretty good estimate. In 5 to 10 minutes, it would vanish again, and I would be stuck out in the parking lot of Pennywisers, soon to become another dead body to add to the pile staring me in the face. I moved toward the entrance, giving the corpses a wide berth. The wind was blowing, and I expected their stench to be carried toward me. It'd smell so bad it would rip through the scarf covering my mouth and nose. But that never happened. The cold seemed to have preserved the bodies like meat in a freezer. The thought brought a fresh ripple of chills down my spine. I kept moving, and as I moved, I switched the pole in my right hand to my left and pulled the gun free from my pocket. I flicked the safety off. Before the storms, I had never shot anything more than an airsoft gun. Not the case anymore. I had shot Ed Hark. I had shot at the ghostly image of the dead boy, and I would have shot at the giant spider that chased us across Lake Prism, had Stone not dropped the rifle when I fell through the ice. To say I was experienced wasn't the right word, but I certainly felt more comfortable with iron in my hand than I did before the shit hit the fan. I took a deep breath, the air so cold it burned my lungs, and climbed atop the mound of snow. At the apex, I sat down and slid the rest of the way toward the other side. Here was the market's entrance. The door was iced over, so were the big show windows next to it. I couldn't see inside, and that wasn't good, but I reminded myself that I'd come too far to turn back now. The town wasn't big by any standards. My father always said you could judge a town's size by how many McDonald's it had. As far as I knew, this place had none. With a gloved hand, I pulled on the door handle. The hinges groaned and ice fell in sheets. It hit the ground with a muffled thump, thankfully. Though I don't know who would have heard the sound of ice shattering. The world seemed completely empty of anything but the wind and the snow. And the dead. Always the dead. I gave the door another jerk, and again nothing happened. I was weak enough as it was. There was no chance I could open it under normal circumstances, let alone while I was close to freezing to death. It was best not to think, to just act. So that was what I did. I raised the gun and slammed it against the glass. The door shattered completely, the sound carrying for what seemed like miles. I waited a second, strained my ear for the slightest noise. I don't know why. I guess I've seen too many zombie movies. You know the part I'm talking about. The main character knocks on the door or the window of a seemingly abandoned building, hoping the banging will draw any curious undead out of their hiding spots. The main character waits for a long moment and nothing comes. They think the coast is clear. They think they found the one spot in the ravaged world devoid of zombies. So they go in. A few seconds later, they're walking down the aisles, minding their own business, lulling the audience into a sense of safety, and then, boom! Here come the Walking Dead, and the main characters are straight up screwed. Well, that wasn't exactly my case. Society might have froze and millions of people were probably dead, but there weren't any shambling corpses begging for brains. There was just the snow, the cold, and the wraiths. Since the monsters only came when it was dark, and I still had a few minutes of sunlight, I wasn't completely panicking. But maybe I should have been. I stepped around the glass as best as I could. But it wasn't exactly a precise movement in snowshoes. It crunched beneath my feet, again, loudly. The store was shrouded in darkness. I could tell it wasn't much, about exactly what I'd imagine a convenience store to be. 4 aisles, no taller than me, coolers in the back stocked with energy drinks, pop, milk, iced tea, and water, a coffee machine near the front counter, which held a cash register straight out of the 50s. But as I swept the aisles with my flashlight, a weight lifted from my chest. The shelves were fully stocked. No other survivors had looted the place and cleaned it out. This realization led to a different realization. If the shelves were full and the store hadn't been hid, that meant there probably weren't any other survivors around us. I mean, heading to the only store in town wasn't exactly a genius idea. I wouldn't have been the only one to come up with it. Then I remembered the bodies outside. Maybe those were the others who'd had the same idea as me. The ones who'd failed. We didn't know what the wraiths did besides show us our greatest fears, and turn you into a raving mad person if they somehow touched you. I didn't think they were corporeal enough to actually do the dirty work themselves. Then again, the spider that chased us after we crossed the lake was whole, solid. I suppressed a shiver and focused on the positives, like all this food. I set the flashlight on the counter so it was pointed toward the aisles, lighting up most of the store, and grabbed a handful of white plastic bags beneath the register. I started at the aisle closest to the door. Bread, buns, bagels, croissants, all of which were stale and soon-to-be growing mold, went into the first bag. I didn't care about their freshness. I'd eat mold in a heartbeat if it meant I got to taste a blueberry muffin again. The rest of the bags, about 10 in total, I filled with boxes of rice, canned meat, not exactly appetizing, more cans of soup, vegetables, beans, some potato chips, beef jerky, which I opened and munched on as I restocked. Delicious, by the way. Bottled water, a couple 20-ounce cherry Cokes, a half-gallon of milk, and a 6-pack of Budweiser. After all that, I circled around to the, in my humble opinion, best aisle of the bunch, the candy aisle. Geez, man, I grabbed every last Reese's they had. I love Reese's peanut butter cups. I don't think I'm being over-dramatic when I say I'd actually die for them, because it's true. In the end, the bag was 75% Reese's and 25% other. Other consisted of Snickers, peppermint patties, Butterfingers, Three Musketeers, Milky Ways, and a few paydays for Stone. Those were his favorite. When I got back to Helga's, I knew I had a lot of sucking up to do for telling him he'd slow me down. He wasn't exactly one to hold a grudge. But if you wanted to get on his good side, you could do a lot worse than bringing him a payday. After retrieving the flashlight, I took a step toward the door, the bags rustling in my hands, turned and looked over the store. What I took barely made a dent. That was good. That meant I could come back in a few days and restock even more. I made it once, I could make it again, right? I hoped so. But this line of thinking wedged a splinter of doubt in my head. On second thought, one more bag wouldn't hurt. What if another series of blizzards, like the ones that fell on July 4th, dumped more snow on us? No way I'd make it out this far again. Coming here was already difficult enough, and that was after the weather had calmed down slightly, which wasn't saying much. It wasn't as bad as those first few days of I guess you'd call it the apocalypse. But the wind still howled, the snow was still falling at odd intervals, adding more inches to the many feet already piled on the ground. and the sun showed its face only a few minutes out of every day. The temperature couldn't have been higher than negative 15 degrees either. Lower when you factored in the wind chill. The cherry on top of all that, of course, were the monsters. So, yeah, I went back for more food. It was better to be safe than sorry. I thought it was a good idea, a logical idea. But I wish I had never turned back around. I wish I would have just left. Because if I had done that, I would have never seen the man standing in the shadows. The man grinning at me from the back left corner of the store. 2. Midnight. It took a moment for what I saw to register. When it did, I dropped the bags. The cherry cokes hit the tile hard. At least one of them busted open and sprayed fizzy pop all over. The smell reached my nose instantly, sweet with artificial cherries. I barely noticed this. Almost all my attention was directed toward the tall man in the shadows. He was watching me, still grinning a wide, unnatural smile. It was all teeth, stretching ear to ear. I shined my light toward his feet, not at him. On the off chance this was a regular dude like me, I didn't want to burn his retinas out. The flashlight, like most of everything in my possession those days, once belonged to Calvin Thompson, the all-knowing prepper, so you can bet your ass that thing could have blinded you if you looked straight at it. The brightness ate away at some of the shadows, but it seemed no matter how much light there was, the shadows would never completely go away. With him more visible now, my mind eased. He wasn't a monster, not a zombie, a killer clown, or a vampire. He was just a regular country fella, dressed in jean overalls with a slim jacket on top. Part of me thought that was odd, the jacket. It was the type more suitable for a crisp fall day, not an apocalyptic winter. Then again, who was ever really prepared for something like what happened? I think even Calvin Johnson would have been taken by surprise. I pressed on. The prospect of meeting another living human being was too enticing. Hello? Hey, I'm Grady. Are you all right? Are you hurt? The man didn't answer. I wish I could tell you I was already thinking the worst, but these were the early days of the apocalypse. And I was thinking this guy was probably like me, a survivor whose understanding of sanity was slowly ebbing. If this is your store, I began again, I'm just borrowing a few things. I can write you an IOU. I'm not sure where my wallet is. Borrowing a few things? I sounded like an idiot. And what did I expect? Was this guy going to run my debit card through a reader without power? Hell no. The man remained silent. The gun in my pocket grew heavier. The fingers of my offhand twitched. The other shook slightly as I raised the light, settling the beam on the guy's midsection. That's when I saw the blood stains in the fabric of his overalls. Large, semi-connected splotches, like some demented ink blot. My throat went dry. I couldn't have said anything even if I wanted to. Now the man stepped forward and spoke through his grin. Do you worship the midnight hour, my friend? What? I wheezed, barely loud enough for myself to hear. An alarm started blaring in my head, and in the span of a second I slipped into defense mode, the way I had the night Jonas died and I killed Ed Hark. The guy kept coming, as if in no hurry at all. I shined the flashlight in his face, but the son of a bitch never even squinted. The midnight hour is coming. It will not leave us this time. So, we must serve the dark, for the dark takes care of all who serve. They are our masters, and we are their slaves. I noticed another thing about the guy now that the light was on his face. He, like Ed Hark, looked like walking death. Hell, maybe he was dead. And like Ed, there was a jagged, dark line etched in the flesh of his forehead. Not between his eyes, like Ed's had been, but more near his receding hairline. One of the shadow things had touched him and turned him crazy. I could have shot him right then. I should have. I didn't. I don't know, I guess I was holding out hope. The man was talking, after all, stringing together coherent sentences, whereas Ed hadn't. To me, this guy sounded like he was on some very strong and very illegal drugs. He was fighting it, I thought. Maybe there was a chance he could survive whatever the wraiths did to him. Rather than shoot him on the spot, I pulled the gun free and aimed at his chest. "You better stop, buddy, unless you want to serve the lead." A slight smile stretched my lips into a smile. I was proud of that little zinger, until I remembered I wasn't living in an 80s action movie. The man finally stopped, though he paid no notice of the weapon pointed at him. He showed almost no emotion at all. His eyes were large, but seeing nothing besides whatever blissful reward the dark promised him. I thought they were a slight gray color, too. It was like they were crackling with television static. I kept the gun raised. "Good on you, you're not completely stupid." I nodded toward the floor. "Now, I want you to lay on your stomach right there and count out loud to 500. If I see you following me, I'm gonna shoot you. No hesitation about that." It happened fast. Too fast. The man's eyes narrowed, changed from bliss to that of a starving, rabid animal. He lunged forward with a surprising speed I wasn't prepared for. The temperature outside was somewhere in the negatives, meaning the temperature inside, without running heat and now a broken front door, wasn't much higher, so I wasn't exactly warmed up and at my athletic best. This guy had something extra on his side, too. Whether that was the power of the dark or the midnight hour or whatever the hell, I can't say. All I know is that when I went to pull the trigger of my gun, he already had an ironclad grip on my wrist. He wrenched my arm upward, and a shot went off. The sound all but shattered my eardrums and sent me into a spiraling daze. Glass from the overhead fluorescents and dust from the ceiling rained down on us both. Then we hit the floor. This guy wasn't a twig, either. Despite his baggy overalls and the jacket, it was safe to say he was pretty well fed. I know this because all his weight crashed down on my sternum, knocking the wind from my lungs and straining more than a few ribs. My head dribbled off the tile, causing me to bite my tongue. Warm, coppery blood flooded my mouth. It hurt like hell. But that sharp pain was good. It kept me conscious as my vision went fuzzy. Here was a flash of the man's snarling face. There was his twisted grin, and the vibrant red of fresh blood, mine, and the dull red of the stains on his overalls, not mine. He had me against the ropes, but it wasn't over yet. I fought. I flailed. I threw my arms upward. We rolled and slammed into the nearest aisle. Boxes of powdered doughnuts, Twinkies, and Ho-Hos fell from the shelves, landed all around us like rubble in an active war zone. He ended up on top of me, pinning me down. I couldn't do much. The fact that my head was spinning and possibly bleeding certainly didn't help my case. But I kept fighting. It was all I could do. So I threw one of my elbows upward, and it cracked him in the face. A tooth shot out from between his lips. Blood and spit sprayed in a mist. Worst of all, the guy barely noticed I'd shattered one of his incisors. A shot from my elbow proved useless. I needed something a bit more powerful. The gun, where the hell was it? I needed that damn gun. Suddenly, his hands, also sticky with blood, throttled my throat. Fingers dug into my flesh. I coughed and hacked, was unable to pull in any breath. My thrashing slowed until I almost couldn't move anymore. But as I turned my head, I saw the gun. It was wedged beneath one of the aisles, half buried beneath the boxes of sweets. I was trying to pry his hands from my neck, but I let my left hand go and reached for the weapon. It seemed so far away, yet somehow still within reach. Not an optimist and not necessarily a pessimist, but as a realist, I knew my time was running out. I'd never get the gun before I choked to death. My body went limp. Legs no longer kicked, hands no longer pried at the man's. He was talking in what seemed like a low whisper, saying the same tired shit about the dark and the midnight, and I was pissed that was going to be the last thing I ever heard. Even more pissed that his face was going to be the last thing I ever saw. That terrible lipless grin, the yellow teeth and the bloody socket of where his incisor used to be. What a fucking way to go out. I was defeated. So I let go and waited for death to come. I heard the rushing sounds of waves, and like how it was when I'd fallen into Lake Prism, a dreamlike sun warmed my skin. Or maybe I'd gone to hell. "Grady," a voice called. "Grady!" My eyes fluttered open. Was that? Standing over me, like a shadow, was Stone. He limped toward the man, who was still pinning me down, and someone else was behind him. A flash of auburn hair hung out from beneath the person's hood, dangling over their brow. I'd only ever seen one other person with that color of hair. Eleanor. She and Stone were here. Somehow they had followed me through all the snow and the darkness and the threat of the wraiths. And here they were. Stone, still limping on his crooked legs, held something with both hands. I didn't realize what it was until it plunged through the grinning man's back and out of his chest, half a foot away from my face. It was one of my ski poles I'd left by the door when I first entered the store. Its sharp metal tip dripped with fresh blood. The man looked down at it protruding out of him with a mixed expression of curiosity and horror on his face, and all the strength in his fingers disappeared. He brought his hands to the wound, touched the pole gingerly, and raised a bloody finger to his eyes, which crossed as they focused. I watched this all with spotty vision. The man then looked at me. He was different than before. Normal. The same way Ed had been after I'd shot him. "What have I done?" he whispered. "You have to ignore their voices." But that was all the man managed to say before he fell to the side with one hand resting on the pole's end, no longer smiling. Whose voices? I wondered. Still wonder. I scooted away, my mind still in a haze. Stone knelt on the ground in front of me, breathing hard. Eleanor was staring wide-eyed at the whole mess. Are you guys real?" I asked, my voice hoarse and serrated. Just those few words brought on a burning pain deep in my throat. I rubbed at the spot the man had choked me. The skin felt raw and ragged, bruised. Eleanor grabbed Stone's crutches, came over to him, and helped him to his feet. Slowly, I was regaining my senses, and for the first time since my friends saved the day, I noticed how shaken Stone looked. I rolled over on my side, careful to avoid the blood currently leaking from the dead man less than a foot to my right, then slowly got to my knees. Eleanor offered a hand, which I took. I was glad to feel her solid flesh. Beyond relieved she wasn't made of shadows. "Yes, we're real," Eleanor said. "Are you okay?" I rubbed at my throat, spared a glance at the man and the mess, and nodded. "Think so. Wouldn't have been if it wasn't for..." The rest of that sentence never left my mouth. Eleanor slapped me, hard. Bringing a hand to my cheek and sucking in air through my gritted teeth, I mumbled, "What the hell was that for?" "You idiot!" Eleanor shouted. "Grady Miller, you absolute dumbass!" Her yelling caught me by surprise, so much so that I forgot she'd slapped me altogether. "What the hell were you thinking going out by yourself and not telling anyone? Jesus, Grady, I'm honestly at a loss for words. I can't even begin to tell you just how stupid that was." "Oh, I think you've gotten the point across pretty well," I said, looking to Stone for some help. He was obviously in a state of shock from just having killed a man. but he looked at Eleanor and then back at me and gave a slight head shake, as if to say, "This is all your problem, buddy." I could tell exactly what was on his mind, too. Glad I'm not standing in Grady's shoes right about now. I turned back to Eleanor. Her eyes were wet, and a couple of tears were rolling down her cheeks. "Elle, I'm sorry." Again, the rest of that sentence never left my mouth, because Eleanor wrapped her arms around my middle and squeezed me so tight I lost my breath. Once I got control of my breathing, I hugged her back. It was great. Then she stood on her tiptoes and kissed me on the same cheek she had slapped only moments ago. That was even better than the hug. If I told her what I was thinking, that a kiss from her was worth nearly getting murdered, she probably would have slapped me a few more times. "I'm glad you're alive, Grady," she said. "But if you ever do that again, I'll kill you myself." "Duly noted," I said. She parted from me, and I went over to Stone, who was back in his lackadaisical state, staring fixedly at the body on the floor. "Buddy?" He didn't answer. "Stone?" Just as I was about to tell Eleanor to give him a slap, he shook his head and blinked at me a few times. "Huh?" "Thank you," I said. "You saved my life, Stone." "I did?" "Oh, yeah, I did." He flashed me a smile that wasn't exactly normal. "So much for slowing you down, huh?" "Dude, I didn't mean it. I was just trying to protect you." My. How the tables have turned, Grady." He crutched a few steps toward the front counter, leaned on it, and crossed his arms over his chest to add to the effect. "It was I who saved you." I nodded, limped over to him, and gave him my own version of a lung-crushing hug. He patted my back. All right, don't get all gushy on me, Grady." I let go of him. "Sorry. Next time I'll just let the bastard choke you to death." He laughed, seemingly back to his old self, but the charade didn't last long. A few seconds later, he was staring blankly at the dead man again. Eleanor and I exchanged a worried look. It seemed those were the only types of looks being exchanged in this frozen wasteland. "Stone?" I said in a comforting voice. "I killed a guy," he whispered. I barely heard him over the wind whistling through the broken front door. "I actually killed a guy. I'm a murderer. I should be in prison." "No, you saved Grady's life. You're a hero," Eleanor said. Stone started tilting his head back and forth, weighing her words. Then he looked up and grinned a fully authentic Stone grin. "You're right. A hero. I could get used to that." Eleanor rolled her eyes. "What have I gotten myself into with you guys?" "I don't even know," I replied, and we all shared a good laugh. To say we needed that would be the understatement of the century. I was still in pain, cold as hell, beat up, with a dead guy a few feet away from me, when Eleanor nodded to the bags I'd dropped by the door. "I see you were doing some shopping." I scratched the back of my head and tried not to meet her eyes. I promised Helga I wouldn't tell them about her little lie. So, to preserve the lie, I'd have to do a little lying of my own. Let me just say, I am a terrible liar. Hell, I can't even tell a convincing fib. But I tried my best. "Yeah, a little shopping." "Hell," Stone said. "Don't give the man a hard time. He just almost died." Sighing, Eleanor turned and said, "Helga told us about the current food situation. She said you already searched through the closest houses a few days ago." "She did?" "Yeah," Elle said. "When we woke up and you weren't there, Helga came clean. Said she told you about this place." She shook her head. "You're crazy, Grady. You know that, right? And not in a good way." "Is there such a thing as a good crazy?" Stone asked. I jerked a thumb toward the dead guy. "Well, there's certainly a bad crazy." "Good point." Stone's gaze focused on our now-deceased friend. "What the hell was that about anyway?" I shrugged. "I don't know, man. I was getting ready to leave. and I saw him standing in the back, half hidden by the shadows. He was grinning like a maniac. I think he was watching me the entire time. I don't know how I didn't notice. Guess I was a little more concerned about the wraiths and the pile of dead bodies outside. Think he did that too? Stone asked. Eleanor, surprising us both, nudged the guy with the toe of her boot. He flopped on his back, the ski pole skewered through his stomach, propping him up. Judging by those old bloodstains, I'd say, yeah. He definitely had a hand in it. Another good point, Stone said. We should get going. I motioned toward the door, but as my eyes saw the gray sky outside, the idea of going out there now left my mind. The sun was on its way down. I didn't need to check my notes to realize this whole scuffle with the crazy guy had set me back. Majorly. Be my guest, Stone said. I just practically rode a mile in the snow to come save your ass. I need some rest. He looked around the store. You know, why would I ever leave this place anyway? We got everything we need right here. Food, shelter, water, a bathroom. Eleanor glared at him. Everything except for my little brother and Helga. And heat. Stone nodded. Right, yeah. I crossed the store and opened the employees-only door, peering into the semi-darkness. Looks like we're staying a bit longer. Once my eyes adjusted, I saw there were piled boxes along the back wall, a lone desk with a very ancient Dell computer sitting on top of it in the corner, and a calendar pinned to a cork board to the right of the computer. The calendar was from 1997 and looked like it, too. March showed a picture of a beagle puppy frolicking through a field of flowers, but the image was faded, no longer glossy, and the pages were curled at the top. It was eerie, if I'm being honest. My eyes flicked from the calendar to something on top of one of the boxes. I walked back there and grabbed it. It was a see-through plastic sheet. Not exactly my first choice, but it would have to do. Back in the front of the store, I said, Elle, help me get this guy out of here. Stone, look for something to barricade the door and the big window. Stone nodded as Eleanor and I rolled the guy up in the sheet, mostly to stop him from leaking all over us, and then dragged him outside. We left him next to the pile of the bodies. Didn't seem right, leaving him with his possible victims. When we came back inside, Stone was dragging out the desk from the back, one arm crutching, the other pulling. He struggled mightily, but remained determined. Eleanor and I helped him. It was heavy as hell. Moving it took us much longer than I expected. By the time we had it in front of the door, I was gasping for breath. The door was blocked, though, and that was good. I added a few of the boxes from the back, also heavy as hell, for extra support. The wind whistled through the cracks because the desk didn't fit perfectly, but it helped block out most of it. For the window, we piled up a few more of the boxes. Soon after, the inside of the store was darker than it was outside. I got to cleaning up the blood from the floor with a dingy rag I found behind the front counter, noticing another old flashlight that looked like it definitely didn't work. Once I realized I was just smearing the blood around and not really cleaning it, I gave up. Stone was crutching along and scanning the aisles. Eleanor sat on the floor, her back against the cigarette and scratch-off lottery case. I grabbed a couple of Cokes and handed her one. Mind if I sit? Be my guest, she said. I cracked open my drink and knocked it against hers. To still living. She did the same. To still living. We each took a big gulp. The cold had turned the Cokes into mostly icy slush, but it went down smoothly and refreshingly, although a hot chocolate or fresh coffee would have really hit the spot. Eleanor winced. Ouch, that burns. You make it sound like it's whiskey, I said, laughing. No, I can kind of handle whiskey. Soda, not so much. Never been a big soda drinker. Pop, I corrected. Oh, right. Forgot you Ohioans take that so seriously. Down south, most of us just call any old carbonated drink Coke, believe it or not. Weird. We live in a weird world, Grady. I knocked my bottle against hers and took another swig. I can drink to that. We didn't speak for a while after. We just sat in silence, sipping our icy Cokes and waiting. Stone hummed a tune from the other side of the small store, something I didn't recognize. Then Eleanor got up, set her drink down on the counter, and spoke. I could tell she still wasn't exactly pleased with me. Why didn't you ask for help? She walked to the fallen bags and began putting the cans and boxes that had tumbled out back inside. We're a family, right? You said it yourself. And families stick together. Stone laughed and added, She's got you there, Grady. I know, I said, getting to my feet and helping her gather the stuff I'd dropped. I just thought I could get here and back before you guys woke up. I've been studying the sunlight patterns the last few days and figured it'd only take a few hours. That's bold of you to think, Eleanor said. She set the bags on the counter next to her Coke. Especially when it took us nearly an hour to get across the lake. There wasn't food involved that time, Stone said as he crutched over to us. He had a deck of cards in his hands he must have gotten from one of the aisles. And, food's a great motivator. Rolling her eyes again, Eleanor said, Nope, no food. Just our, lives. She's full of good points today, Stone said. But come on, let's forget it. We're here and we're alive. That's all that matters. He turned to me. Grady, how many hours until we can start moving again? About 4, I said. 3 if we're lucky. Gonna be a long 4 hours. He tore the plastic wrap from the deck with his teeth. And it'll feel longer if we're trying to figure out the level of Grady's dumbassedness. I opened my mouth to argue, but thought better of it. Let's just agree that it's too high to put into an actual figure, Stone said. Now, let's play some cards, preferably in the back, where there's no windows. I nodded and looked at Eleanor. I'm sorry, okay? Never again. You promise? She said. Yeah, I promise not to get myself killed without you guys. Cracking a half smile, Eleanor nodded and gave me a kiss on the opposite cheek. Fine. Let's play cards. She sauntered off toward the back room. Even in her puffy coat and heavy snow pants, I couldn't stop myself from watching her. Because I was falling in love with Eleanor Hark. I was falling pretty damn hard. 3. Surviving the dark. Have I ever been in love before? That was a good question. I guess because I can't give you a definitive answer, I most likely haven't. Unless, of course, you count the huge bikini-wearing Carmen Electra poster I had pinned to my bedroom wall from the ages of 14 to 15. Our relationship didn't last long, but it was certainly passionate. Eventually, Miss Electra was replaced by Jessica Simpson, who in turn was replaced by Megan Fox. Still, I'll always have a soft spot for Carmen. I think it's safe to say that those relationships, however odd and disturbing they may have been, don't count. Plus, I'd rather not talk about the dark days of my adolescence. So, no, I haven't been in love. I have, however, had a few girlfriends. Nothing too serious, though. I never left my toothbrush at their apartments, never was a date to one of their siblings' weddings, and I certainly never met their parents. The opportunity was there, sure, but I am quite proficient in the art of self-sabotage. Whenever a good thing comes along, you can count on old Grady Miller to fuck it up. There was Melanie Boardman when I was 19 and she was 22, a senior at Kent State University not far from where I lived. I met her at the local gym I play basketball at every Monday and Thursday. Noontime games with a bunch of semi-retired guys who were either rich enough to not care about being in the office or on their extended lunch breaks. Mel worked the front desk. She signed me up for my membership and even took the photo they printed on my pass. We got flirty. Then I got brave and asked her out. Next thing I knew, we'd been dating for 3 months, spending all our free time together. She even started recording The Bachelor on my DVR. And I was completely okay with it. I never told Stone or Jonas about this. They would have given me a ton of crap. But I actually got into the show. I knew all the contestants' names. I even made predictions on who was going to get the rose and who was going to be sent home. It was a really dark time in my life. Then Melanie said she loved me, and I didn't say it back. If I've learned anything from the romance movies and teen dramas her and I often marathon together on a rainy Saturday evening, it was if your partner tells you they love you and you don't say it back, your relationship is pretty much screwed, which was exactly what happened to our relationship. After a few awkward dates, one of which consisted of watching an episode of The Bachelor in complete silence, she broke it off. It hurt. Not heartbreak hurt or anything like that, but I moved on. It was all I could do. Then there was a girl named Gina a few years later. We met at a bar, had sex that same night, and continued to do so for the following 3 or 4 weeks. We were never officially boyfriend and girlfriend. So when I found out she'd been sleeping with not one, but 4 other guys during those weeks, I guess I wouldn't officially call it cheating. Suffice to say, I felt the need to break it off and go get an STD test, which came back clean, thank the heavens. Side note, this is just my personal opinion, but if you're looking for a soulmate, you're probably not going to find him or her at a local dive bar. And especially avoid the ones drunk off their asses, belting Ironic by Alanis Morissette at the top of their lungs. That same year, I started dating a woman named Cherry. We got pretty cozy, too. Not I love you cozy. But she brought up the idea of getting a dog together. I can thank Stone for that relationship ending. He convinced me getting a dog was somehow one step below marriage. Me, being the idiot I am, relayed this to Cherry, who promptly called me a dick and dumped my ass. Never got that dog, though, and I always wanted one. I begged my father when I was a kid, but he claimed he was allergic, and that was that. Oh, yeah. And there was this girl I was dating around the time of the apartment fire. But after the dead boy, and all the depression and terrible feelings that came with seeing such horrors, this girl ghosted me, as Stone calls it, and I made no effort to reconcile. Conclusion: I haven't been in love, and I've never been much good at maintaining relationships. I'd say it was because no girl made me feel, that way. With Eleanor, it was different. I felt like I could really be myself around her. I could be the real Grady. I felt that way. I just didn't know if she felt the same. In the freezing back room, we played Rummy 500, a game my grandma taught me many years ago. Stone already knew how to play it, thanks to me, and Eleanor had heard of it before, but the version she knew was slightly different than the one I knew. The flashlight stood upright in the middle of the floor, its beam piercing the ceiling and keeping the harmless shadows back. Next to it were a few packages of Duracell D batteries. Though I had seen a flashlight turn away the giant shadow spider the time of our trek across the lake, I couldn't say with total certainty that the light did anything more to the wraiths than that. It's only human to want to avoid the darkness. If burning through a bunch of batteries meant keeping our lives and our sanity, then I had no problem doing it. The time flew by. We talked and laughed and shared stories of the past like old folks reminiscing on the good old days. Those were the days where snow only came during the winter months and monsters were imaginary. When the sun didn't show like it should have, according to my notes, I became a little more worried than usual. We'd been in the store for close to 4 hours, going on 5. "Looks like we're staying the night," Stone said. He was sitting against what was left of the boxes in the back room, with his arms crossed over his chest, hugging himself tightly. His teeth were chattering. It was getting colder. Eleanor had huddled next to me. Her gloved hands shuffled the cards anxiously. "I don't want to spend the night here," she said. "Mikey is probably going crazy." She paused. Her bottom lip quivered. I'm all he's got left." "It'll be okay," I said. "What if he comes looking for us?" "He'll get himself killed," Eleanor said, mostly to herself. "Kinda like how we came looking for Grady?" Stone said. I mean, if I'd risk death for this clown, it's possible." I gave Eleanor's forearm a reassuring squeeze and glared at Stone. "He won't, Elle, don't worry. And we'll be back soon enough," I said. But I didn't know that for sure. I didn't know when we'd be back, and I didn't know what Mikey's plans were. He was still a mystery to me. Once you hit your mid-20s, I think you automatically forget what it's like to be a teenager, including how they think. Sometimes Mikey seemed like the sweetest guy in the world, a loving brother and a good friend. Other times, not so much. He was prone to violent outbursts, which were understandable considering what had happened, and sulking in his room for days at a time. In truth, Mikey worried me. Eleanor cleared her throat. "I hope not. He's all I've got too." The sound of her voice was enough to break my heart. I wanted to hug her, pull her close, kiss her, and tell her with 100% certainty that it was going to be okay. And I couldn't. Instead, I took the cards from her hands and began dealing them out. "Let's go again." Sleep didn't come easily that night, but that was nothing new. I was used to feeling constantly drained. Eventually, however, I found myself dozing on the cold floor in between Stone and Eleanor. We were huddled together for warmth, our heavy winter coats rustling loudly in the stillness of the back room whenever one of us shifted the slightest bit. Our combined body heat wasn't much against the brutal cold, but it helped. Without each other, I think there was a good chance we would have probably frozen to death. Maybe that's just me being dramatic, I don't know, but it was cold. The one positive thing we had going for us was the wraiths hadn't known we were here, and that meant they left us alone. No one called our names. And though I never peered outside, I doubted I'd see Jonas standing in the parking lot wearing the same clothes he died in, waving me toward him. I wouldn't see the burning boy I failed to save a few months ago either. For all the monsters knew, we were back at Helga's house on the lake. Despite all the bad, when I fell asleep, I must have fallen hard. Whether I was dreaming or not, I'm not sure. It's hard to have nightmares when you're living in one. It didn't matter, really, because I was awakened so abruptly that whatever had been on my unconscious mind would have been wiped away in an instant. Eleanor screamed and writhed away from me. I shot up to my knees and reached for the flashlight. But in my haste, and because of my numb hands, I dropped it before I could aim the beam at Eleanor. It hit the concrete floor, shattered, and the light went out. There was a flash, and then total blackness. "What the hell?" Stone yelled. I heard him roll away and grab his crutches. A few seconds later, he was standing on my right, shoulder to shoulder with me. He got to his feet quicker than I thought possible, given his handicap. But where was Eleanor? I stuck my hands out for her and grabbed nothing but air. "Elle? What's wrong?" She spoke from somewhere to my right. Her voice was barely audible. "I saw something. I think it was a rat." That eased my worry. Stone chuckled. "Damn, girl, you can't be doing that. You almost gave me a heart attack. I thought one of those shadow bastards got in here with us." "Or a crazy," I added. "Hey, I still got another ski pole. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the things I can't stab." I nodded, but he didn't see me. "Good point." "No," Eleanor said a little more loudly now. "You guys don't understand. I hate rats." "They're not that bad," Stone said. "I can't sleep in here if there's rats," Eleanor said. "It has to go. One of you guys have to get it out." My eyes had adjusted to the dark. I saw Stone shake his head, and as he did, the hood of his coat made a swish, swish sound. "Not a chance. I ain't touching anything that crawls around in the sewers," he said. "Didn't the Black Plague come from rats or some shit?" "Yeah, I think so," I said. "But what happened to they're not that bad?" Stone gave me the finger. "It's gonna be a hell no for me, sorry." He patted me on the shoulder. "Looks like Grady's your knight in shining armor tonight, Eleanor. Again. Sorry." I chuckled awkwardly. Me, a knight in shining armor? I reminded myself to punch Stone when Eleanor wasn't looking. "You know," Stone said, "for some reason, I know a bunch of odd facts about rats." "We don't want to hear them," I interrupted. Stone went on anyway. He held up a hand and started counting off the fun facts on his fingers. Their teeth never stop growing, which is why they can chew through everything from cinder blocks to lead pipes. They're hella good swimmers, so yeah, they can definitely swim up your toilet. Fun fact number 3, a group of them is called a mischief. No joke. Not as cool as a group of crows, which is called a murder, but could be worse. They also eat their own feces for the nutritional benefits. Who would have thunk? If we ever run out of food. Eleanor edged closer to me, leaned against the shelves at our backs, and picked her feet up from the floor. "Stone, you're gonna make me puke." "Me too," I said. Climbing up on the shelves seemed like a pretty good idea. Or finding the nearest toilet in this joint. Okay, just one more. I promise, this one isn't gross. It'll make you smile," Stone said. "No," Eleanor and I both said. But Stone was determined to torment us. "Okay, get this. Rats have belly buttons. How cool is that? Innies or outies, I'm not sure, but it's sweet, huh?" An image of a rat with a human belly button popped in my head. It was revolting, but also somewhat comical. I found myself laughing. Soon after, Eleanor was laughing too. Stone said, "Told ya. Hey, maybe we should catch the little guy and see for ourselves." "How do you like it if some giant furless thing caught you and made you show them your belly button?" Eleanor said. Stone nodded his head from side to side. "I certainly wouldn't put up much of a fight, that's for sure. If they want to see my belly button, then they can see my belly button. But if they want to see my naughty parts, then they at least got to buy me a drink first." I cracked up this time. Stone was too much, man. Eleanor was laughing too, bent over and clutching her stomach. "Jesus Christ, Stone, your naughty parts?" "Hey, don't judge me now." I raised my hands, palms out. "We're not judging, just..." "Okay, yeah, we're totally judging you." "Tisk, tisk, Grady," he said. "Please don't catch the rat and show us its belly button, Stone," Elle said. "Please." "No promises." We needed this, I knew that. But once we all calmed down and went back to normal, I got to work. Being the dumbass I am, I had broken the flashlight and knew I'd need another. Not only to survive, but to catch the rat. Even a lighter would work, though that lacked in the convenience department. As I turned to head out, Eleanor grabbed my shoulder, bunching the swishy material of my coat in a death grip. "Where are you going?" "Don't leave me in here with the guy who wants to see rat belly buttons." She shot Stone a glance that said she may or may not be joking. "I'll be back in a second. Think I saw another flashlight by the register earlier." She didn't let go. "Unless, Elle, you want to come out there with me?" She looked down at her dangling feet and furrowed her brow as she weighed her options. Finally, her hand relaxed and smoothed out the wrinkled patch on my coat. No, I guess I'll stay. But hurry. You're my knight in shining armor, remember?" Stone snorted at this comment. I rolled my eyes. Okay, I see how it is. You guys came back for me because you'd have no one to make fun of if I died." Stone was smiling. "Well, of course not, Grady." "In all seriousness," Eleanor said, "I won't be able to go back to sleep if there's a rat running around." "I agree with Elle on that front," Stone said. "Be my knight in shining armor too, Grady. I need my beauty rest." I flipped Stone the bird, who lovingly flipped it right back. Then to Eleanor I said, "I'm sure the rat's just as scared of us as we are of it." That was something my grandma always used to say. She lived out in the country, so she was pretty familiar with all sorts of critters breaking into her farmhouse. One winter, when a mischief of rats took up residence in her basement, she entertained the thought of hiring an exterminator. My dad told her to just get a cat. Grandma, not really a cat person, surprisingly took my father up on his advice. I went with her the day she adopted an orange tabby with a missing eye. His name was Chester, But he didn't respond to it, so I accidentally gave him a different name. On the ride home, which was pretty long since my grandma lived out in the middle of nowhere, I said we should get the cat an eye patch, the kind a pirate wears. My old granny thought that was hilarious, and because of that, the name Patches was bestowed on the tabby. Sure enough, when she let Patches loose in the house, the rats disappeared and never came back. A couple of them turned up on my grandma's welcome rug and pillow, too. Patches shortly became my grandma's best friend. He was with her to the very end. After she passed, he went a few months later. He wasn't very old, but he was broken-hearted and lost. He stopped eating and drinking, barely moved. My dad and I took him to 3 different vets who all ran tests and found nothing. Antibiotics worked for a bit. But when he was through with them, he eventually started going downhill. In truth, the poor cat was suffering. So we opted for euthanasia. I don't know if you've ever had to do that, but it's one of the hardest things I've had to see. Just thinking of Patches on that cold steel examination table makes me tear up. But it's true. A broken heart can take even the best of us. If there's an afterlife, I like to think they've found each other. I like to picture my mother petting him while my grandma tells one of her hilarious stories. "The rat's just as scared of us," Eleanor said. "I don't know about that. I'm kind of terrified of rats." "You'll feel better once we get some light in here." I crossed the back room and eased the door open to the front. I eased it because I was slightly afraid of rats, too. Yeah, I'll admit it. Stone pretty much hit it right on the head. Never mess with a thing that crawls around the sewers, belly buttons or not. I stepped over the threshold and immediately froze. I was looking ahead at the door, which was no longer barricaded. There was a crack large enough for someone to slip through. I ripped the gun from my pocket and aimed it in front of me. Had another crazy person come for us? Was it the wraiths? I got my answer soon enough. All I had to do was look down. 4. Rats. I wished my eyes had never adjusted to the darkness. They covered the floor, all of them writhing and climbing over one another. They were mostly hairless, their flesh a sickening shade of pink. From their mouths, a chittering, squeaking sound leaked out around their long teeth. Teeth that could apparently chew through concrete and lead pipes. I would have yelled, but my voice was gone. Rats. Tons of them. I stepped backwards toward the door, nearly tripping over my feet. I stumbled, hit the jamb with a loud clatter. All at once, the legion of rodents turned their eyes toward me. Their eyes glowed a muted, dull red. They weren't real. They were the wraiths. I moved and fell through the door, onto my ass in the back room. "What the fuck?" Stone shouted. My lips worked, but words weren't coming out. All that came out were airy gasps. Eleanor looked on in utter horror. Her hands came up to her cheeks, and her fingernails raked down her smooth skin. Tears began to fall again. "What is it?" Stone demanded. He dropped a crutch, which fell to the floor next to me, making a loud sound in the relative silence of the room, then picked me up with a strong arm. He did it as easily as if I weighed nothing. "Rats," I finally answered. Stone limped to the door, and as he reached to push it open, he turned back and said, "Don't fuck with us, Grady. I'll kick your ass. You know I can." "He's not lying," Eleanor said. "Shh. Listen." We went quiet, but all I could hear was the thunder of my heartbeat in my temples. "What the fuck is that?" Stone said after a moment. "Something's moving out there. Is it another crazy person?" "That doesn't sound human," Eleanor said. "Rats," I repeated, this time louder and with more confidence. "But they're not real. It's them, it's the wraiths." "How many?" Stone picked up his other crutch and held it like a weapon. I shook my head. "Dozens." "We have to get out of here," Eleanor said. She was shaking violently. I walked over to her and put my arm around her waist. She relaxed a bit and buried her head on my chest. "We can't go outside," Stone said. "The sun's not out, but you can bet your ass the shadows are." "He's right," I agreed. I was starting to gain some of my composure back. Having Eleanor in my arms helped. It reminded me that I had bigger things to worry about than myself. "Boxes," Stone said, pointing with his crutch. "We can barricade the door until they leave." "They're rats," I said. "They can chew through anything. You said so yourself." "Fuck." Eleanor spoke in a voice of cold confidence neither of us were expecting. "We have to fight. If we don't fight, we're dead." Stone was shaking his head, his eyes darting all around. I knew that reaction. His mind was running 1,000,000 miles an hour as he looked for a solution. "Well, that's going to be kind of hard, isn't it? You know, because Grady broke the flashlight. There's another one in the front," I said. "That's all well and good, Grady, but how do you suppose we're going to get the damn thing? If one of those rats touches us, we're done for." I took a deep breath, steadied myself. "Well, we just don't let them touch us." That was easier said than done. Stone laughed. "What, we draw straws for who goes out there? Flip a coin?" I shook my head. "No, I'll go. I broke the flashlight. It's my fault." Stone sighed. "Damn it, Grady. What? You and your damn honorableness. It's really annoying. You know that, right?" I cocked an eyebrow at him. "That means I'm not going to let you go out there by yourself," he clarified. "I'll be right beside you." "Me too," Eleanor said, parting from me and standing a tad straighter. "Hell," I began. "No, Grady, if we never face our fears, then those things out there win." "There's an argument for them already having one," Stone mumbled. "I've got to face my fears," Eleanor said. "I've got to conquer everything they can use against me." Though she spoke with confidence, her eyes betrayed her. They were wet with tears, and very wide. "We ride together," Stone said, "and we die together. Simple as that." "I like it," I said. "But let's maybe not get to the die together part. Not up to us. Now, let's do this." I nodded and began pulling down boxes from the shelves. The plan was to build a movable wall, put something between us and the rats. Whether it would work or not, we were about to find out. Once the wall was built, standing 3 boxes high and 2 boxes wide, I nodded at the others. Stone was half sitting on one of the empty shelves. He shook his arms out and bent his head first to the left, then to the right. A series of sickening cracks from his neck filled the room. This was his way of getting ready for the fight. He used to do the same before basketball games. Meeting my eyes, he nodded. I looked to Eleanor. She hesitated before exhaling an uneven breath, but she nodded too. I nodded back. Here goes nothing. With the others behind me, I nudged the makeshift wall forward. Eleanor let out a battle cry and plunged into the heavy boxes. That wasn't exactly according to plan. I stumbled, quickly regained my balance, and followed suit. The swinging door burst open. I felt it hitch against the combined weight of the rats. They squealed as some flew backwards, thudding into the far wall and shelves, bursting into puffs of cold smoke. We were screaming, our eyes darting all over for the approaching rodents. Stone smashed 6 before he even passed through the door. You could hear them disintegrate. They made an odd popping sound that reminded me of frying bacon. This was unfortunate because I loved bacon. Now the very thought of it flips my stomach. "Go, Grady!" Stone yelled. "We'll fend them off." I broke away from the box, through the path Eleanor had cleared. A few strides later, I bounded over the front counter. Not gracefully, I'll add. I hit the cash register on my way down. It clipped my hip pretty hard. The pain was immediate and immense, but I bit my tongue and continued on. No time for pain. Not when it was life and death. The rats continued their squeaking and screeching, mixing in with the pops of their fallen brethren. Eleanor was screaming. I looked over and saw the rats climbing the wall of boxes, moving unnaturally fast. Eleanor pushed one of the top boxes over. It fell, with the rats swarming over it, and when it landed, whatever was inside, glass, by the shattering sound of it, proved heavy enough to crush most of the rodents. They erupted in a puff of grayish smoke. "Grady!" Stone sounded out of breath. "Hurry up!" Shit. I focused back on the task at hand. The flashlight. Where the hell was the flashlight I'd seen earlier? It was hard to see in the storefront, but even harder to see in the spots below the register. I reached out and patted the shelves frantically, knocking over boxes of paper clips, a cup full of pens, and a stapler. I bent down lower, my eyes scanning the area for any rats. I was pretty bundled up, wearing about 3 layers, heavy boots and gloves, so I thought it would take a while before any got through to my flesh. On the other hand, it would also take me a while before I noticed if one of them was currently gnawing on me. The flashlight was on the floor. I must have knocked it over when I climbed over the counter. I picked it up and pressed the button. No light came on. I gave it a shake, slapped the bottom with the heel of my hand, and that did the trick. A faint beam illuminated the shadows. "Get over here!" I shouted to the others as I swept the light through the crowd of rodents and created another pathway to the counter. The rats burst into more grayish smoke, their red eyes hanging around like after-images. Eleanor reached for Stone's hand as his crutch struck the floor, which we could see again. She grabbed it and pulled him to the counter. Back here, we only had to worry about the rats coming from 3 different directions. Stone flopped over and hit the register. He let us know how it felt with a resounding, "Fuck!" and Eleanor dove right behind him. I burned the rats with the flashlight, shining it in the direction of anything that moved. Despite this, they kept coming, relentlessly skittering toward us and then launching in the air. This went on for a few long minutes. The closest any got was the countertop, and Stone crushed them before I could move the light. Once they were gone, I set the flashlight down and squeezed my eyes shut. My heart was beating rapidly, and I was tired. So damn tired. "It's over," Eleanor said. "They're gone." "Are they?" Stone whispered. Elle and I were both looking at him. The beam illuminated his haunted face. The color of his dark skin had blanched. His eyes were as big as his gaping mouth. Then he pointed. I turned to see what he was pointing at, but I didn't have to. I already knew what it was. I heard it. I heard its bulk sliding across the floor, the dull thud, thud of its steps. I heard the saliva dribbling from its mouth and slapping the tile. I heard the growls coming from deep within its belly. "Holy shit," Eleanor whispered. I thought she was going to pass out. My eyes settled on the thing. It was so much worse than my imagination could conjure, and I thought I was going to pass out too. I called it the queen rat in my head. It was huge, as big as a full-grown German shepherd, but much wider. Its body swayed with every movement. From its underbelly, a score of baby rats dangled from its matted, jet-black fur. Its worm-like tail was easily as long as one of Stone's crutches. If the giant rat decided to whip it in our direction, I couldn't say for sure whether my many layers would stand up to it or not. My bones probably wouldn't either. Testing that theory wasn't one of my greatest desires at that moment. "Kill it, Grady! What the hell are you waiting for?" Stone shouted. I was frozen. That seemed a common reaction to the things I saw throughout the apocalypse. Stone elbowed me hard, which knocked me out of the unresponsive state I was in. Can you blame me? Like the giant spider that had chased us when we crossed the lake, the giant rat was near the top of the list of the worst things I'd ever seen. I pointed the flashlight at it. But hardly anything happened. The queen rat was stronger, much stronger. It was as if it had absorbed the strength of all the fallen rats before her, coalescing into this. Or maybe it was the effort of multiple wraiths instead of one. I don't know. All I do know is when I shine the light its way, a few patches of fur singed, showing irritated pink flesh. There was no pop, no explosion of gray smoke, and it smelled utterly horrendous. The rat reared on its hind legs and screeched. Spit sprayed from its mouth. Its tail whipped around and took out most of the nearest aisle. "We have to run," Stone said. He grabbed Eleanor and limped toward the back room. Back on all fours, the queen rat's beady red eyes focused on me. It seemed to stare through my soul. Then it bent into a crouch, ready to spring. I shoved Eleanor and Stone out of the way and ducked. The sickening cold emanating from the rat passed right over my head. The stench of the thing. I can't even describe it. But if I hadn't have been so focused on staying alive, I would have vomited. The rat crashed into the counter, shattered the wood into shards. Splinters flew everywhere, stabbing me through my coat, sweater, and shirt. It felt like being stung by dozens of bees at once. I ignored the pain as best as I could and located the rat. It was currently climbing out of the debris. Rising to my feet, using the nearby fallen shelves for help, I noticed something on the floor. It was a Bic lighter. I grabbed it, mind whirling for a solution. When the snow fell and the world ended, it was the middle of summer. Lake Prism was the town's biggest attraction, so it was guaranteed that the biggest store in the heart of the town would be stocked up on overpriced bug spray. Of course, you could drive the 10 or so miles to the nearest Walmart and save a few bucks. But it was summer vacation, a time when you wanted to capitalize on the nice weather as much as possible. So you'd buy your overpriced bug spray and be on your way to the lake. Your wallet might weigh a bit less, but you saved gas and had more time to enjoy the sun in the lake, and you'd have no mosquito bites to worry about. Sure enough, not far from the front door stood a display of off bug spray. Miraculously, the display had remained standing throughout all the chaos. I grabbed the nearest can, switched off the safeguard, flicked the lighter on, the heat and the brightness immense in the cold dark of the store, and sprayed it. Essentially, what I'd created was a flamethrower. A stream of fire jetted out almost 6 feet from where I was. I advanced, however, for the first time in a long time, unafraid. The rat recoiled back into the debris, its snarling mouth twisted in rage and pain. The inferno engulfed it, roasted it on the spot, and then, with a sickening, bubbling pop, the rat vanished, in not just a puff of smoke, but an entire cloud. For good measure, I burned the place the rat had been for a solid 30 to 45 seconds. Eleanor actually came over and grabbed my arm, which brought me back to reality. "It's gone, Grady," she said. "It's gone." I must have been screaming, because it hurt when I tried to talk and my voice was barely above a whisper. "Are you guys all right?" Eleanor nodded. Exhausted, I let the bug spray fall from my grip. It hit the ground, the sound echoing loudly in the quiet. Stone crutched over to me. He put a hand on the back of my neck and squeezed. "That was quick thinking, brother. Thank you." I nodded. I didn't feel like talking, mostly because I was dead tired. Being scared shitless takes its toll on you. The outside world was still dark, and now I heard the wraiths calling out to me. "Grady! Grady!" We couldn't leave. Not yet. Stone went to the display of bug spray. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Any more lighters?" he said. Eleanor went over to where I had fallen, kicking suntan lotion, Band-Aids, wet wipes, and a bunch of other first aid items out of the way. She bent and picked up a couple of packages. They were 4-packs of cheap plastic lighters, like the one at my feet. "Yeah, about a dozen over here." "Good," Stone said. "Bring them in the back. That plus the bug spray is basically gold. You're a genius, Grady. It only took a giant killer rat to get me to use my brain, I said. I don't know if I should be ashamed or proud. Ashamed, for sure, Eleanor said with a wink. But hey, on the bright side, rats don't scare me as much now. Creep me out? Yeah. But as long as I have a flamethrower on me, I think I'll be okay. Stone and me laughed. In those dark days, since laughter was so rare, I remember almost every time we did. I don't think any of us slept the rest of our time in the grocery store. We were too worried about the rats. After blocking the entrances with nearly everything, Eleanor and I managed to detach 2 of the coolers and slide them in front of the door. I was pretty sure we didn't have to worry about them coming inside. But then again, there was so much we didn't know about the wraiths. That night's events left me with more questions than answers. Were the smaller rats each an individual entity, or were they all part of a single wraith? And why didn't the flashlight, as weak as it was, do more than give the queen rat apparition more than a sunburn? How did they know Eleanor feared rats? Had she been thinking about them at the time, consciously or subconsciously? Did they hear her mention it before? Right then, these were questions without answers. The worst thing of all was what came to my mind while I lay on the cold, hard floor, waiting for sleep to come. The wraith, or wraiths, got into the store without much of a problem, even after we'd barricaded the door the first time. They seemed to be getting bolder, brazen even. If they were able to turn into something solid, what was stopping them from breaking windows and kicking down doors? What was stopping them from turning into rats and climbing through the frozen pipes and out of the toilets? They left us alone at Helga's, remaining outside in the darkness and calling our names. Because we had electricity. They had left us alone when we were holed up in the rented lake house because we had a blazing fire going almost constantly. And thinking back even further, the wraiths had not only left Jonas and I alone when we went back to the Harks place, but they had sent Ed in to do their dirty work. After the gun smoke had cleared, and I sat there by my best friend's corpse, I remembered looking up and out of the broken sliding glass door, and I remembered seeing a dozen vaguely human-shaped shadows, their wispy outlines stark against the backdrop of all the white snow. It was like they were feeding off of all the death and despair. It was like they were growing stronger. We left the following morning. The sun rose in its usual half-hearted way. Weak light and warmth shone down on the frozen world. Another storm had fallen earlier. I heard it settling on the roof while I struggled with sleep. The building groaned beneath the weight of the piled ice and snow. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed in on itself. I'd noticed that it happened to more than a few houses on my trek to Pennywiser's. Luckily, it hadn't happened to Helga's or to the store. Not yet, at least. We gathered as many goods as we could comfortably handle and prepared to leave. I led the way out of the store, past the bloodstains from the dead man and the soot stains from the flames that had saved us from the shadow rats. Eleanor helped me move the cooler enough for us to slip through the crack, and then we stepped out into the cold. The wind blew the fallen snow in a flurry, making visibility next to zero. I wasn't sure if it was still snowing or not. My gut told me yes, it almost always was. Once the flurries settled, I stopped on the covered sidewalk beneath the awning, which, I noticed, was sagging thanks to the fresh snow. What caused me to stop was the opposite of what caused me to stop the day before, when I'd first reached the store. The bodies. They were gone. At first I thought the blizzard had covered them, but I stepped forward and prodded the spot they'd been with my ski pole, and felt nothing but snow. "Are you okay?" Eleanor said from behind me. "What happened to the bodies?" I said. "They're gone?" Stone asked. He eased his way out from under the awning and began prodding the same area I had. After nearly a minute of this, He backed up and said, "What the hell?" The wind howled again. Part of me thought that was an answer. Maybe the wraith spoke to us with the wind. I decided it was best not to mention that thought to the others. The bit of Eleanor's face that was visible looked considerably paler than usual, and though Stone wouldn't admit it, I could tell he was beyond unsettled. So was I. "Something took them," I said, trying to speak in a steady voice, but failing. "That's all. Probably animals of some sort. Wolves or bears, maybe." "Does Ohio have either of those?" Eleanor asked. I shrugged. "Think so. Black bears, at least. Wolves, I'm not sure about." "We do," Stone assured us. But his voice sounded as unsure as mine. "Not purebred wolves or anything like that. Most are the bastardized offspring of wild coyotes and dogs. But you'll see purebreds passing through on their way to Michigan. That godforsaken place is a natural home to wolves. And I'm pretty sure black bears." "Why do you know so much about animals?" Eleanor said. "First She gulped. "Rats. And now wolves and bears."
"And lions and tigers, oh my," Stone added with a grin. "I don't know, actually. Whenever I had trouble sleeping, I'd flip on Animal Planet or the History Channel for background noise. I guess my brain absorbed some of the information whether I wanted it to or not."
He gave another shrug.
"Bears, wolves, hybrids, does it really matter? For all we know, it could have been fucking sharks that took the bodies."
"Sharks?" I laughed. When Stone didn't, I realized he wasn't joking.
"What's funny about that?" he asked. "Look around you, Grady. There's blizzards in summer and ghosts roaming the darkness. Up is down and down is up. Everything is ass backwards."
He had a point, but I didn't particularly want to delve into that subject at the moment. The world was wrong. We just had to accept it and move on. "Let's get going." I reached down and pulled Stone's sled out of the snow. "I'll drag him," I told Eleanor. "Thank you." That was how they'd gotten here, through the snow yesterday. Eleanor wore Helga's snowshoes. Stone sat in a sled. She tied a rope around her waist, attached the other end to the front of the sled, and together they went on. Luckily, the journey was mostly downhill. I grabbed the rope, which was covered in ice, and I shook it out the best I could, tied it around the sled's front crossbar, and then my waist. Eleanor loaded it up with the bags of groceries as Stone crouched over, sat down, and patted his stomach beneath his puffy winter coat.
"At least I'm not as heavy as I used to be."
I offered him an anxious smile. I wasn't worried about that. I was worried about the dark clouds swallowing the sun, and whether or not we'd find shelter before it happened. Sometimes it seemed the sky gave warning. Other times it didn't. You'd blink, and when your eyes opened, the world had turned black. We moved at a snail's pace because we were exhausted, beaten, frightened, and, above all else, freezing cold. After nearly an hour, I called it quits. I pointed ahead, where, buried beneath mounds of snow, a house stood. It was 2 stories, but the roof was mostly covered. Snow only dusted the chimney, which pointed to the graying sky. "How about there?" I shouted over the wind. Eleanor and Stone both looked to where I was pointing. "What if it's not empty?" Eleanor asked after a still moment. "What if whoever's inside doesn't want us there?"
"We have a shit ton of food," Stone said. "Even if the owner of the house is the head of the Ku Klux Klan, I think he'll be happy to let a black dude like me in."
"We'll worry about it when we get there." I nodded and turned. Eleanor hesitated a moment before following. Stone didn't really have a choice, since I was his engine. There was a fence blocking the driveway, but the snow, for the most part, covered it. The fence posts poked out of the mounds. We walked right over it. It took another 10 minutes of hard trekking to get there. Near the front, my snowshoes knocked on something metal. I looked down, surprised at the sudden sound, and lifted my foot up. Without my weight pressing on it, the metal popped. "It's a car," Eleanor said. brushing some of the top snow away from where she stood with her shoes. Forest green paint showed through. That threw me for a loop. I felt like I was at the pinnacle of a skyscraper, looking down at the miniature-sized world below, picturing how my next step forward would have me splattered on the pavement. I felt wrong, and almost being eye-level with the second story added to this terrible feeling. The porch was choked with snow. I untied the rope from my waist and walked toward where the top of the front door was slightly visible. Without a shovel and lots of time, both of which we didn't have, we weren't entering the house in any normal way. To the right of the door was a picture window, covered by a twisted metal awning. The weight of the snow had warped its shape. I began digging beneath it, making enough room for us to fit through. Eleanor came over and helped. After a few minutes, we'd created our own door to the window. By this time, I was an experienced window breaker. I took the gun out of my pocket, turned my face away, and struck the glass. It completely shattered on the first go. I cleared the edges of any shards and climbed in. Eleanor followed, with Stone going last. He had to crawl on his stomach, unable to get any balance in the fresher layer of snow. Both Eleanor and I got a hold of his arms and guided him over the window's ledge. Once we were in, I used the rope to pull the sled through, and then we covered the window with the closest heavy furniture. Not perfect, but I didn't think we'd be spending the night here, so I wasn't too worried. "You know," Stone said, walking unsteadily toward a nearby love seat and sitting down, "if you ignore the glass and the ice all over the carpet, this place ain't too bad." Eleanor nodded toward the window. "Anything beats out there." "Amen to that," I said. Then I clapped my hands together, a puff of snow leaving my gloves like powder. "All right, let's explore. Might find something useful here." "Split up?" Eleanor asked. Stone scoffed and shook his head so hard his hat slipped down and covered half of his face. "What?" I said. Before answering, he took the hat off as he let out a few condescending laughs. "I know you guys aren't the brightest crayons in the box, but you're not total dumbasses. Well, not Eleanor, at least." I frowned, rolling my eyes. "Thanks, buddy." "Get on with it, Stone," Eleanor said. "Make your point." "Have you never seen a horror movie?" Eleanor and I glanced at each other, unsure if this was a rhetorical question or not. "Of course you have," Stone shouted. "What do the dumb characters do in every horror film?" "Drugs and premarital sex," I said. Stone raised a finger. "Well, yes, but no." Eleanor rolled her index finger in a circle. "The characters," Stone continued, "always, wait for it, split up, and then the killer clown or hairy, fang-toothed monster picks them off one by one over the course of the movie's second act." "First Tom and Jerry," I said. "And now you're lecturing us on horror movies? I think you got into the wrong business, buddy." Eleanor cocked an eyebrow up. "Tom and Jerry? You mean that show where the rat torments that poor cat?" I raised a hand and shook my head. "It's a long story." "Mouse, actually," Stone corrected. He flashed me an "I told you so" look. "See, Grady, she gets it." "Let's stay on topic here," I said. "Right, where was I?" Stone gathered his thoughts. "Yeah, splitting up. We can't do that, man. We'll get eaten or some shit." "He has a point," Eleanor said. "I hate to admit it, but yeah." Stone smiled smugly. I sighed. "Fine, we won't split up. But let's get a move on. I want to be ready to go at first light." "Okay, Dad," Stone said. I cringed. "Dude, don't call me Dad. That's weird." Yeah, you're right." Eleanor was chuckling. "You guys are too much sometimes. But I'm glad I have you." Stone and I both smiled. I was glad to have them too. We searched the house together. It was empty of both people and useful items. Judging by the white squares on the hallway walls where photos once hung and the open drawers in the master bedroom, which was covered in strewn clothes. Whoever owned the place had fled the coop. Couldn't blame them either. I wondered how far they had gotten, if they made it to wherever their destination was, and if they were still alive. I doubted it. There was so much snow you couldn't drive on the roads. The car was still in the driveway, too. So unless they'd grown wings or had their own personal helicopter, they'd most likely left on foot. I wondered if Stone, Elle, and I had unknowingly walked over the owner's frozen corpse. I shook my head, trying to get rid of the thought. It didn't work. We were sitting in the kitchen because it had a big stone fireplace on the back wall. Stone was trying to get it lit, but the wind kept putting out the flames before the logs could catch. Eleanor was going through the pantry, throwing cans and boxes over her shoulder. Expired, gross, grosser, expired. The can of mushroom soup hit my foot. Ouch! Oh, you're fine, Grady. Stone added. If you haven't noticed yet, Grady's kind of a baby. Remember that time you cried when we watched The Notebook? Stone, come on, man, I began. Eleanor turned around. She was holding another can of mushroom soup. Wait, why were you two watching The Notebook together? That seems kinda odd. Stone laughed uncomfortably and said, I was just joking. And that was the end of that story, thank God. Wanting to change the subject, I nodded toward the cans on the floor. Nothing else to eat? Eleanor answered with a little smirk on her face. Not unless you have a taste for milk bones. Dog treats? Stone asked as he continued striking the wheel of his lighter. Yeah. Eleanor shook the box. I hear they're not only delicious, but extra nutritious. I'll stick to human food, thanks, Stone said. I yawned, feeling like I could fall asleep and not wake for hours. Of course, that was impossible, the way the world was now. Deep sleep remained an illusion, much like our hope. Fuck yes, Stone shouted, startling both Eleanor and me. I turned. What? He was still on the floor, but now lying on his stomach. He held one of the lighters in an ungloved hand. His other hand remained gloved. Then I noticed the flames burning in the fireplace. He'd finally gotten the logs to catch. The warmth was glorious. A few seconds after Stone's exclamation, we were all hunched over the hearth, trying to get the feeling back in our limbs. We sat like that for a while as the sky outside grew blacker and blacker. The wind kicked up during that time. It was like we were stuck in the middle of a tornado. I could see the snow hitting the window above the kitchen sink. Fat, heavy flakes. By the time this storm finished, I thought the house would be completely buried. I gotta go take a leak, Stone said. He climbed up with the help of a nearby stool, grabbed his crutches, and left the kitchen. Toilets didn't work. I would say obviously. But when the blizzards first fell and the power went out, they still flushed for a day or two. The pipes eventually froze, and the water shut off, I'm guessing. And then they wouldn't flush. So we were reduced to doing our business outside when we could. If the sky was dark, then it was either hold it or use a bucket. Not exactly the most sanitary option, but it got the job done. Since we weren't planning on staying in this house, I assumed Stone either peed in the toilet, sink, or shower and then just left it there. Some might think that's disrespectful, and perhaps it is, but that was how we had to do it. Urinating wasn't really a problem. It was the other bodily function, which I don't really want to get into. Just know that we made it work. When nature calls, you're going to answer, simple as that. Eleanor had taken her jacket off and was sitting on it, propped up on one arm, her legs stretched out to one side. I smiled at her. What are you smiling about? She asked. I shook my head. Nothing. Tell me. I measured my words carefully before speaking. All my life, I rarely took chances, and the one time I did, when I ran back into that burning apartment building to try and save the boy, I failed. I've accepted that. I've come to terms with the fact it was better to try and fail than to not try at all. Not trying is safe. If you stand on the sidelines, never get in the game, you'll never get hurt. But you'll never score the winning touchdown or hit the go-ahead buzzer beater either. I was over that. I was ready to win and prepared to get hurt. So, I answered Eleanor, and I said, I was just thinking about how beautiful you are. Much to my surprise, the sky didn't fall, I didn't spontaneously combust, and Eleanor didn't even slap me. I would also say the world didn't end, but that was still up for debate. Eleanor's cheeks flared with color. She looked away and toward the fire. From the side, I could tell she was smiling. After a few moments of silence, slightly uncomfortable silence, I cleared my throat and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Eleanor leaned forward before I finished. Next thing I knew, her lips were pressed against mine, and we were kissing. It felt like I was floating for the entirety of that kiss. I have never experienced anything like it before. We parted. Her eyes widened, her mouth hung open, her lips trembling. Oh God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. It was my turn to cut her off. You can do that any time you like. In fact, please do. I leaned forward and kissed her again. She put her arms around my shoulders, and we fell to the floor as one. I explored the curves of her body with my hands, taking in the warmth and the smoothness of her skin. And in a matter of seconds, things began spiraling out of control. I don't know how far we would have gotten had we not been interrupted, but I'm guessing it would have been pretty far. The reason for this was simple. We had forgotten about everything in that moment. All the pain, the fear, the snow, the monsters, the cold, and even Stone, who could have walked in. That was okay. That was worth it. Because all that mattered to me was her. And all that mattered to her was me. In a dark world so full of death and despair, this was beautiful. I am glad Stone didn't see us, though. If he caught me making out with Elle, he'd never let me hear the end of it. The interruption came in the form of a bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed loudly throughout the quiet house. Eleanor jumped, tightening her grip around my waist, which in turn brought her pelvis closer to mine. And that was enough to drive a man insane. What was that? She gasped. It took a moment for my caveman brain to come back to its normal, rational self. When it did, I stood up and grabbed the gun I'd left on the kitchen counter. Another bang, 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 followed closely by a bang, bang. The noise reminded me of when Elle and Mikey had showed up at our lake house on the first night of the blizzards. It was a kind of hurried, frantic knocking by someone who wanted in. "Stone!" I whisper-yelled. All the euphoric feelings that had flooded me during my kiss with Elle had vanished, replaced by cold fear. Stone gave no answer. I was worried. I flicked my gaze to the left. I put a hand on Elle's arm and placed my body between her and the possible danger ahead of us. Of course, with Elle being who she is, she slapped my hand out of the way and glared daggers at me. "Seriously?" I offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry." Eleanor wasn't a damsel in distress, that was for damn sure. When we first joined forces the night her father changed into a crazy murderer, she was shaken, sad, and a little out of it. Broken would be an apt description of her then, and that was to be expected. If she acted like that now, I wouldn't have blamed her one bit. All that craziness was in the past. I don't think anyone could ever truly get over something like that, but somehow Eleanor wasn't that woman anymore. She had left that version of herself behind. She was a woman you didn't want to fuck with. Speaking of not fucking with her, Stone had the gun she'd brought on their journey to rescue me. But she wasn't about to enter a battle without a weapon. A knife block sat on the counter to our right. She grabbed the handle of a huge butcher's knife. The blade reflected the orange light of the fire. It was easily as long as my forearm and sharper than anything I'd ever seen. except for maybe the fangs on the giant shadow spider that chased us into Helga's house. This was the kind of blade you'd see Michael Myers carving up babysitters with in the Halloween movies. In hindsight, I don't know how well it would have held up against any ghostly apparitions the wraiths set on us. I thought this even after I'd seen the shadow rats skewered and crushed by Stone's crutches. A gun, however, seemed to do the trick. I have this theory that the flash from the muzzle is what does the wraiths in. It might not kill them. I mean, how can you kill something that's already dead? That shouldn't exist in the first place. You can't, not really. But it definitely deterred them the same way the flashlight and the handmade flamethrowers did. "Stone," I whispered again. This time I heard something else. A familiar sound. The rubber stoppers on Stone's crutches, tapping the hardwood, coming toward us. He emerged from the hallway's shadows, wearing a look of dread. His eyes were almost as big as his face. He spoke in a soft voice. "Guys, we didn't check the basement, and I think there's something down there." 5. Man's Best Friend. I hadn't thought of the place having a basement, probably because the apartment I lived in back when the world was normal didn't have one. Stone had no qualms about me going first down the hallway. In fact, he gave me a little tap on the back of the leg with a crutch to spur me onward. So there we were, the three of us, creeping toward the sound, which had changed from banging to a scratching. Elle had her giant knife, Stone and me had our guns. The basement door was narrow and located by the bathroom, hard to notice. I stood about 15 feet from it, watching as it rattled with the force of the hit. "Open it," Stone said. "You open it," I replied. "I'm not the leader. You are, Grady." "Oh, now I'm the leader." I was shaking my head when Eleanor pushed past both of us, grabbed the doorknob, and cracked the door open. After a deep breath, she went downstairs. We each shuffled backwards, weapons raised, and all we saw for a moment was blackness. I can't say exactly what I expected. Something sinister, probably. I just know I expected something. The reason I didn't see anything was because I wasn't looking at the right place. It was Eleanor who noticed what was responsible for the banging. She dropped her knife at her side. It hit the hard wood, clattered, and spun around. She knelt down, saying, "Oh, you poor thing." Then I saw it. The cause of all that ruckus wasn't a wraith or one of their ghostly projections. It wasn't an insane person either. It was a dog. I took off one of my sweaters and gave it to Elle to wrap the dog up in. Even in the low light, I could tell how badly it was shivering. With it in her arms, Eleanor rushed toward the kitchen. Stone and I followed her, Stone shaking his head. "What?" I asked him. "I can't believe a little dog almost made me shit my pants." "I can." Stone stopped, lifted his arm out of one crutch, and showed me the old faithful middle finger. "Love you too, buddy," I said. In the kitchen, Eleanor was sitting in front of the fireplace. I got a better look at the dog now. What the breed was, I had not the slightest idea. It was a weird-looking one, that I could say for sure. Maybe the reason it was so weird-looking was the fact it had been stuck in a basement for God knew how long. Its cinnamon-colored fur was long but thinning. Patches of pale skin showed through. Its ribs protruded so much I thought they might poke out its flesh. Eleanor was petting it. She looked up at me and said, "Grady, get those dog treats out of the cupboard, and Stone, get me some water and a dish. Watch the dog a second. I'm going to go check downstairs for food or something." I did. Sat next to the dog, took out a handful of milk bones, and held them out. It sniffed at them curiously. Its large, buggy eyes were wet with tears. I saw there was still hope in them. This dog seemed on the verge of death. But it wasn't ready to give up yet. It chomped down on the treats, slobbering all over my palm. I didn't mind. After the dog finished with the treats, it lapped at the water like it was dying of thirst, which was probably pretty accurate. It stood on its wobbly legs and wagged the nub of its tail. I stroked its fur, feeling the ridges of its spine and ribs. Eleanor came back with a disgusted expression on her face. No food, but it's a mess down there. I could imagine. Damn, Stone said. That dog looks like it belongs in one of those Sarah McLachlan commercials. Eleanor shuddered. Don't talk about those commercials. Hey, I read that they raised like $30 million the first couple of years they aired. So they were definitely working, Stone said. The dog rolled over, wanting me to scratch its cold belly. Well, he's definitely a boy. Stone turned away in disgust. Ah, gross. I don't want to see dog nuts, dude. You got a name, boy? I asked our new friend. He was looking at me upside down, one floppy ear raised, like he was listening and understanding what I was saying. Eleanor parted his fur, which was scruffy and mangy. Around the dog's neck was a thin red collar. Once all the fur was out of the way, the collar hung loosely there. The tag around the loop was shaped like a dog bone. Eleanor squinted as she read it. Chewy. That's your name, huh? Chewy wagged his nubby tail in reply and let out a weak bark. The bark alone was enough to melt the iciest of hearts. Chewy, Stone said. That's a pretty fitting name, am I right? Eleanor looked at Stone. How so? Seriously? You don't see it? He turned to me. Grady, you see it, don't you? Look at that fur. And the beard? I nodded. Yeah, I see it. See what? Eleanor said. Chewy barked again, and this time I was happy to hear it was stronger than the last. Chewy is the nickname of Han Solo's best friend and first mate. In Star Wars, Stone said. Eleanor furrowed her brow. Darth Vader? Stone looked at me in disbelief. Is she serious? I pinched the bridge of my nose, noting the strong scent of dog on my fingers. I think so, man. I looked up at Elle now. Have you never seen Star Wars? Is that the one where they have to find the ring? Or the one with the guy who's got those pointy ears? Elle said. Stone threw his arms above his head. Oh, my God. I waved him off. Relax, Stone. She's obviously just giving us a hard time. I hope. No, I'm serious, Eleanor said, scratching Chewy in a particularly ticklish spot that made him kick his leg and pant. I've seen the ring one, with the short guys and their gross hairy feet. That's the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, I said. We don't talk about the Hobbit movies, Stone mumbled. Ever since Hollywood decided to stretch out a 300-page book over a trilogy of 3+ hour films, The Hobbit had become a contentious subject. I didn't blame him one bit either. But that was a conversation for another day. Star Wars, Elle, I said. Come on, you know Star Wars? Luke, I am your father. Everyone knows that one. He actually doesn't say that, Stone said. It's no, I am your father. I waved him away again. Rein the nerd in, Stone. Eleanor chewed her bottom lip. Is that the one with do or do not? There is no try? The little green guy says it, right? Yoda, Stone mumbled angrily. Eleanor burst out in laughter, throwing her head back and practically cackling. Stone and I had no idea what the hell was going on. Neither did Chewy, who jumped in shock. Eleanor quickly began petting him again. Oops, I'm so sorry, Chewy. Judging by the furious wagging of his tail, the dog was all right. I narrowed my eyes. Wait a second. So you do know what we're talking about? Eleanor was smirking. Of course I know Star Wars, dummy. I know I'm from the South, but that doesn't mean I lived under a rock. I love those movies. My first Halloween, I dressed up as C-3PO. My mom made the costume out of cardboard and lots of gold paint. C-3PO, huh? That's a weird choice, Stone said. He was my favorite for some reason. Eleanor shrugged. We like what we like. So, yeah, I get it. The dog looks a lot like Chewbacca. I think he's a Brussels Griffon. Before you ask, I only know this because I remember that breed winning some big dog show a few years ago. Maybe it was this dog, I said, leaning down and scratching Chewy behind the ears. You're certainly cute enough, aren't you, buddy? Chewy barked his agreement. Wonder where his owner is, Stone said. He moved over and sat on the stool nearest the fire with a sigh. His crutches leaned on the counter behind him, and his legs hung down by our canine companion. Probably went out to see what the hell was going on, I whispered, and didn't make it back. Maybe they were trying to get to the nearest house or something to find a working phone. I didn't remind them of the missing pictures and ransacked dressers. Obviously signs of someone who knew they were going to be gone for a while. Stone raised both eyebrows. So you think this little guy's been stuck in the basement for that long? Give or take, I answered. How the heck did he survive? Stone said. Eleanor picked Chewy up and nuzzled him. Dogs are smart, Stone. Smarter than we give them credit for. I saw an empty bag of dog food down there when I grabbed him. It was torn to shreds. Big barrel of water, too. Connected to one of those dog bowls that refills itself. If I had to guess, his owner... Well, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, they abandoned him. Shit. That makes me mad. Why not take the dog? Stone said. I don't know, I answered. But I'm glad they didn't. The others nodded. They knew what I meant. If the dog had gone out there with someone who wasn't prepared for what was out in the cold, Chewy wouldn't have made it either. Stone nodded. Yeah, lucky we found him. Doesn't look like he would have lasted much longer. He will now, I said. That was how we added another member to our family. The dark spell lasted longer than all the others had, in the day, at least. The data I'd recorded in my notebook before leaving on my own to the town store was all but useless now. We spent about 30 hours in that strange house. Over that time, Chewy emptied the box of milk bones. We gave him some chunky chicken noodle soup, minus the soup part. He devoured the chicken and noodles and the few vegetables he could eat. Luckily, Eleanor knew onions were poisonous to dogs, and so we picked all of them out. I remembered one of the houses I searched after Helga told me the news about our lack of food had an unopened 20-pound bag of Purina dog food. I remembered this because I picked it up, my stomach growling painfully, and thought, is this what it's going to come down to? We left after those 30 hours, our food stored on the sled, Chewy wrapped up in many blankets and stuffed into Stone's jacket. Just his snout stuck out beneath Stone's chin, which was a comical sight. I hauled them through the fresh snow, Eleanor walking beside me. The rest had done me good. I felt renewed, reinvigorated. Because of this, we made decent time. The 3/4 of a mile of distance took us about 2 hours, a record considering our luggage and the fresh snowfall. We stopped at the house I'd broken into not long ago, and I grabbed the big bag of dog food. I was breathing raggedly at this point, all that new energy almost drained. When I came back outside, Eleanor had the sled's rope tied around her waist. Stone offered an apologetic look, stuck his arms out to the side. I tried to tell her, Grady. She wasn't having it. Don't, I began. She held up a hand, palm out. No, Grady, you've done enough. Just carry the dog food, Elle said. I'll lug these guys. We're almost there anyway. Her eyes told me she wasn't taking no for an answer. I conceded, hesitantly but gratefully. Helga's house didn't become visible until we were about 100 feet away from it. It was a sight for sore eyes, let me tell you. I nearly collapsed when I saw it. The sky wasn't dark yet, but it was on its way. The house gave us all a boost, and we reached the driveway, well, where it was buried beneath all the snow, also in near record time. Mikey was outside, bundled up in a dark brown jacket. He hadn't seen us yet. He was too busy chopping firewood for the fireplace, which was gas-powered. Running out of food had been an awakening for Helga. This was her way of being more prepared. As soon as the gas went, we'd have the wood to replace it. Good for us, but I didn't think we'd be around long enough to see that. The food we brought would only last a month or so, and then we'd have to move on to Avery's Mills, where we could hopefully find a vehicle capable of traversing all this snow. Heat meant nothing if you were starving to death. Mikey's axe went up and then came down. The metal thunked dully against the log, splitting it in pieces. His face was red, like the blood in the snow at the market. His cheeks stood out starkly against the backdrop of white. Eleanor untied herself from the sled and took off toward her little brother. She moved deftly through the snow, considering the large rackets on her feet. She didn't trip or even so much as stumble. I set the dog food on Stone's lap, and he complained about it being too heavy. I told him to shut it. Then I got to pulling the rope up the slope toward the house. In the background, I could just make out the wide, indented circle of Lake Prism, frozen and snow-covered. "Mikey!" Eleanor shouted. Mikey jumped, and the axe fell. He took a few quick steps back and tripped. Eleanor practically pounced. She was laughing and hugging Mikey tight when I pulled the sled to them. You're back?" Mikey said. "In the flesh," Stone said. "I thought you guys were dead." "Holy shit, you've been gone for like 3 days," Mikey said. "I can't believe you're okay. I wanted to come looking for you, but..." He trailed off, obviously ashamed. "I don't know. I was scared. I kept thinking about that spider." "We're okay," Eleanor said. "I'm glad you didn't come. It's worse out there than we originally thought." "What happened?" Mikey asked. Eleanor shook her head and then patted Mikey's shoulder. "Doesn't matter. All that matters is we're okay." Tears welled in Mikey's eyes. He looked at Stone and me, just a passing glance, and he turned away. I could tell he was embarrassed for crying, but it was justified. No shame in that. I felt like crying too. Maybe he caught that thought of mine by the look on my face. Or maybe by way of some sort of telekinesis. Stranger things had and were happening. But he faced us again and said, "I'm really glad you guys are okay too." I smiled. "Good to see you, Mikey." Mikey's eyes ballooned as he noticed the newest member of our group. "Is that a dog?" "No," Stone said. "I grew a second, furrier head." "This is Chewy," I said. "We found him in a house we stayed at." I had never seen Mikey the way he was when he laid eyes on that dog for the first time. He was only a teenager, but the stuff he'd gone through, the stuff he'd seen, had forced him to grow up. Life had beaten him down. When he saw Chewy, all that went out the window. He was a young kid again. His face lit up with a warmth that could have melted all the snow. Before that day, I had seen Mikey smile only a handful of times. The smile he showed us now was enough to make up for all the smiles that never came to fruition after the blizzards began. End of the world or not, that sort of happiness has a way of spreading to others. And pretty soon we were all beaming. "Can I hold him?" Mikey asked. Stone looked down at the floppy ears below his chin. "Well, that's not really up to me or any of us, is it? I think you gotta ask Chewy yourself." Eleanor had walked over to my side. She wrapped her arm around my waist and pulled herself close. She was watching Mikey with pride. Hell, we all were. He had been in a funk since his parents passed, and we weren't sure if he was ever going to come out of it. Seeing him all excited and happy, like a kid on Christmas morning, gave us hope. Much to my surprise, Mikey didn't brush off Stone's words. He knelt in the deep snow, so he was eye to eye with Chewy. The dog tilted his head, and one ear went upward. "Chewy, mind if I hold you?" Chewy leaned forward, sniffed at Mikey, then planted a big kiss on his cheek. Mikey's giggling was music to our ears. "I think that's a yes," I said. Stone unzipped his coat, pulled Chewy out, and handed him to Mikey. The two took to one another like peanut butter and chocolate. Watching Chewy nip at Mikey's face and slobber all over the place, I barely felt the cold wind. I even felt kind of warm. It was one of those good moments, the ones you look back on 10 years later and think to yourself, man, we had it good then, didn't we? But, like all good moments, this one didn't last long. Chewy's playfulness stopped. He went real still and fixed his gaze on the snow-crusted trees surrounding the house. He growled low. If you'd never seen the dog before you heard it, that growl would have had you turning around and running. It was unnatural for a dog his size, but then again, there was a lot of unnaturalness going around. The growl tapered off to a whimpering whine, and Chewy buried his face in Mikey's chest. I looked where Chewy had been looking. I saw nothing, but I'd be lying if I told you my skin didn't break out in goosebumps when I focused on those trees. "Sky's getting dark," Eleanor said. "We better get inside." "Someone's finally speaking some sense," Stone added. They started moving toward the house, the sled in tow, Chewy still whimpering. I remained staring at the trees, wondering what was there, waiting in the darkness. 6. Settling back in. Helga cried when she saw us come through the door. She was standing in the kitchen, a glass of water in her hand, and like Mikey with his axe, it slipped from her grip. The glass didn't break, but it made a hell of a noise. "You're back!" Helga screamed. "I'll be a monkey's uncle." She wrapped us all up in a tight hug. "Get out of those clothes and go on and sit by the fire. Warm your bones. You too, Mikey. You've done enough these last few days to merit some rest, I think." She looked at Elle. "That boy has been nothing but a workhorse since you've been gone." We walked into the kitchen. The counters were sparkling clean. The faucet so shiny you could see your reflection in it, and the floors were spotless. Eleanor said, "Seems like you've been busy, too." Stone sniffed the air. "Yeah, what's that smell? Pine sol?" "I get a little clean happy when I'm nervous. Helps relax the bundled-up nerves," Helga said. "After my bout with the big C, I'm just glad I still have the energy to clean." Chewy barked from Mikey's arms. He was still wrapped in blankets, so all that was visible was his furry, snowy face. Helga stepped closer to Mikey. "Son, you got a dog with you, or did I just hear you bark?" Mikey laughed, shaking his head. He set Chewy down on the hardwood and helped him get the blankets off. Despite the cold, Chewy panted as he got familiar with the new environment. "This is Chewy." "Yep," I said, a little cautiously. Helga's stance on pets was unknown to me, but it wasn't like I could have called her up to ask her if she minded having a dog or not. During my brief stay at Helga's, I saw no evidence of her having pets. No stray hairs, no long-forgotten chew toys or scratching posts, no photos of her and a cat or a dog or a parakeet. I studied her face, waiting for her to go bananas and kick Chewy out. She wrinkled her nose, but her eyes and mouth offered no hint of how she felt. Chewy, on the other hand, could hardly contain his excitement. He spun around in circles, snapping at his little tail, snorting and letting out playful barks. Eleanor bent and patted him on the backside. "He's a good boy, Helga, don't worry." She must have been thinking the same thing I was thinking. Helga knelt across from Chewy. The rest of us stepped away to give them some room. Chewy focused on her. He sat on his haunches, but his overgrown nails wouldn't allow his front paws to get any traction. One paw slipped forward, and he'd pull it back, and then the other did the same. Poor fella. "Are you a good boy?" Helga asked in a serious voice. Chewy examined her with his bulging eyes. I noticed his tail had stopped wagging. I noticed he was sizing Helga up as much as she was sizing him up. It seemed like a trumpet might go off at any moment, announcing the start of a battle. Helga's tone lightened, became playful. She cracked a smile. "You are a good boy, aren't you?" Chewie's tail got going again, as fast as helicopter blades. "Come here, Chewie." Chewie stood on his hind legs for a second, then slammed his front paws down. His nails clicked on the hardwood. "Come here." He tried to take off. The way he moved reminded me of whenever a monster chased Scooby-Doo. Legs a blur, but getting him nowhere. Finally, when he found some purchase, he darted toward Helga and jumped into her lap. The two of them fell over, and Chewie bathed Helga's cheeks with his slobbery tongue as she railed off gales of happy laughter. "Oh, quit it! Quit it! Ew!" Helga was saying as Chewie snorted and continued licking her. Yeah, this was another one of those good moments. That night, we ate a modest dinner of muffins and candy. We washed it down with Sprite. I know, it wasn't exactly a healthy meal, but we deserved it. All of us. I had trekked through the snow, dealt with an insane man and a queen rat, and nearly froze to death in the process. But I wouldn't trade places with Helga and Mikey. They went for 3 days, not knowing our fates. The more I think about it, waiting around for some sort of answer or sign would drive me crazy. Time already went slow enough as it was. I couldn't imagine how slow the seconds had ticked by for them, how much sleep they didn't get, how sick they felt. It sucked. I thought we deserved an unhealthy dinner. It was a celebration after all, wasn't it? Chewie wasn't begging, but I slipped him a few scraps of muffin here and there. Elle and Mikey did the same. The little guy loved it. He was basically in heaven. After a while, Stone yawned and said, "Man, I'm going to hit the hay. It'll be nice to sleep in a place where I can't see my breath." "Amen to that," Eleanor said. She got up and helped Stone to his feet, then reached for his plate. Before she got it more than a few inches off the table, Mikey took it out of her hand. "Let me, Elle. You go to bed. You look like you need it." Eleanor flashed a wry grin. "Gee, thanks, Mikey. You really know how to compliment a gal." "You know what I meant," Mikey said. He went around and gathered the other plates. "Besides, I like washing the dishes. It's kinda relaxing." He patted his thigh. "Come on, Chewie." Chewie stayed put. The chance of snagging a few table scraps was much better than watching Mikey do the dishes. "All right, boy, I can respect that," Mikey told him as he left the dining room. Eleanor was looking at me. "Grady, you need to sleep too." "Giving me a bedtime, huh? If I don't talk some sense into you, you'll die of exhaustion." "You're probably right," I said. "But I'm going to stay up a little longer." Eleanor rolled her eyes. "Okay, your funeral." I blew her a kiss, which she fanned away with her left hand before turning and heading upstairs, leaving the dining room to Helga, Chewie, and me. Chewie stood on his hind legs and set his forepaws on my thigh. He sniffed around the bottom of the tablecloth. I mussed up the too long fur on top of his head. "Looks like it's just us three now, buddy." He licked my hand, which was sticky from the muffins. Helga leaned back in her chair and patted her stomach. "Oh, what a meal. You done good, Grady. You done real good." "Thanks. It wasn't easy." "Hey, but you got a new friend out of it, didn't you?" She nodded at Chewie, who was now sniffing around Stone's empty chair. "You know, I had a pup a few years back. Little Chewie here kinda reminds me of him. Not in looks, more in his mannerisms." "Yeah? What was his name?" "Sarge. Dumb name, I know, but you can blame Cal for that. The agreement was I got to pick him, and he got to name him. See, he was pretty allergic to cats and dogs, and he hated taking those damn allergy pills. Always forgot. But he surprised me on my birthday one year. Said, 'Sweetheart, I'm taking you someplace fancy. Get on your Sunday best and let's boogie.' I remember it, word for word." She looked longingly over my shoulder. I could tell she was picturing the past, all the good times her and Calv and Sarge had in this house. "He didn't take me no place fancy either. I had no idea where we were going until he pulled into the lot of a local animal shelter. 'Take your pick, honey, and we'll bring 'em with us to dinner. But remember, I get to choose the name.' I was crying with happiness. But that was Calv, always sacrificing his own happiness for the happiness of others. He'd give you the shirt right off his back, even in weather like this." Helga's eyes were misty. She wiped out a tear with one hand and patted her lap with the other. Chewy hopped up on her. "Grady, I ain't lying when I tell you I wanted every damn dog in that place. Those poor things. I picked a terrier, a little smaller than Chewy here." Chewy swiped his tongue right up her cheek. She barely noticed. "Then we went out to eat. Nothing fancy. Got some burgers and ice cream at a local Dairy Queen. That way Sarge could sit on the patio with us. Then we got home. Calv and I got drunk on Crown Royal, our favorite drink," I finished. She had told Stone and me all about her love of Crown, Stone being a frequent whiskey drinker, however, not a fan of Crown. "You got that right, Grady." Helga grinned and pointed a finger my way. "Us three. Calv, Sarge, and me. We're inseparable. Good times, Grady. Good times. You gotta remember to hold on to 'em, them good times. When life gets like this," she nodded toward the boarded-up window, "them good times is all you got left. Man, I miss Sarge. And I miss Calvin." Silence fell between us, the only other sounds being the soft clink of the dishes in the kitchen and the constant droning of the wind. I wanted to say something. I don't know what. Sorry, maybe, to fill the silence, but Helga spoke up before I could. "I still got an old grooming kit someplace around here. I know we gotta save on water and power, but this guy needs a bath." Chewy growled low. Smart dog. He not only knew we were talking about him, but he knew what we were talking about. Yeah, I get it, Chewy," Helga said. "You want to be a free spirit with this haircut you got going on. I'm sorry, friend, but the hippie days are long gone. I won't shave you bald, just get that fur out of your eyes so you can see a little bit better. How's that for a compromise?" Apparently not much, because Chewy jumped off Helga's lap and made a beeline toward me. Once in my arms, he nuzzled up to my face like I was going to protect him. The stink of his fur threw me into a coughing fit. When I caught my breath, I said, "No compromising on the bath, though, Chewy. You smell worse than Stone." Helga laughed. "Now be nice, Grady." She got up and disappeared. I heard her walking around, opening doors and throwing stuff every which way as she dug through a bunch of closets and crawl spaces. A few minutes later, she came back with a small leather case. It looked like a makeup bag. "Mind if I help?" I asked. "I can hold him while you trim him up." "You sure? Eleanor was right, Grady. You do look like you could use some rest," Helga said, eyebrow raised. "I don't want you passing out on me. I'm strong for my age, but I don't think I could catch you very well." I chuckled. "No, I'm good. Sleep won't come easy for me tonight anyway. I need something to distract me from all that crap I saw out there." "All right, if you say so. Hope you don't mind me chewing your ear off while we do this." She leaned forward and spoke in a loud whisper. "Mikey's a good kid, but he ain't much for chatting." A little louder. "He's about as interesting as a bowl of gravy." "I can hear you, Helga," Mikey shouted from the kitchen. "And I know where you live." "No shit, dummy," Helga shouted back, and Mikey poked his head around the doorway, grinning. The visible part of his shirt I could see was wet. He held the dish scrubber handle up between his fingers. A creative way of flipping the bird, no doubt. Color me impressed. Not long after, we got to grooming Chewy. Surprisingly, it didn't take too much water either. We warmed it and then got to work. Chewy remained still. He was a bathing pro. I had never done this to a dog. Or any animal, for that matter, so I wasn't sure what to expect. Helga told me we were lucky. Her pup, Sarge, wasn't too fond of them. He'd squirm and try to jump out of the tub. On more than one occasion, he was successful, too. A little terrier is a lot faster than me. You can imagine how hard it was for me and Calv to catch the rascal. He left a soapy trail from the bathroom all the way to the upstairs master bedroom. Talk about a mess. Chewy seemed enraptured by this story, and he gave no sign he was about to follow in Sarge's footsteps. He was, in fact, a good boy. We got pretty lucky with Chewy here, didn't we? Helga said. The worst thing Chewy did was shake when he was wet, flinging water all over the walls and my face. Helga and I laughed hard as ever. Mikey came in while it was happening, and once a few soapy drops hit him, he shook his head and said, "No thanks, count me out." The fur trimming went smoothly as well. Helga had said brushing and bathing a nappy-haired dog before you clipped them helped smooth out the mats and tangles in their coat. Chewy was basically one giant mat. The brushing part was a little rough. A few yelps here and there, but he didn't whine or snap at us. The clippers cut through the leftover mats, but she kept his coat long enough. We didn't want him to freeze. When I mentioned he might be a little colder now, Helga said, "Way ahead of you there, Skipper." She moved the towels around and pulled out a fuzzy, Christmas-themed dog sweater. Chewy balked at the sight of it, and I couldn't blame him for that. The only part of the process that proved difficult was trimming his nails. I had to hold him down as he squirmed and whined. The sound broke my heart. I almost called it quits. But Helga assured me their current length probably hurt him worse than the fear he felt now. 2 long nails dug into the paw and made it a pain to walk. "Someone probably cut him too short in the past," she said. "That kind of thing can scar a pup. Poor thing. Don't worry, Chewy, I know what I'm doing. This ain't my first rodeo." Of course, Helga's words didn't comfort him much. He continued squirming. "See, Grady, when we cut our nails too short, it's just a little uncomfortable for a few hours, until we get used to the feeling. But with dogs, you cut 'em too short, you can hit a nerve that makes 'em bleed. We're not talking a little dribble of blood here either. They can bleed a lot." "That's horrible," I said. "Yep. That's why it's such a tough job. Most people don't trust themselves to do it. Me included. Grooming was fine. Nail clipping, not so much. I used to take Sarge to the vet every couple of months. They knew what they were doing. It cost about $15, but it's a cheap price to pay to keep your pup pain-free. Problem now is we can't exactly drive on down to Doc Firth's, can we?" "Nope." "That's all right," she said. "We'll make it work, won't we, Chewy?" She finished and set him down. His nails no longer clicked loudly on the floor. He spun around in a circle, his mouth open, floppy tongue hanging out. "Yes, you're a good boy. You're such a good boy." Chewy did a jig, hopping from side to side, his butt in the air, little tail wagging like crazy. I rose from the stool I was sitting on. My knees cracked and my back was sore. Grooming Chewy was tough work, even with the 2 of us. The clock in the hallway said it was the middle of the night. Where had the time gone? I decided it was about time I hit the hay. As I helped Helga clean up the fur, wet towels, and the clippers, she leaned over and spoke in a whisper. "What are we gonna do next, Grady?" The question caught me by surprise, almost as much as the serious tone of her voice. "Go to sleep?" "No, son. I mean, what are we gonna do about She motioned a hand to the nearest window.
This.
I shrugged. I'm not sure.
You can't be expected to brave that snow and cold and whatever the hell those damn shadow things are every time we run out of toilet paper.
I offered a grin. I actually didn't grab any toilet paper.
Don't be a smart ass, Grady. You know what I meant.
She sat down heavily on the edge of the tub, leaned forward, and dropped her head in her hands.
I was hoping this would all blow over. You know, I am an optimist and all that. But it's been long enough to make me think otherwise. And it's still snowing. The last blizzard seemed like it dropped another foot out there.
Oh, I know. I was in it.
I don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon. And there's those things. Grady, I still hear the voices. Sometimes I'll part the curtains, and I'll see Calvin, standing next to that cancer-ridden version of myself.
She sounded like she was going to cry. I sat next to her and put a hand between her shoulder blades. The knobs of her spine poking out of her skin and sweater were unsettling. If she didn't start eating more, she'd have something worse to worry about than snow and wraiths.
It'll be all right, I said.
The uncertainty in my voice sounded obvious, at least to me. I hoped Helga didn't notice. It's pretty evident comforting people has never been my strong suit. I'm sure you know that by now. She chuckled wryly.
Will it?
It will. We've got each other, all of us, and we're stronger together. The food'll run out and we'll be cold, but we aren't going to give up when that happens. I know I'm not. I know Mikey, Eleanor, and Stone won't. I motioned to Chewie. I know that dog won't either. We'll fight to the very end. All things considered, I thought my pep talk would do some good. Judging by the uneasy expression on Helga's face, I was wrong.
The wraiths, or whatever you call them, she said. Even if the snow melts, they'll still be here. You know what happened to me earlier?
I shook my head.
Not long after I first told you about Sarge, I happened to look outside.
Her voice shook.
And you know what I saw?
I could guess. She went on.
I saw him. I saw Sarge out there in the cold, and he was happy as ever, healthy, and dancing around on top of the snow like he wouldn't sink. And you know what else?
This I didn't know, but I kept quiet.
I almost went out there to go get him. I almost fell for it. The urge was too much, Grady. You were in the dining room, and I was in the breezeway with my hand on the cold doorknob that leads to the back porch. I wasn't bundled up. I had no weapons and no flashlight. A slight twist, a few steps, and I would have met the Reaper.
The story surprised me. I felt the goosebumps raise almost painfully all over my flesh. I pulled the sleeve of my sweater down over my wrist so Helga wouldn't notice. After taking a deep breath and steeling myself, I managed to speak. But you didn't go out there. You stayed inside, and you're all right. I know you can't replace Sarge, but maybe finding Chewie was a sign, you know? Whether or not there's a higher power in charge of our lives is a mystery to me, so I can't say this with 100% certainty, but maybe, just maybe, there's someone up there watching over us.
Yin and yang, right?
Helga said. She cracked a hesitant smile. It made her look a decade younger.
Opposing forces, the good and the bad, balancing each other out.
She waved her hands with a little more energy.
I don't know, something like that.
Exactly. We sat there for a silent moment, both of us deep in thought. Then Helga spoke again. They used to say a level head comes with age. As you get older, you're supposed to see things for what they are. You're supposed to stop worrying so much because you know life's got this nasty way of kicking you while you're down. But you learn from experience that it's possible to fight back, to weather the storm. She paused, met my eyes, and whispered, "Grady, I don't think we can weather this storm." "We can, and we will," I said. Helga began to rise. I held my arms out, ready to steady her if she decided to collapse on me. Her emotional state wasn't the best, and I honestly don't know how she had any energy at all, considering how thin and frail she was. God, listen to me. I sound like I'm going crazy, don't I? She let out an exaggerated sigh, blowing her hair from her brow. That's okay, I replied. I think we all are, if we weren't a bit crazy already. And crazy ain't dead. That is very true. She hugged me. I wasn't expecting it, the same way I wasn't expecting it when she first told me we were running out of food. But I hugged her back. You're a wise fella, Grady. Very wise. Thank you. I tried sleeping after that conversation, but without much luck. Exhaustion rendered me almost immobile. I lay in the bed of one of the guest rooms on the second floor. Not my usual spot, but I didn't want to disturb Stone and Mikey, who were both out cold, each snoring like hibernating bears. We were home now, behind the safety of the four walls, and mostly warm. This meant I should have been able to rest easy like them, especially on top of the total exhaustion I felt. Only I couldn't. Something Helga said had me worried. More worried than I'd been since the shit hit the fan, and that was saying something. The wraiths showed her Sarge, her dog that had been dead for years, and though she had probably thought about him often, chances were she hadn't spoken about him in a while. Not since the snow fell, at least. She was alone those 2-ish weeks before we entered her life. She had no one to talk to, and she didn't seem like someone who would talk to herself. This meant the monsters were listening. But how? How could they hear anything over the constant howl of the wind? How could they hear anything through the walls? It made no sense. Nothing did. They maybe could have been able to read minds, sure, but that seemed outlandish to me. Yes, even after summer blizzards and the giant shadow spider and the rat queen. Even after the craziness I saw in Ed Hark and the man at the store. Logic told me they couldn't read minds because they'd know what we were up to. They'd know I was going to do this and that, and they'd plan accordingly. And I'm still alive, still here. I didn't count the possibility out completely. One thing this apocalypse has done is open my eyes to the impossible. So, I lay there in the dark, staring upward, and not seeing anything. My own mind was whirling out of control. I thought of the wraiths, the rats, the snow, of Chewie, of our food situation, and of Eleanor. Always of her. The kisses we shared drove me crazy. I wanted it again. I wanted her in my arms. I got my wish, an hour or so later. The bedroom door was closed, and the house sat in near complete silence. I heard the hallway floor creaking as someone crept my way. My muscles went rigid with fear. Thoughts of the wraiths having read my thoughts about them reading my thoughts filled my head. So many thoughts, it was crazy. I had no weapon readily available, but I sat up and prepared for a fight. Relief came as soon as I saw the pale face and flowing auburn hair floating in the darkness. Her hair was so vibrant it nearly glowed. "Grady," Eleanor whispered. She stepped inside. She wore loose sweatpants and a baggy hoodie. "Are you?" She noticed me on the edge of the bed. My hands were bunched into fists. I must have scared her because she took a step back. "Sorry," she began. I smiled. "It's okay." "Can't sleep?" "Nope." "Me either," she said. "Can I?" I shifted backwards and pulled the comforter over. "You don't have to ask, Elle." She batted her eyelashes. Despite the dark, I thought I saw some color bloom on her cheeks. She crossed the room and sat next to me. I thought, screw it, I might be dead tomorrow, and I put my arm around her waist and pulled her close. She didn't resist. We lay side by side, staring into each other's eyes for a moment. I leaned in for a kiss. So did she. I had never tasted anything sweeter. That night was the best night of my life, and I wished it would never end. But all good things come to an end. That night included. No sun shone through the curtains and barricades, however. Outside was just blackness, pure and solid. If you stared out there and allowed your eyes to adjust, you'd start to make out the snow. It turned into a grayish landscape as far as you could see. We went on for a week without a problem. We went on doing the same things we always did, which was mostly nothing. The highlight of many of those days was when we all gathered around the tiny crank radio Helga owned. One of us scanned the channels slowly, hoping for something other than static and religious doomsayers. The doomsayers had stopped a couple weeks back. The static hadn't. We each leaned forward, our ears listening carefully for the slightest foreign sound, a snippet of a voice, music, a bell, or a beep. Anything besides the omnipresent static and silence. After about 45 minutes to an hour of this, we'd shut off the radio and go back to the business of doing nothing, of waiting, of sitting, of acting like everything was okay. We played cards and Trivial Pursuit. Stone always won both. And ate and talked. I even read some of the smutty romance books Helga had on her shelves. They were more entertaining to me than the nonfiction Calvin left behind. Those books were about the Civil War and Watergate, subjects I wasn't particularly brushed up on, not since high school. A boring history teacher killed my desire for such topics many years ago. Eventually, I'd crack Calv's books open, but only when I ran out of the saucy romance stories. The only positive was Elle and I growing closer. We started sleeping in the same bed, sharing our meals, just the two of us, and even reading the same romance novels. I'd read a chapter, she'd read a chapter, and then we'd discuss it like a couple of nerds. A few times we even got Stone and Mikey to reenact some extra dramatic scenes. It was quite a show. Helga about busted a rib laughing. Chewie was confused as to why Mikey was talking in a falsetto voice and wearing a shirt on his head in place of a long-haired wig. Good times. Good times. Elle and I weren't saying I love you or planning a wedding anytime soon. But of all my past relationships, hers and mine felt different, stronger, more real. It was on the 8th night back at the house that something happened. Eleanor had gotten up to get a bottle of water. The house burned bright with lights. It wouldn't save gas on the generators, but it would save our lives from the monsters outside. At least, we thought so. I lay in bed half asleep, hoping Elle would be back soon. I missed her warmth. I'm not sure how much time passed, but her screaming fully woke me up. It eventually woke everyone else up, too. I fell out of bed and bolted toward the sound of her voice. She was in the kitchen. Over the sink was a small window, with flowery curtains framing the glass. But since the snow fell, Helga had it boarded up. A cut of about 2 by 2 inches was in the wood, enough for you to peek into the backyard. When we first got here, I could make out the patio furniture and the grill, large white humps in the snow. Now they weren't visible. Now they were completely buried. I stopped in the kitchen doorway. The wood over the glass hung crookedly. One of the nails lay on the counter in a pool of blood. The blood belonged to Eleanor. She had ripped the board off with her bare fingers. It wasn't a pretty sight. At that moment, I knew Elle was a different person. I thought maybe the wraiths had gotten to her already. "What is it, Elle?" I rushed over and wrapped my arms around her. She trembled, and she wouldn't answer with words. Instead, she pointed at the window. There was the answer. Long, black fingers worked beneath the frame, wedging themselves under the wood, creating a small gap. At the end of the fingers were nails as sharp as blades. From the gap, the icy wind blew inside the kitchen. It was the coldest I'd ever felt. I acted fast, pushing Eleanor out of the way and making for the stove. She was babbling words I couldn't understand. If I could have understood them, I don't think they would have even registered. My mind was in panic mode. The only thing I knew was that I didn't want to find out what was on the other end of that shadowy arm. At the stove, I turned the closest knob. It clicked, clicked, clicked for a few seconds that felt like an eternity before the spark caught and flames spouted from the burners. The nearest flammable item was a half-used roll of paper towels. I grabbed it and held it against the burner. Fire engulfed it almost instantly. There was no time to waste once that happened. Paper burns fast. It ripped down the roll and toward my hand. Near unbearable pain followed, as large chunks of ash fell on my fingers. I bit my tongue and focused on the window. It wasn't easy. I wanted nothing more than to drop the burning roll, but I knew if I didn't stop the wraith before it got close enough to Eleanor or myself, things would become much worse. As soon as the burning paper towels were a few inches away from those long black fingers, they began to fade. I had never seen anything like it before, not even with the rats or the spider. It almost looked like the dark material of the hand turned into ash or grains of sand, and once caught in the wind, it scattered into nothing. Fading, 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 until it vanished completely. My skin still pulsing with pain, I grabbed the window and jammed it down. It made a solid thunking noise as it closed, but I wasn't satisfied. I scrambled for the bloody piece of board and wrenched it back into position. From there, I found the nail in the sink, slightly bent and also slick with Eleanor's blood, and pounded it into the board with the base of Helga's blender. Then I turned back to Eleanor. She was pressed against the wall, hands clutching her throat, face as white as a sheet of paper. Something more than terror inhabited her eyes. "Are you okay?" I asked. She didn't answer, only stared past me at the window. "Eleanor, it's over. It's gone." I took her hand and pulled her to me. Her body was stiff as I pressed her against my chest, hugging her. "It's gone." Stone crutched into the doorway, leaning on the jamb. He rubbed his eyes and spoke in a sleep-heavy voice. "What the fuck's going on? What's burning?" I had no answer. I barely had any words at all. After a few moments of trying to get myself back under control, I said, "One of those things almost got in." "What?" Stone was wide awake now. "How? We have lights on all over the place." It was then Stone surveyed the kitchen. Aside from the fire on the stovetop, no other lights burned. Eleanor suddenly said, "I turned the lamps off. I don't remember doing it, but I know I did." She shook her head, swallowed loudly. "That thing outside told me to, and I listened to it." I placed my hand on the small of her back. "It's okay. We're okay. Don't worry about it." "How could it do that?" Stone said. "I don't know," I said. "Helga said the same thing. Something's happening. The race, they're getting smarter. We have to be even more careful than before. I took a deep breath, exhaled. But we're fine for now. We got it under control. Though I said it, I didn't exactly feel this way. This was my attempt at being level-headed. Stone saw right through it, I could tell. But he kept quiet, for Eleanor's sake. Besides, as it turned out, I was wrong. A few seconds after I spoke those words, I heard a loud but muted clank, and all the power in the house went out. I turned to Stone, and we both said the same thing. The generator. 7. Burn. I bounded down the basement steps, running on pure adrenaline. Stone followed. At the foot of the stairs, I waited for him. I held the flashlight toward his feet so he could see. "Don't have to wait on me," he grumbled. "I don't want to go any farther all alone, man." "Fair enough." Once he was with me, we went onward through the twisty basement hallway. I was in the lead, and when I turned the corner, I slammed into something. The sound of Mikey's voice filled me with relief. I thought I had come into contact with one of the wraiths. If I'd touched it, well, that would have been a bad deal. "Ow! Shit!" Mikey shouted. "Mikey, what's going on?" I reached down, grabbed a handful of his shirt, and pulled him up. "What happened to the generator? What are you doing down here?" Mikey stuttered, trying to get the words out. I almost slapped him the way they did in movies to get him back under control. Actually, I think I was the one who needed slapping, not Mikey. He looked at me. I don't know. One second I was dreaming about my mom, and now I'm here." A strong scent of gasoline wafted from his clothes. In my head, I knew what had happened, but I didn't want to admit it to myself. Nor did I want to see it firsthand. Taking Mikey's arm, I led him toward the stairs and told him to go wait with Eleanor in the kitchen. He did as I said, and a few seconds later I heard Elle's distraught voice. "Mikey? What are you doing?" A pause. "Is that gasoline?" "I think so. I don't know," answered Mikey, sounding ashamed. I went back to Stone, and we continued on to the room the generator was hooked up in. Usually the generator left off a constant thrumming sound that I found soothing. It didn't anymore. With the sound's absence, I felt anything but soothed. Stone and me wound our way through the hall cautiously. I kept thinking something might pop out at us, like in a Halloween haunted house attraction. Those were fun. This was not. In the stillness, I not only heard my heart thundering against my chest, but I thought I heard Stone's, too. The darkness was terrifying, and the confined space of the corridor was even worse. I shined the light in the room and saw the damage to the generator. Everything good that had happened to me, to us, over the last few days, deflated in an instant. The generator, Helga told me, was a large inverter, whatever that meant, and it had cost about $5,000. $5,000 would have seemed a ridiculous price before the blizzards. But the me of now was grateful for this little red box on wheels. Besides knowing that Honda made it, the only other thing I knew was as long as we fed it gasoline, the little red box powered almost everything in the house. We would have been icicles weeks ago without it. "Shit, Grady," Stone whispered. "That doesn't look fixable." My hand shook, and the beam wavered. Stone hit it right on the money. It certainly didn't look fixable. The axe Mikey had been using to chop wood when we came back a few days ago stuck out of the top of it. The casing was broken. Cords dangled from the gash like guts from an eviscerated corpse. Which was what the generator was now, right? A corpse. No way we'd get it running again. Stone crutched closer to it. I pointed to the floor. "Careful." My light glimmered on the shiny puddle of gas that had leaked from the generator. Stone navigated around it. He grabbed the axe and, with a grunt, gave it a yank. It didn't budge. Yeah, that's in there pretty good.
What the fuck is going on?
They're getting in our heads, I said.
I got that, but do they give us super strength, too?
Stone snorted.
A pipsqueak like Mikey couldn't do this.
He was chopping wood just last week.
Shit, I can chop wood and I'm half crippled.
He patted the generator. It made a noise that echoed all through the basement. For some reason, it reminded me of an undertaker slapping the top of a casket. This here's our best one. You wouldn't want to spend eternity in anything else. That thought